Hello and welcome to the JB&M Sports Fanatic channel. I am joined here by Old Man Mob, and so we're going to be diving into day 2 here of the NFL draft. And of course, we'll start off with recapping what took place yesterday. But absolutely, man, there was a lot of craziness happening. We're talking about a record 9 trades took place yesterday. So, man, that was extremely crazy. I can just imagine what's going to unfold today. Old Man, any thoughts you have based upon what you saw yesterday and what you're expecting today?
Anything can happen. My thing is though, everybody thought Debo be gone. Nobody thought AJ Brown,
Right.
Marquise Brown would be gone. Oh man, I
Exactly.
want to see what the Ravens and the Titans are gonna do now.
Yes, because you're right. Because I mean, in order to move on from someone, you kind of want to have a replacement. Now, I saw what Tennessee did, drafting Traylon Burks. We'll see how he plays out for them. Obviously, they did acquire, Robert Woods. They're hoping that he's going to be healthy this year. They're going to need it. Still say they can use another receiver though. But Baltimore, I look at that roster and I'm like, man, I know they took Bateman last year. But I mean, they sort of need to make sure that they address that position. They lost. They had Sammy Watkins last year. I know they lost him this year to Green Bay, but they really can use another receiver now for sure. And I know Lamar's not happy. I mean, you gave away Malcolm Brown there. That was his boy right there. So we'll see how that plays out for Baltimore. And so I guess we'll look position by position starting off in terms of who is available with this one. Let me just. All right, so yeah, obviously at the quarterback position, Malik Willis still up there. I mean, we thought he'd be gone by now, but he's still up there. You still got, guys like Sam Harrell, Desmond Ryder, Matt Curl. So still a lot of options up there for teams that can, use quarterbacks. And so you look at this board. Who stands out to you on this board right now? Give me a couple names to look out for today.
Carson Strong, he doesn't get enough attention, I think.
Good old Carson Strong. And so, yeah,
I think
definitely him.
in the right system, he'll be good. He has enough arm where he can get down the field quick.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so I tell you what, though, I'm looking at this list right here, and if I'm a team that's considering a quarterback and stuff like that, definitely you got about a good 4 or 5 options here today. I think could go in round 2 or 3 today. All right, let us switch to receivers. And so now, now receivers. This is what we're really going to be watching out for today. Honestly, you look at these wide receivers that are available here on the board, and so just give me a couple names here to watch out for.
Well, Metzi, of course, I want New England to pick him, but Pickens, I think he might be the first receiver off the board in round 2.
I could see that. I could see that. I know on many boards he was actually ranked higher than a guy like Sky Moore. Tolbert will be interesting as well. He's a guy that I got my eyes on here. Along with a little bit further on this board, a guy like Robinson, I think could be sneaky good in terms of whoever takes him. Obviously, I've been extremely high on David Bell as well. Like those guys, there's a lot of guys.
Yeah,
There's just
Bell.
about fit, honestly, with the teams and what they prefer.
Don't look out for Dubs getting drafted too in the third.
Oh yeah, let's not forget your boy Justin Ross. They got him way
Man,
down here on this board.
they hating on him. He should not be down that low. He should be higher.
Exactly. And so, I mean, part of that has to do obviously with last year. Clemson just they had quarterback issues. Let's not hide the issue. And so, when you have quarterback issues, that's going to make it tough for any receiver to go out there and have a decent season. So, you'll see what he really is once he goes to a team with a decent quarterback. But that's what I think hurt him honestly that last year was just simply the fact that obviously not having Trevor Lawrence anymore. That was pretty big.
Yeah, I was saying the Jaguars maybe gonna get him to pair him with Trevor again.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. Do you think they try that in round 3?
I see if he's still available, I see them trading up in round 3.
Okay. Okay.
Just because, in my opinion, I see a lot of these receivers going quick in the round 2.
Oh
Even
yes, no doubt. No
play
doubt.
Mike.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I'll even say a guy like Tolbert, I could see a team like Green Bay drafting him. Christian Watson, that's a guy who I had rated higher as well. I even had a mock
Calvin
draft where I had him go
Austin.
in the first. And so, oh yeah, Calvin Austin the third. I'll be interested to see where he goes as well. Maybe a
He,
team like Dallas may have some interest. And
that's what I was
so,
gonna say. I think he would do good in Dallas. He
oh
reminds
yeah,
me of a poor man version of Tavon Austin. Someone who could do kickoff returns, someone who could play in the backfield a little bit.
oh yeah,
He'd be
Tavon Austin.
he'd be sneaky in Dallas.
Yeah, I'm surprised they got my man David Bell way down here though. But
Yeah, I don't like that.
obviously, but hey, I mean, you never know what board coaches like Bill Belichick are working off of. I'll say that. So
Yeah,
you never know what board these coaches are working off of. Now, a position that's got no mention whatsoever, the tight end spot. Do we see a tight end go today? And if so, how many?
I could see. I can see a tight end going in second.
Yeah, I think
I could
towards
to the
that end of
back
the
end,
second. Yeah, I could see probably
or
going.
if he's still available, Trey's still available in the third. I could see either the Giants or the Broncos trading up because both of them lost their tight end and they need to
Yeah,
replace them.
yeah. So I could see that being the case as well. Are you saying potentially just maybe one or two tight ends get taken today?
I, Today, yeah, I can see Trey and Greg getting taken. I don't really believe. I believe the
Yeah,
other tight ends is day 3.
yeah. So I could see that happening. Okay. All right. So next up, the running back position. Now this would be very interesting to see how this goes today. I mean, my goodness, look at how far they have Isaiah Spiller here on the
Ooh,
on
he
their
dropped
rankings, and
bad.
so I wonder what that had to do with like maybe his 40 time. Let me see if I can click into what that is because I thought that he would be at least like 3 or 4 on there. But let's
I have
see.
him as the 5th best running back.
And so let's see some of the analysis here. So, all right. So look at what they gave this man a poor score for his speed, agility, decent to good power, gave him poor vision, and okay to good hands. They say he's like shades of Damian Harris. There's nothing wrong with Damian Harris whatsoever.
Yo,
So,
if you can get a Damian Harris 2.0,
mhm,
watch out for New England and Bill might take him.
exactly. And so, meanwhile, we've got Carmichael here. What's good with you, Carmichael? I thought you'd still be celebrating your team's quarterback, new quarterback, Kenny Pickett. And so, with your Pittsburgh Steelers. But how are you doing today? And so, but appreciate you for coming through again. But yeah, I mean, looking at Isaiah Spiller there, let's see. Some of his better games versus Florida, multiple tackles versus as a junior. And so, okay. Okay. Yeah, definitely though, when it comes to these running backs here, certainly when we're looking to see how this plays out here. I know a guy like Kyron Williams, he's been mentioned a lot. Now, Brian Robinson Jr., another guy that I'm like, why do they have him way down here on the board? I thought he'd be a little bit higher on this board. And so, but I feel like this year is more so just you take let's see, first look, did they give a projection? All right, so they got Brian Robinson Jr. as a 5th-round pick type of thing. And so bring him in goal line situation, short yardage, but don't expect much more. So interesting. All right. Let's see. Carmichael says he's doing great. How about us? We're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I mean, it took us a while to recover from, what the Patriots did to us last night there. We're still recovering from that. But outside of that, we're pretty good. We're optimistic here, and we're hoping that Bill Belichick gets his head into the game today and does the right thing and get us some key pieces.
After thinking about it, JB, and hearing a lot of rumors, the rumors are that the Bucks and the Texans was going to take him in the 2nd round. So I understand why Belichick did it because he can start right off the bat. You ain't got to worry about drafting an old lineman for 5 years. But with Booth there, I would took him Booth.
And speaking of Booth, I mean, once we get to we'll go ahead and get to the cornerback position here. And so, all right, they actually put my man Jalen Peard as a corner here for some reason. But, I mean, you've got Andrew Booth Jr. out there. You still got Kyler Gordon, still got Roger McCreary. So with these guys right here, I still view them as like extremely early, should come off the board. These four right here. I love a guy like Marcus Jones, but I feel like you probably can get him like at least around that end of the third round ish. But obviously we got to see how that plays out there. But certainly a guy like Andrew Booth Jr., he's up there. Kyler Gordon, Roger. I like especially those three corners right there. Let's see. Carmichael says your Pats did you dirty, and so the reaction that we got from that. I mean. Oh man, but it's a new day here, and so Bill has a chance to rectify that as long as he gets us the key pieces that we need today. So, man, I'll ask you, when it comes to the Patriots, what do we need to make sure that we acquire today, position-wise? What do we need to make sure that we get today?
We need to get at least one wide receiver. I would say a corner, and if we can get a linebacker, that would be good. But my first in round 2, I would try to get John Messi. We gotta get Max on the receiver that he already knows. Give him some love, and then try to get a corner or linebacker in the third round. Or if you want a hybrid, you can get Dan Bolton, the guy I've been saying. He plays safety, he plays slot corner. He can kill 2 birds with 1 stone in that pick.
That is true. But yeah, seeing how these receivers play out, that's going to be something to keep an eye out for sure. And so it all comes down to everybody's board, because I'm looking at these receivers here. And so you can mix these receivers up based upon the team that you are, your preference for what you value at a receiver, because a lot of these guys, there's a lot of good guys out there in this year's draft class at wide receiver. There really is. I mean, I was looking at towards the bottom here, and I still like some of the guys that's on the board here. I mean, even later on. So
you got
good
Rambo.
chance to double check. Exactly. Rambo right there. I think a great fit for a team like maybe the Chargers or something like that, or if the Saints decide to double dip at that wide receiver position. Imagine him catching passes from famous Jameis or something like that. Something to look out for.
And then you got Olave and then Thomas. Oh, that's a scary wide receiver.
Exactly. But John, what's good with you? What's good with you? Appreciate you for coming through here. How are you doing? And so, but yeah, man, a lot of these receivers here, just absolutely, just looking at this board here, gotta love them.
I will say this for our Patriots: if we don't draft a receiver in the third round, I know who Bill might grab. He might grab Dobbs in the third.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure.
It's been rumored, and he's been visiting. I think he has 3 or 4 visits with us. So that's China.
Okay. And then you look at the safety position here as well. Still got your Quan Brisker.
They got my man Lowe.
And so,
yep.
You've been talking about Dane Belton now to Iowa, so they've got him. They've got Kirby Joseph there as well. And so, but yeah, there's some safeties though. There's some safeties. And so, yeah, they got Brad Ray down here.
if you want a hard hitter like a smacker, you take him.
All right, let's see. And then the defensive line here. And so got my man Travis Jones up here, Logan Hall. Those two, expect for those two definitely be going there. You've got Mathis from Bama, Winfrey. So you've got some names here.
I think Travis Jones is the best player defense that's available.
Meanwhile, Braden says, I'm back, and I know I'll be disappointed again. And so, oh, man, Braden, I mean, at least you have consolation in knowing that your team didn't do like our team did. But I'm hearing some of the reports there, that old man shared with us. It seems like there were some teams that was eyeing Mr. Strange in the second round. So Bill just went ahead and took him now. So apparently they like what they see in that regards.
It's also rumored that he was either going to take Wyatt or he took, or Cole. So I think if the Packers didn't take Wyatt, he might have taken Wyatt.
Oh, man, Braden, we're going to have to up the price again for N'Keal Harry for that one. All right, let's see what we look at that. All right, so I'll ask you this, old man. How many quarterbacks will get taken here between rounds 2 and 3? How many quarterbacks get drafted tonight when it's all said and done?
I say at least 3.
All
I
right,
could
so Ole
see
Miss, that's three.
I could see Malik going to a couple teams. I can also see Whittler, right?
Yeah, Desmond
Desmond.
Ryder.
Yeah, I think he should go to Seahawks. He'll be the perfect fit for them. And then Matt Corral.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying about three quarterbacks there. Okay. Okay. And you guys in the comment section, you guys let me know how many quarterbacks you think are going to be drafted today as well. Meanwhile, I think Malik gets drafted. Definitely, I'm confident he does. Desmond Ryder, he's going to be taken as well. Matt Carroll, he's going to get drafted as well here. Sam Howell, I think I could see it towards the very end, possibly, of the third round. Either him or Carson Strong. So I'll say four quarterbacks come off tonight. Four quarterbacks. I'll go that. And so, Alexis, what's good with you? How are you doing? How are you doing? And so I know they got your safety still up there. Your safety is still on that board that you wanted your Eagles to take there. And so, well, actually, on this one, they got him listed, I think, as a corner, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they got Jalen Pritchard out of Baylor. They got him listed as a corner here, but still, they got your guys still on the board there. So there's still hope. And let's see. But yeah, absolutely appreciate you for coming through. Let's see. Braden says, if we don't draft a receiver tonight, I will make a receiver video and send it to the Packers. Let's see. Braden says 3 to 4 quarterbacks. So he basically agrees with us, 3 to 4 quarterbacks off the board here. And so, all right. So then we go to, let's just scroll down here. We'll go to latest. All right, but yeah, so the first team on the clock is going to be Tampa Bay. Obviously, Tampa Bay has some interest in, moving back or trading that pick right there. And so you have them up. I know with the Vikings on the clock, I have to assume that, maybe a guy like Andrew Booth Jr. does not get past the Minnesota Vikings there.
I don't think he does.
That pick. And so I think Minnesota's going to do the right thing and take him. I mean, they did take Lewis Sign last time. So imagine that you got your safety, and then the next time you get your corner. And so that's how you revamp a secondary. And then you got Tennessee coming up there. And so for Tennessee, what do you think Tennessee's going to be looking to do here with this pick?
I could see them going defense. Either they might take a corner or they might take a linebacker, like an edge.
Yeah, they may very well do that. But speaking of edge, let me see who is actually available for the
Even
edge. Ooh, Arnold out of Penn State's up there. So there's some options right there. There's some real options.
Drake's still up there. He's pretty good.
Yeah, Drake's up there.
David
Pascal. So that's right, David Ojabo. How far will David Ojabo slide in this one? That is a good question.
A sleeper guy to keep an eye out for is Alex Wright. I don't know why they had. He could be an edge / middle linebacker. He kind of gives me like a high tower feel to him. A big body who can hit, stop the run, go after the quarterback.
I clicked for the analysis, and they're like, "Now here's a guy." Oh man! But he earned a 91.1 on pass rush grade according to Pro Football Focus last year, and so 6'5", 271 pounds. So he came out as a junior, and so a lot to work with there. So you need guys like that on the board later in the draft so you can get those steals. So, but what about DeMarvin Leal here? I mean, I feel like his stock is kind of went down a bit. I didn't know he was an edge though.
I thought he was a linebacker, a middle.
I thought he was a DT. But let's see, 6'3", 283 pounds. They say he was a top 10 player on the preseason draft board, but he didn't improve as much as they hoped. And in fact, his run defense and pass rushing grades took steps backwards in 2021. He's a gifted athlete, 6'4", 290 pounds, but that lack of development is worrisome. So let's see. So for him, they like his explosiveness, good explosiveness, strength, about, okay-ish. Same with his hands, his balance, not that great. And so some of the pros, they say, gets off for a 290-pounder, test tackles depth, even at that size. Very natural mover for a man of his size. Clearly an all-around athlete. Number of pass rushing moves at his disposal. Mixes in a mean spin. So, okay. Let's see. Braden says, receivers he wants the Packers to target are Justin Ross, Christian Watson, Jalen Tolbert, and George Pickens. And so, good receivers there. Matter of fact, we can switch back over to the
Ross on the
wide
Packers,
receiver.
that'd be scary. That
That
gives
would be.
A-Rod a big body receiver who has some speed to him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel that way about – there's a lot of good receivers they can go. I think Tolbert with Green Bay would be scary.
Now,
Watson, that's really just your preference, honestly. There's still a good amount of receivers there on the board. Let's see. Braden says, if we draft Pickens, we'll become the Georgia Packers. And so
you could be.
You could be. Or Green Bay could ignore it again. That's very well a possibility. They could ignore it again. But yeah, there's some really good options here. Even later on, a guy like Robinson, like him, David Bell. It's a lot of guys on this board, guys. A lot of guys.
I find it interesting, though, this draft, if you go in history, there's been 2 schools who had most people drafted. That's Ohio and Alabama. Not this year. It's Georgia's taking over.
Oh yeah, because that championship defense now, that was that was something right there. But really quickly, we got Mike here, and so Mike, what's good with you, Mike? How's it going? He says, listen to the reaction from yesterday earlier sounded great, and so appreciate that, Mike. How do you feel about Buffalo taking a cornerback in round 1? I told you that you're going to have your choice at running back in round 2, so this is the round to go after it now. So I would definitely watch that board there and see how things play out there. And I'll just go over and switch over to running back here. But certainly, hey, Kenneth Walker III, I've been saying it. Well, me and Old Man both have been saying it for a good minute. That's our top running back. Many people believe that Breece Hall is the top running back here. Pro Football Focus, they side with, I guess, me and Old Man on this one in terms of Kenneth Walker III being the best. He's got over 1,000 yards last season after contact. As we know, once you make it to the NFL level, Melvin Gordon said it himself, the biggest difference at the NFL level is the lack of the blocking. There's a big difference when it comes to the blocking and stuff like that. So a guy who, had a lot of rushing touchdowns, with great blockers at the college level, maybe that won't necessarily be the case, if the offensive line isn't that great. But a guy that can get you yards after contact, that's someone that you can build around that backfield. All right, let's see. Mike says, I did not realize others were saying Walker really good too. I was telling you solely from film he was faster. Shaq Lawson could be. And so now when it came to Walker, Old Man, your thoughts on Javon Walker?
I think he's a good player. His upside is really high. But on the flip side, you can get a bust. They didn't go with the safe pick. The Lions went with the safe pick. So it all depends. I think Dougie P will love to have him. Then you put Josh Allen on the other side of him. If he works out, they have a scary duo.
That's right. And so let me see if I can just make this bigger here. And so, so we look at Javon Walker, the first pick of the draft here. And so, obviously, he has the size of 6'5", 275 pounds. And so you look at the analysis, they love his strength, obviously loves explosiveness, extremely gifted there, but what are some of the cons there? In 3 years of starting, you only had like 9 sacks. And so you look at that Georgia defense from last year, and I was really, thinking to myself prior to this draft, I was like, Javon Walker. I was like, I know Nakobe Dean. I knew the safety that they had, and I knew, Jordan Davis in the middle, but I was like, I probably think of about 4 guys on that defense alone before I thought of Javon Walker. Now, obviously, scheme, you take some of that, then having good guys around you and stuff like that. But, we're talking about the first overall pick here. I like for my first overall pick to be a sure thing. And so we'll see if he does reach that potential or not. But, yeah, we're drafting the guy off of potential with the first overall pick. And so that's what they opted to do with that one. That being said, though, Pro Football Focus gave him, let's say they said that he never cleared a 75 grade from Pro Football Focus with the Bulldogs. Meanwhile, Aiden Hutchinson. All right, so Aiden Hutchinson. All right, so yeah, so they say where he wins, in 2021, it was anywhere he wanted. But if I had to boil it down to one area, it's his violence and contact. I mean, we're talking explosive strength throughout his frame. They say stupid good agility for a man his size. His inside counters are deadly. And so, I mean, you look at this balance, great, strength, great, explosiveness, great, hand usage, great, bend, great. And so a lot of great things right there. Matter of fact, Pro Football Focus says that the only edge rushers drafted in the first round of the last 5 drafts with higher overall Pro Football Focus grades in college than Hutchinson was Chase Young, Nick Bosa, and Myles Garrett. And so those were the only 3 with higher Pro Football grades coming out than what Aiden Hutchinson had. So we'll see how things work out, though. We'll see how they work out. Let's see. Mike says, nice to see that Hutchinson star power for Lions. And so, yeah, I was happy for Detroit. Kid gets to stay home with them. That was great right there. Let's see. Braden says, I figured out why we're not addressing the receiver position because we're trying to get Harry out of your hands. And so, you hear that, old man?
4th rounder. 4th. I'm telling you, after you took Wyatt from us, 4th rounder.
That's the least you can do. Let's see. Mike says, old man is right. It's a swing for the fence. If he's third on running back value like the Bills, Shaq Lawson so far. And let's see. Braden says off. Let's see. Mike says, what did coach have to say about Stingley with so many needs? And so, old man, I'll let you answer that one first. We both spoke with him.
He actually loved the pick. And on my draft, he's the one that wanted him to get drafted.
Yeah, I think coach is leaning towards Derek Stingley Jr. as well. And so I know Houston has many needs there, but they saw what in their minds is a star right there. So that's the route that they wanted to go. So, I mean, they chose him over the Sauce. So we'll see if, that was the right call in the future. But that's the kid they believed in.
They found their guy to build off of, though.
Now, I wanted to ask Coach about that second first-round pick that they had when they took Green.
But then after what New England did.
Yeah, after what New England did, I'm not going to ask anybody about that no more. So let's see. Mike says, again, you guys sounded really, really good. Appreciate that, Mike. Appreciate it. And so, yeah, we're about half an hour away from the start of the second round here. Mike says Buffalo wanted Sauce Gardner. He did not allow a touchdown. Not sure the competition since he faces. And so, I mean, let's not forget now, Cincinnati, we can say like, hey, they did play Bama in the college football playoffs, and that still held up. No touchdowns there. And that was against Bryce Young, and all those receivers that they had, from Jameson to John Mechie, all those guys, that Bama possessed, he still went face-to-face, toe-to-toe with those guys, and he held his own. So I'll give him credit for that. Mike says, I can't believe you are trying to still pawn off Harry to others. He said, that's terrible.
Mike, I haven't stopped since the rumors came out. I won't stop till he's off the team.
Exactly. This is only going to intensify, Mike. This is only going to intensify, especially come tomorrow and stuff like that. Early day 3, we'll be looking for that for real.
That's what I'm thinking Belichick is waiting on to see if all these receivers starts going. And that's when he'll start making phone calls. Hey, give us, a 5th rounder. No, give us a 6th rounder.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Mike says, good for coach. Not a wrong answer. And so, all right. I mean, yeah, I trust Lovie Smith. Lovie Smith has definitely seen some good defensive backs throughout his time when he was the head coach of Chicago, and he knows what he's doing there. So I trust if he believes in Derek Stingley there. Derek Stingley is good and stuff like that. He really is. And so we'll see if he can reach that full potential, though. That's the question. Can he reach that full potential that everybody saw flashes of at the college level? But that's what the draft is. You draft the guy based upon his potential, belief that he can fit in your scheme, and then you help the kid reach that goal, hopefully. Let's see. Mike says the Panthers took a safe move. Could move for Baker tonight. No picks to 5th or 4th. And that shows me with so much depth, deep talent, no trade, Panthers to move back. And so So he's saying that the Panthers could very well trade for Baker Mayfield, which is a possibility, you know, that you could do that. If I'm Carolina, though, I'm probably more interested in Jimmy Garoppolo, taking that route right there if I'm going to trade for somebody and stuff like that. But it's certainly a possibility they could trade for Baker.
Me personally, I'm not trading for no quarterback or taking a quarterback. Because if you're the Panthers, you know you're gonna have a high, at least a top 10 pick again.
That's right. That is right for next season. And then there's some good quarterbacks for next year as well coming out there. I mean, whether we're talking CJ Stroud or we're talking Bryce Young, there's going to be some good quarterbacks next year that we're going to definitely like a lot more. So expect more quarterbacks to get drafted. I'll go on record to say that next year we'll have more quarterbacks drafted in the first round.
You know how Tyreek Hill got traded and it threw a wrench in the wide receiver group of people who might get traded and stuff?
Right.
I think Matt Ryan getting traded started throwing people off the quarterbacks because
Oh,
he
yeah.
went for a third round and he took the Falcons to a Super Bowl. So for a Super Bowl type quarterback goes for a third round, what is Baker worth? A six? A baby?
If you ask me, I would hesitantly say seventh, but no, I would say a fifth. I would say a fifth. Let's see. Mike says snacks out. I'm getting ready to get this second round started. So Mike's ready. And so Mike, tell us, I mean, for those snacks, I mean, is there any chance that you might go to Bojangles route? You know, maybe Papa John's, something like that. Buffalo Wild Wings. Mike says Neil Cross penning deep off the tackle, very shallow for guard. So if you see a guard you like, you need to move up and get a guard regardless what anyone thinks. Is this Mike backing Bill Belichick up because Mike wants to see Buffalo take advantage of us? Is that it, old man?
I don't know. I'll give Bill credit though. Like I said, I was doing some research. They did have him as top 10 guard in the draft. The only difference is they thought he was a late second because they didn't think guard was a need. There was too many other need positions that would go further. And if rumors are true, the Bucks were looking to take him, the Texans, and other teams in the second, so he might not have fell towards the 54th. Plus, they saying Logan Mankins, they taking it back to him. They taking it back to he could be the left guy that left us and went to KC.
Got you. Oh,
So
Logan Mankins
to
back
me,
then. I mean, if he turns out to be anything close to what Logan Mankins was, I'm happy. Like, because I remember those days. Logan Mankins, that was a great time.
and like I said, he played 6 years in college, and so he's day one ready. So I am defending Bill a little bit. I can see why he did it. He ain't have to worry about the O-line. He ain't got to worry about Max Jones now. He's fine. He can go defense and maybe a receiver now.
Well, let's see what he does. Let's see. Mike says the smart move for the Panthers is Fitz or tough it out with Darnold until next draft, and then Robbie Anderson got to go.
If they trade for the Baker, Robbie's gone. He's not going to play with Baker.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Mike says, please move Christian McCaffrey for a second, third, and a fourth. So Mike wants to see the Panthers get rid of Christian McCaffrey. He is not a fan of Christian McCaffrey. And so Alexis says draft. And so Mike says Zion Johnson is guard and just as much of a gamble as the Chattanooga kid. And so let's see. Alexis says, is my Eagles going to keep their good draft? And so, I mean, hey, the Eagles, they did outstanding. They did outstanding so far. Matter of fact, let me see if I can see what all their picks are upcoming today. All right, so as of today, as of right now, they have, the 51st pick and the 83rd pick in terms of, potential today. Obviously, trades and stuff can happen as we've seen yesterday. But they enter today with these two picks there. So let's see. Given the current board, let me see if I go to the latest one. So looking at all the teams that's ahead of them, I say there's still going to be some quality linebackers, obviously, by the time the Eagles get up there that first time. There's going to be some quality linebackers. I don't want to do that. Best available linebackers. And so, yeah, I mean, looking at this linebacker board here, I mean, Obviously, a guy I think Nakobe Dean is going to be off by the time the Eagles pick there. Chanel, he should be off as well. But I mean, a guy like maybe Chad Muma or Troy Anderson. I mean, my man Troy Anderson. Not only did he play linebacker, but hey, he's played quarterback. He even played running back before playing that. I had no idea my man played so many positions and stuff like that. He's like the college the pro version of what I did in high school. So a guy like that, I mean, he can he knows all the
Kristen
positions,
Harris.
and so
I would
that's
like
right.
I would like Harris with the Eagles.
And so Christian Harris, that'll be a great one as well. Although I think Baltimore will find a way to draft him, but certainly that you got Tyndall as well. There's a lot of options here, a lot of options right now at the linebacker position, and I
Brandon
fully
Smith.
expect the Eagles to come away with someone. So,
Don't sleep on my guy, Brandon Smith now.
oh yeah, Brandon Smith, and so like I said, a lot of good linebackers out there, a lot of them. Let's see. Mike says Eagles Jordan Davis is safe. And I'm afraid to get Georgia players, but being from Georgia, I thought some Georgia players were a reach, and so I think he's referring to the Packers and their pick with the first one that they had, and so. But there's a lot of Georgia players taken, no doubt about that. Everybody wants something special from that defense that they had last year. That was a special defense. Let's see. Mike says Bobby Anderson is not crap on everyone. Good like To. Even he had more class, and so. Mike says you can't build around one running back, JB, only committee with salary cap. And so Mike says Packers on would have reached the most. And so that's why Quay Walker, I had Quay Walker being here today, honestly. But they leave David Ajabo. You've got Christian Harris up there, Chad Mooman, Nakobe Dean. Yeah, Nakobe Dean. Yeah, I mean, Nakobe Dean, in my opinion, he was the heart and soul of that defense there. And so the fact that all those other guys got drafted and he did not get drafted in the first round right there, I mean, whoever gets him, they're getting a steal, and the guy's going to come in extremely motivated. So Alexis wants Chad Muma there from Wyoming. Okay. Certainly, I think it'd be a possibility at that point. If you're looking at the board right there, by the time the Eagles get their first pick, I say that should be a possibility. I'm wondering, though, and you guys in the chat, let me know, how much further will we have to wait before we see someone take my man Malik Willis and stuff like that? I mean, you guys have, been talking about Malik Willis dating back to the regular season and stuff like that. He was many of y'all's QB1 here. So how do you feel about the fact that Malik Willis is still on the board and Kenny Pickett is not on the board right now? How do you guys feel about that? Old man, we'll start with you.
I'm actually shocked, to tell you the truth. I'm not shocked that Pickett went to the Pittsburgh. I kind of figured he would because of hometown thing. I'm actually shocked Saints didn't take him when they traded up. I thought the Saints would have taken him, maybe the Falcons, but
Oh yeah,
I think somebody might trade up with the Bucks to draft him.
that certainly would be a smart thing to do right there in terms of trading up to get him there. But I mean, it's the term that we use to describe him that says it for me. Every time we talk about Malik Willis, we say he's a project. And so any GM, you hear project, you're thinking, okay, you don't make sure you don't make a reach and stuff like that, especially early on in that first round. So everybody avoided him. Pittsburgh knew they were going to get a quarterback there, and they took the route of Kenny Pickett. And as I said before, Kenny Pickett more ready to start year one because I don't believe in Mitchell Trubisky at all. When I saw that, right when that trade first happened, you look at my trade video that I did, I was like, why would they do this? It made no sense to me if they were going to, put their faith in Mitchell Trubisky. We already seen that didn't work. But that being said, even if you start the season, at least now with Kenny Pickett, when you are ready to switch on, I feel like Kenny will be ready year one to go. So you can go ahead and put him into the fire, and he'll do pretty good with the weapons that they have. They have to make sure they address that offensive line, though. But Kenny Pickett, I think, was the right choice there for the Pittsburgh Steelers in that scenario. Now, Malik Willis, I'll be looking to see where he goes, what team goes up to get him. But that's going to be a fun thing to watch as this plays out.
Now, what happens if Desmond gets taken first?
I slick was thinking that if Seattle gets on the board first, don't be surprised if Seattle just takes Desmond Ryder ahead of Malik Willis if nobody else does. I think Seattle takes Ryder. I think that's their guy right there. They take him.
I think I also agree. I think that's the best spot for him.
And so, We'll see. Things are about to get very interesting here. Mike says Jets Jermaine Johnson is huge gamble, and so I was so mad when the Jets went up and got him as well. They actually were trying to get back into the first round again for a third pick, like after the 15th selection was up there, but they ended up getting their guy Jermaine Johnson, and so I'm surprised Jermaine Johnson fell as far as he did. Some people had him rated higher. For me and my mocks, I had him towards the end of that first round there, right around the spot where the Jets got him. But nevertheless, the Jets have been very busy this draft. So as a Patriot fan, it just irks me to see that. Let's see, Mike says George Karlaftis, JB Nation. We watched him a lot and he fell off. Will he rebound? And so, oh man, we'll let you tackle that question first.
It all depends. It might like the scheme and everything, but he could fall off. I'm not sure though. I'm kind of worried about him in a while. Away.
Yeah, at least nobody reached out and got him in the top 15 and stuff like that. So I feel more better about where he got drafted in the draft as opposed to, like early when a lot of mock drafts came out early and they had him going like top 15 or something like that. But I think he went at the right place for him at this point in the draft. Let's see. Mike says JB quarterback's going soon. Willis going to go soon by team. Shocked he's still there. And so, all right. So Mike says he's going to go very soon. Mike says he wants the Bills running back Brian Robinson or James Cook. Let me show this to Mike real quick, old man, and show you where Pro Football Focus puts his boy Brian Robinson here. All right, so we're looking at the running back board here. According to Pro Football Focus, and of course it's just their board here, but they've got Kenneth Walker III, they got Breece Hall, Damian Pierce, James Cook, Zamar White, Rashard White, Pierre Strong Jr., I'm surprised that even they got Tyler ahead of him. They've got Kyron Williams there. Then they got Brian Robinson there. They project Brian Robinson Jr. to be a 5th-round selection according to Pro Football Focus. Is that they're saying that he's bottom line a 5th-round pick, a 2-down thumper, bring him in for goal line, short yardage situations. Don't expect much more. Their words, not mine. Let's see, Mike says tons of good receivers left. The Metcalf of this year is Christian Watkins with 6'4" and crazy fast. And so, there's so many good receivers, though, so many good receivers to choose from. And so we'll take a look right there at that board again. And so, I like Sky Moore a lot. I do. There's George Pickens there. And then there's John Mechie. Then your boy Christian Watson there. There's a lot of receivers. Calvin Austin III, really like him. There's just so many good receivers. Really like David Bell as well. So many great receivers. Let's see. Mike says there are teams that need head examine if they pass on Willis again. Let's see. Mike says later round running backs hit a lot. JB don't gamble with the first. And so I agree with that, Mike. I agree with that. I've seen the Patriots have much success with that as of late. So definitely I agree with that statement right there about the running backs. And so, but yeah, Malik Willis, that's going to be interesting right there to see where he ends up going. And so
JB, I looked it up. New England has the 54th, 85th, and the 94th pick today.
And so, okay. I can just go ahead and switch it over.
I definitely can see Bill Belichick trading up.
All right. And so, yeah, we have that up there. Like you said, 54th, 85th, and 94th there. And so I'm still looking at that pick grade. They gave it a poor grade. Come on, Pro Football Focus. Come on. Well, let's look at some of the teams that did not have picks yesterday that's going to have some picks today. Like I know Indianapolis picking that in the 2nd round. Most people are assuming they're going to go wide receiver here. It makes a lot of sense to get Matt Ryan, another option there at wide receiver. That makes a lot of sense there. So I'm expecting the Colts to go wide receiver. They've got a 2nd. They've got a 3rd as of right now. So potentially 2 picks today. Obviously, we'll see if they trade that or not. Let's see. Another team that did not pick was the Miami Dolphins. They have a 3rd and they got a 4th rounder. What are you expecting Miami to do by the time they get on the board? Oh, old man's not here. So, well, then I mean, I can see Miami there working on that offensive line, though. I really can't see it. Well, let's see. Where am I? Mike says, don't gamble first with tight end Trey McBride and Jalen Weidermeyer. I hope I said that right. Left. And so let's see. Mike says, Patriots running back by committee is the way. Keep them fresh. And so that's right. Because if running back goes down, hey, you get another running back that can kill man and keep it going. Not only that, different running backs bring different skill sets. And so it works. It works. And it keeps them, as you say, fresh, healthy, extends their career, all that stuff. Mike says, build the O-line. Let's see. Mike says, what grade did they give the Patriots strange pick? And so, they actually said it was poor, but in terms of an actual letter grade, don't think they gave the actual letter grade, but they gave that pick a poor, which is the only one that I think they gave in the first round for it being a poor. So overall, 86 is what they had him in terms of player being ranked in the 86th best player, but yeah, they had him poor. Let's see. Mike says, so Alexis pretty pumped about the Eagles pick. And so, yeah, because absolutely, especially when they took Jordan Davis there. And then they traded away that first round pick yesterday to acquire A.J. Brown, which I'm mad my team didn't do it. But, man, A.J. Brown, I mean, to Philadelphia, I know Jalen Hurts, he's got to be happy. He has got to be extremely happy. Mike says, what do you say to the running back when he wants the money? I say it's time to move on. That's what you say to the running back when he wants the money. When he starts getting that Le'Veon Bell fever, that's when you have to say it's time to move on at that point. That's why you get running back by committee and all like that. So that way, by the time, you get done with that first contract and stuff like that, if you're using 3-4 running backs and by the time, you lose one, you're used to the other three guys already. So you can draft someone maybe round 4, 5, 6, come step in there, keep that rotation going. And so that's what you do, unless you have someone that's, like in their prime, like an Alvin Kamara or something like that. Then you go ahead and working on, extending that. Let's see. Mike says, I don't know what Bill Belichick says he sees in chance. And so, in terms of, old man talked about this earlier, but in terms of what Bill Belichick did yesterday in hindsight is essentially he knew there was going to be a couple of teams that was aiming to draft that guard out of Chattanooga, Cole Strange, in the second round. And so Bill just went ahead and took his guy on the offensive line. And so, the fact that he did trade back before he made that pick, so I will give him credit for that. He gave us some additional picks. Now we're good with the offensive line, and we'll see how that goes from there. Let's see. Mike says, yep, later. And so peace out. All right, Mike, appreciate you for that one. So, yeah, appreciate that. And so let's see. So, Rory Moore, thank you so much for coming through and appreciate the support. And let's see, Mike says, not saying chance not good, did not see film yet. And so, old man, if you want to break down that film there of Cole Strange for what did you see on the tape, old man?
Well, I seen a player that's right off the bat ready to go. People are complaining that he's been in the college football for 6 years. In my book, I think look at that as a good thing. You can plug him right in. You ain't got to worry about him. He has to work on a little bit of stuff. But who better to go to work on your technique than Bill Belichick? You see him all the time in the draft room telling people he wants players that he can work with. You've seen him go to Myers Garrett when he was about to become a draft player. He was giving him hints how to move his hand better. Hindsight looking into it now, I think Belichick did the right thing. You take care of Matt Jones. You give him a body, a young guy, a younger old lineman who could grow old with him. You got him for 5 years on the cheap deal, and then you're ready to go.
You get that extra year by taking them in the first round. So that is very important right there. But just a reminder to make sure you guys press the thumbs up button. And also, if you're someone that's new, make sure you are subscribed to the channel, guys. And so we are getting closer. We're about a good 10 minutes away from the draft resuming and starting the second round. And so we'll get to see these teams that have not had draft picks yet. And we'll get to see Malik Willis. Where will he end up going at? Somebody's about to get a steal, potentially. Let's see. Mike says you need a guard. You need a guard, and so yeah. I mean, if you need one, you need one. Mike said, "Peace out to the running back." That is. Let's see. Mike says 6 years is a positive, and so I mean, yeah, my man's been working there for a long time there on that line. Let's see. Mike says, "Rather have Aaron maybe with 1 year," and so. Let's see. Mike says, plus he hedged bets and traded back. What he get, and so yeah. Oh man, what all did we get in compensation for that trade back that we had when we traded
Give
back?
me 1 second, I'll tell you. If I can get to my notes real quick. We got the 94th overall pick, and then we got I believe the 127th pick too.
All right, so that
we got a third and a fourth with the and we also got KC's first pick.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
At 20.
Yeah, that's the one we used on Cole Strange there. So all right, so that means that third round pick that we get is because of them.
And I believe a second for the fourth, yeah. And I think that's a good idea, only moving back 8 spots.
Oh yeah. And he still had the player that he was eyeing as well. So although you say that in hindsight, though, if Green Bay doesn't take the Riot, maybe the Pats would have took him.
Yeah.
What could have been.
But if they can find a way to get Travis Owens, I'll take it.
And again, looking at the board there, and so yeah, Travis Jones up there, rated by Pro Football Focus as the highest available player up there on the board. Oh, sorry. Didn't scroll up high enough. I was like, some guys disappeared already. But yeah, I mean, the fact that what was your biggest surprise, oh man, in terms of just a guy being available? We'll say aside from Malik Willis, outside of quarterback, a guy being available here in the second round.
Nakobe Dean. I thought he might have been the first linebacker taken off the board. I'm actually shocked he fell all the way out to the second.
I thought he would be the second linebacker. I thought Devin Lloyd would just be the first one, but I assumed that there was going to be multiple linebackers taken in the first round. But clearly, they knew that there was a lot of depth there, so he ended up falling to the second round. I mean, other linebackers did get taken, but Nakobe Dean falling to the second round. I agree with that. Andrew Booth Jr., I didn't think he would slide until like I saw once Buffalo went up there, and then we were talking about it, and he was like, they're about to take Andrew Booth Jr. I was like, well, Elam's been climbing up on a lot of boards there, so I think that Elam will go to Buffalo. It's a good fit there. But after that, I saw Minnesota up there. I thought Minnesota might take Andrew Booth Jr., but the fact that he made it out the first round, that is a bit of a surprise right there.
Somebody's going to get a great tackle coming up, though.
Oh, yes. Someone is going to get Bernhard there, and that's going to be a great pick for them as well. Great pick.
I'm shocked Cowboys didn't take him, actually.
I knew the Cowboys had their eyes set on the guy that they took there. I knew that he was going to be their pick there. There were just a lot of rumbles there. And so even though if it was going to be a reach and all like that, I had a feeling the Cowboys were going to take that direction with him if they stuck with that pick and went offensive line. And based on all the receivers. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you see what Jerry Jones did when they asked him about it? He took their mock draft stuff info and he turned it to him and said, "Did you look right here? You could." His son looked like him, like he was ready to smack him.
Right, like we're still in the middle of the draft.
People can pause the video and zoom in.
Right. That's Jerry Jones.
Jerry trying to get more spotlight.
That's Jerry for you. Let's see. James, what's good with you, James? How are you doing today? Glad to have you back. Let's see. James says Pats and the Chiefs made sure Bills didn't get Trent McDuffie. And so, right. Oh, yeah. That Yeah, James says the fact the Chiefs got Trent McDuffie at 21 is crazy. Dude was ranked as the ninth best player in the draft, and so I honestly thought when Minnesota was scheduled to pick first, I thought that's where he was going to end up going at. But kudos to Minnesota, they traded back, and so now even though we're in the second round here, you still got a guy like Andrew Booth Jr. on the board. You already took a safety prior, so I mean, hey, they can really if they do what I think they're going to do then with that 34th pick right there, they can get Andrew Booth Jr. there, assuming that Tampa doesn't trade with someone that wants to get him. But they already went out there and got their safety, Lewis Stein, which is a great pick right there from Georgia. So get a chance to really change the game at secondary for these Minnesota Vikings. But yeah, the draft is getting ready to resume soon. Oh, man, do you think the Tampa's going to keep this pick or do you think they're going to trade it?
I think they're going to trade.
I think they're going to trade with someone. I got to see who's a team that needs a tackle really badly. They probably trade with a team that needs a tackle that's going to come in there and get that tackle. Because if you look at the best available, let's just narrow it down to purely just the offensive tackles. And so there's a difference here between, Bernhard right there, and then some of these guys are good, but you want to get them probably later on in that second round, I would think, second, third round ish. But this is a guy that should have been gone day one, so
yeah,
you want to get him. So I can see someone trading up for him, or either maybe Nakobe Dean, Andrew Booth Jr. if you think Minnesota's going to take him, something like that, or maybe you just want to go ahead and get Malik Willis right now. A lot of options for teams that would have, to consider if they want to move up. Let's see. James says some people had Trent McDuffie as their second corner. I just wonder how he feels size, and so how he fell size, and so how did you feel about Trent McDuffie, old man? How did you feel about him?
I think he's good. I don't worry about size because size to me it does matter, but also doesn't. We've seen Tyrann Mathieu, who plays corner, ball out at when he was playing corner, and he's what 5'9", 5'10".
And so I mean, we're talking about a guy that Trent McDuffie, 5'11", about 195, I'll say, and so I mean, like they say, the best zone corner in the class, and so. You look at this, they like his change of direction. They're giving 9 out of 10. Obviously, the frame, that's the biggest issue, and that's not something he can really, help. But they say he has shades of Jaire Alexander with lesser ball skills, but still, though, that's a great, class to be in right there in that conversation. They say the best tackling corner in the class. So you get a guy that can tackle, a guy that knows, his zone coverage there, good speed, great awareness, very physical. And you mean to tell me the only drawback we can think of is just his size at 5'11" at that? I'm good with that.
At worst case scenario, you can move him to safety.
Exactly. If all else fails, you have that route there. But I like this kid there. Going to Kansas City, I never would have thought that was a possibility that he would fall to Kansas City. But, I mean, hey, Kansas City, they were able to double dip.
It's a good move for them because with the Chargers keeping Mike and then Raiders getting Adams, you definitely need a corner.
I'll say this, though. You look at the grades that were given to them. I mean, hey, Pro Football Focus said a very good pick for that one. And then for the George Karlaftis, they gave that one an elite one. And so, I mean, Kansas City, they improved that defense. They got better yesterday with that defense. Let's see. Mike says Patriots reporting possible phone issues. And so, but yeah, guys, we're getting ready for the draft to resume. Let's go to the latest pick here and see what happens. And again, another reminder, let's see where we are right now. Make sure you guys press the thumbs up button as well to show support here for the stream. And also, if you're someone that's watching that's new, make sure you are subscribed to the channel as well. I see we got 6 thumbs up here. Let's see if we can increase that to about 15. All right, let's see. Mike says, Bill Belichick calling teams asking if they will give 7 for Harry and keep phones keep disconnecting.
Hey, don't sleep on it. If these receivers go off the board quick, I could see somebody off in a 6.
And by somebody we mean Green Bay. And so let's see. James says what the Pats did yesterday is just I don't know. Yeah, I mean, and when it first happened, I was just like, "Are you serious? Like, really? That was a bit of a reach there." But after talking it over with old man, we feel a little bit better about that pick yesterday. Let's see. Boston Sports is here. What's good with your Boston Sports? And so I know you're ready to see what our Patriots are going to select here today. But how are you doing? How are you doing in Boston Sports? How did you feel about the Patriots' first round pick taking Mr. Cole Strange? Did you find it strange or did you understand where Bill was coming from? And again, Tampa Bay is going to be on the clock. And so I'm interested to see if Tampa Bay is going to actually keep their selection or will they trade with someone else? I would have to think that Tampa Bay would at least be exploring a couple trades. Let's see. All right, we got old man back.
Nephew problems.
Understand. I'll be interested to see. Do you think that there's a possibility that James Cook could get drafted tonight?
I could see that. I could actually see Belichick doing something like that if he's still in the third round. If we decide not to trade up, and we both have the third round pick, I can see one of them being him.
Mike says, almost time for JB Nation Global International Draft Party. Gotta love how the name continues to grow. But yeah, I'll go ahead and look at the best available here because we know Tampa Bay right now is on the clock right now. And so, I mean, there's a couple options to look at right now, Mike. And so if you're Tampa Bay, if you keep this pick and you're Tampa, is now the time to perhaps take a guy like Travis Jones. But again, right now, we will wait to see what Tampa Bay is going to actually do here as they are on the clock. Let's see. Mike says Bill's targeting Cook is the rumor. And so let's see. Boston Sports says, I am all right, man. I absolutely did not like the pick in the first round. If we got him later, I wouldn't mind. And so, I mean, at first glance, definitely there. But I wonder how many other teams were planning on taking him possibly in the second round. And so, but yeah, certainly was not what I envisioned with that first round pick as well. Let's see, Mike says the consensus, never seen a draft with so many having different takes. And so, I mean, that was funny, right, old man? Yesterday, we're over there like trying to guess what each team was going to do. I mean, quite frankly, the truth is we have never probably seen this many teams with 2 first-round picks as we saw this, yesterday. And so the fact that teams had 2 first-round picks, like they could take, multiple needs with those or either trade back and get more picks. So there was just so many things that took place that was out of the norm for that. So just trying to guess with a lot of these picks, it was tough to do. It was tough to do.
Yeah. And then you had people trading players and everything. It was chaos.
Absolutely. Yeah, that A.J. Brown trade, though, like nobody could have guessed that. Nobody could have guessed that coming into it. If anybody would have thought a receiver would have been gone, we would have thought it would have been Deebo Samuel would have been gone. I mean, I'd have had Deebo first. I'd have had DK Metcalf probably second, even though Seattle swears they're not going to trade him. But Seattle, they said the same thing about Russell Wilson. But A.J. Brown, I thought him in Tennessee, I didn't think Tennessee was going to let him go. I didn't think they were going to let him go. At least not this year. Maybe after this year, but not this year. But Boston Sports is hoping that we can trade up to take David Ojabo for the Pats. Let's see. Mike says, you don't win friends with O-line, but it's super important. And so.
What are you talking about? You don't win with O-line. Yeah, you do. If you can't keep your quarterback up, right, you're going to lose. Look what happened to the Bengals.
Yeah, Mike says.
2 more seconds, the Bengals probably would have won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Mike says that you don't win friends with the O line. So he's saying you're not going to get the popular pick with that, but he
Oh,
says it's super important. And so let's see. Mike says I got grades all over on so many. All right. So Mike says, what do you guys think Tampa Bay area of needs is? Old man, we'll start with you.
edge and D line. They still haven't signed Shuey back, and they lost APP. They could
Oh
go
yeah.
corner also because I believe both corners are coming up on contract.
And so, yeah, definitely, I feel like for them, defensive line is certainly the fact that Travis Jones is up there. If Tampa keeps this pick, I'd be surprised if they don't take Travis Jones with that pick there. Especially seeing how like the guards and stuff like that, like where they are right now on the board. Since given how the guards are looking, I definitely would, if I'm Tampa Bay and I keep this pick there, I would probably consider taking Travis Jones there with this pick if I'm Tampa Bay. Let's see. Mike says fans won't like it on draft night, referring to the offensive lineman. Let's see. Braden
Yeah,
says, do you think the Buccaneers draft the corner here? Old man, what are the odds you say that Tampa goes corner here?
25%.
And so, I mean, it would be a good time to do it. It would be a good time to do it, given how the board is. If we're going off of best available players there, and you compare it to their needs right there, then yeah, taking Andrew Booth Jr. would certainly be a good option right there to take. But I feel like if you don't take Travis Jones here, by the time you pick again, I'm not sure when Tampa Bay is picking again the second time, but I think right now you may want to go ahead and let's see, when did they pick again? 60. Yeah, you may want to go ahead and go D line right now if you because a guy like Travis Jones is going to be someone that can make a huge impact on that defensive line there for years to come and satisfy that need right there.
They
But
could
as you
go wide
mentioned,
receiver too.
they could go receiver. They could. I mean, they could, but I feel like with the deep class there, given where you are right here at this pick, I would go Travis Jones right now because you don't make it now, then I don't know when you're going to actually address that need at this point. And so let's see. Mike says agreed, old. Let's see. Boston Sports says, I'm telling you now, the Bills are always going best available in the first round in depth. And so let's see. Mike says ESPN says guards needed. And so, I mean, despite the fact that the Patriots did gift them with a guard for just a fifth round pick. Let's see. Mike says, recap the Jets draft, please. Will be weird having someone as good as Sauce on the team. And so, yeah, so for what the Jets did, I mean, Sauce Gardner, my top cornerback. It took me a while to decide on my top corner, but ultimately I decided I wanted the Sauce as my top cornerback on my board personally. So that was a tremendous pick right there for him. You're getting someone that's going to come out there, tremendous cover skills. He's got the confidence, and he's going to go out there and perform at a high level for them. And then you look at what else they did. I know the Jermaine Johnson pick. That was a steal right there for the Jets. I say that was a steal taking Jermaine Johnson. And what was the other pick that they had? I can't think off the top of my head right there, old man. Um,
I'm not sure.
Oh, that's right. Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson. How could I forget? I'm mad they took Garrett Wilson there. He was my top receiver in this draft class. Wilson to Wilson is going to be a connection that, if Zach Wilson goes out there and takes that next step, look out. Zach's got the arm. Wilson's got the speed. So that is going to be interesting.
Jets will be hard to team in a couple of years. I think they need at least 2 more years before they fight for a number one spot. AFC East is not easy no more.
Yeah, everybody else putting in work. Braden says, what team do you think draft Willis? So, old man, your thoughts there. What team's going to draft Malik Willis?
If I'm looking at the board right now, I'd say New York Giants.
Ooh, so he says New York Giants. And so I'm looking at the board right now. If he somehow fell to Atlanta, I could see Atlanta doing it if he somehow fell that far. I think
If he,
Seattle probably goes a different quarterback direction with Ryder. That would be unpopular, but I think they would take a different quarterback direction personally.
I wouldn't mind going to Washington either, because I keep saying Ron did draft Cam, and
Yeah.
he does remind me of a small version of Cam.
Let's go to the latest pick here. But yeah, with Tampa on the clock here, we will see what direction they go. Let's see. Boston says, "Be back, man. We need to be aggressive to get who we want." And so, exactly, that is true. That is true. Let's see. Mike says, "Remember, Bills only have Edmonds, who they do not want to extend, and Molino. That's it. They stink against the run." Mike says, "Boston Patriots most pressing need now." And so, let's see. Boston Sports says, "Before I come back, my biggest surprise that happened that last night was Jameson Williams going to Detroit besides the Patriots pick." And so, yeah, when Detroit traded up, I was like, oh, look, they really want to make sure that they get their quarterback. But it wasn't for a quarterback. We know that Detroit has a history of taking receivers in the first round. So they fell in love with Jameson Williams, and they made sure they got their guy. They made sure they got their guy. Mike says, "Giants not fifth-year option dimes." You know what that means, Mike? They're not sold on him. They're not sold on him. I mean, anybody can see that. I mean, Danny Dimes, I mean, he's not going to take you anywhere and all like that. So, yeah, I can certainly understand him wanting to, potentially consider all options. I'll put it that way, and not be locked to him for that extra year.
A quarterback to look out with the Giants is Carson Strong.
Ooh, Carson Strong.
Think about it. They will like having Josh Allen as the quarterback. Allen has a big arm. Carson Strong has a nicer arm. He can throw it too.
That is a great that's a great connection right there. Great connection. Let's see. Mike says, "JB, who not quarterback we not sold on?" So, who North Carolina quarterback we not sold on? So you're referring to Sam Howell. So Sam Howell, and so I'll go ahead and go to that real quickly. So according to Pro Football Focus, this is where probably me and Pro Football Focus has a big disagreement on. They have Sam Howell as the second best quarterback. I put Ryder above him. I put Matt Carroll above him. I put Carson Strong above him. And so that's where I put him. So I probably would have him right there at that fifth spot right there. I am not sold on him whatsoever. I was more sold on Mitchell Trubisky when he was in college than I am Sam Howell there. I mean, Sam Howell, he's had the hype there, but no.
They got him as a first-round pick?
So, yeah, I don't know what they were thinking there.
I want to see who they
must have been their first time. They say slower Russell Wilson. They must be talking about his production he had last season only. But
that's one season, man. No,
you can't. No. Pocket presence. I agree with the pocket presence there. 5 out of 10. I probably would have gave it a 4 out of 10. Mobility, they gave it an 8. Decision making, they gave it a 6. I probably would give it a 4. Arm strength, 9 out of 10. Probably would have said 8 out of 10. Accuracy, 8 out of 10. Probably would have given that 7 out of 10. But I don't know if we were watching the same year. Maybe they were watching the wrong tape from the year before. Maybe, I don't know. But he's don't do it. Don't do it. If your team needs a quarterback, take my advice. Don't do it. All right, so Tampa Bay's pick is in. So the good news is they went D lineman, like I said, but they didn't take my guy Travis Jones. They took Logan Hall, which is still a good pick right there. But I probably would have taken Travis Jones first. Oh, man, what are your thoughts on Tampa Bay going with Logan Hall?
Same thing. I thought it was going to be D-line, but I thought I would have went Travis Jones.
And so
I would have went Travis.
So Tampa Bay, but they went D lineman here, so they believe in Logan Hall. So we'll see long term if that plays out great for them or not. But I believe in Logan Hall. I do like him a lot here. But it's just, you had Travis Jones up there. But hey, if it works out for Tampa, that's great for them.
They got to be Minnesota.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be. Imagine if they passed on him here. Would that not be interesting? What are the odds that maybe Tennessee considers taking Malik Willis? What do you think? What are the odds of that potentially happening?
It could be, but with how you traded AJ Brown away, and I know you just picked up a wide receiver in the first round, but you know Tannehill will be upset if you drafted a QB. He needs all the help. He needs more help. He needs an
Oh
O
yeah.
line because you lost your left guard to Buffalo. You also need defense help. If you get a quarterback here, you'll be doing what Packers did with A-Rod. Not getting the
Yeah.
quarterback help, you're gonna piss him off.
Let's see. Mike says if Tampa took Willis, and so even though now we know that's not the case there, but I mean, what last year they took Kyle Trask, and so you can't draft the quarterback every year in the second round there until Brady decides that he's done. But they sound very confident in their quarterback situation beyond Tom Brady. So yeah, I did not expect that to be the case. But Logan Hall was the pick there for Tampa Bay. Let's see. Mike says Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and the receiver I like Russell Gage, not bad. And so, let's see, Mike says, can always use guard. Bills too. Let's see, Mike says, Shaq Barrett, Levine David, Devin White, ridiculous linebacking corpse. Mike says, I'm with old edge or guard, especially since Marpet retired. Let's see, Boston Sports says, back another thing I don't like about the Patriots pick is 23 years old already. And let's see, Braden says, number one, he's got Willis. Two, he's got Ryder. Three, he's got Strong. Four, he's got Carroll. So you know what that means, old man? That means he doesn't believe in Sam Howell either. So,
I agree with his how he
oh
has
yeah,
them in order though.
oh yeah. So did I miss something here? Or I see Green Bay's on the clock on my television. I see Minnesota here. So I guess that they trade with Green Bay.
Oh, maybe maybe
I'm
they
interested
take
to see the
Boots.
details. Well, let's see how this plays out, old man. Let's see what direction they take. Let's see. Braden says, good pick by the Buccaneers. Let's see. Mike says, Logan Hall, the Houston Gamble. Let's see. Braden says, we traded up. Let's go. So, yeah, Green Bay traded up with the Vikings. And so, what will Green Bay do? Will they go ahead and finally get a receiver? If so, which wide receiver? Let's just assume they do the common sense thing. And we already got it. Christian Watson. That's the pick that they made, guys. They took Christian Watson. How do you feel about that, Braden? Your Packers drafted a wide receiver. Let's go ahead and pull it up here. So, yeah, Christian Watson here. He's 6'4", about 210 pounds here. He's 23, almost 23 years old right there. And so let's look at this. And so some of the pros, they say an elite all-around athlete, one of the best pre-draft testers at the wide receiver position, incredible flexibility at 6'4", sinks low at the line and in his ankles, easy acceleration combined with long strides make him a nightmare for corners downfields. Now, some of the cons is that he doesn't use his size to his advantage. Rare to see him initiate contact, fights in the ball. Fights the ball in the air with ugly drops all over his tape, consistent drop issues. Run routes as they're printed on the playbook. Doesn't set defenders up. That's funny. Runs them how they're printed on the playbook. Doesn't. They say shades of Chris Conley. So what are you guys thinking about Christian Watson to the Packers? I like it personally. I like it. I believe in the kid here. I think going to Green Bay, that's a great place for him to go. Great place for him to go.
I think Paul Fancy should take.
Didn't hear you there, Mike. Your audio disconnected there. Oh man. Let's see. Mike says Minnesota just picked 32. Let's see. Mike says, hey Braden. Mike says, what Green Bay needs, Braden? Oh, oh yeah, receiver. Let's see. Mike says the star receiver. Let's see. Mike says the home run Metcalf. And again, that means that right now Tennessee is on the clock right now. Let's see. Mike says unreal player. And so I imagine right now Braden's so happy about the team pick that he went to go run around the house right now, probably. But yeah, Christian Watson, North Dakota State.
I wonder what they gave up to trade up.
I do wonder as well. It has not popped up on the screen there, but I do wonder as well. And so let's see. Braden says we got a receiver. Let's go. And so it was on Watson. How do you feel about the fact, Braden, that it was not Pickens, for example? I mean, me during my mock drafts, I always took Watson ahead of Pickens. That was just my order right there. But some people believed in Pickens more. Let's see. Mike says 9 thumbs up already. Great. Let's keep that going. Let's keep that going. Let's see if we can get to 15.
Oh, Tennessee did go corner.
Ooh. So Tennessee went Roger McCreary there. So I like him. I mean, he was one of my, guys that I was like, okay, he should be there in the second round, but I do like him. They say he's a savvy, battle-tested. He's actually seen 183 career targets. They say feisty at the catch point and does it well, and does work well to gain leverage. I mean, when you're playing at Auburn, that means you're going to be going against those Bama receivers every year. And so they say, what can he improve? His eyes, his vision, and stuff like that. They don't like his frame. And so, matter of fact, he's 5'11", 190, but, they're going to say that about a corner. He's got good awareness. Don't like his speed. And so, I don't know what his 40 time is, but they don't like his speed. But they say he's got shades of Patrick Robinson. So I like this pick here for Tennessee. That means the Giants are on the clock here. Mike says, whatever they gave up is worth it. To get a guy like Watson, 6'4", that frame alone, I agree with that. Let's see. Braden says, you were right. I was running around the house, JB. I knew it. It's been very stressful right here for Braden to have to wait his team to come back. But let's see. Braden says, I like Pickens more, but I like Watson too. And so, yeah, for me, Watson was higher on my board than Pickens. I don't know what it was for Pickens. Maybe he just didn't have a quarterback that, could help him get what I was looking for last year. But I had Watson higher on my board. Mike says, Rodgers, 4.40. Yeah, if he ran a 4.45, then, yeah, that's plenty fast right there, especially if you play quicker than you run. I'm all for that. All for that. But now we've got the Jets on the clock right now. So, oh, man, the Jets are picking 2 of the next 3. Oh, my goodness. And looking at the board right now, there's so many options that they can take right now on the board. I mean, will the Jets go ahead and perhaps take a linebacker here? Does Nakobe Dean go to the Jets? I'm going to be so pissed if the Jets end up taking Nakobe Dean and stuff like that, or either Andrew Booth Jr. Let's see. James says, still cooking here, but listening. What's up, guys? And so appreciate that, James. Appreciate that. Let me add old man back here. And so, but yeah, old man, look at that. The Jets just took Breece Hall. So the Jets get the first running back off the board, and it's Breece Hall. So, wow. How do you feel about that, old man?
I didn't see that coming. Them signing most of this offseason, I didn't think they would go running back right off the bat.
I did not think they were going to get one this early. I thought that they would draft one. I did not think that they were going to get one this early, despite the fact that I did hear something of it.
Then they drafted one last year too, Martin, right?
They did draft one, Michael Carter. He worked out great.
So I don't know why they drafted another one so high.
Yeah, I wonder if they don't view Carter as perhaps that primary option that they want. I mean, he's good. He's a good piece there. But, hey, they went ahead and took Breece Hall here. And so, wow. Wow.
Can you imagine if Houston takes Booth?
Whoo.
They would have their corners locked.
I know if I'm Houston, I was banking on probably taking Breece Hall myself. That's exactly what I was probably – if I'm Houston, that's probably the direction I would have taken. But, I mean, they could go tackle. They could go edge. They could take Dean. I mean, there's so many routes that Houston can go. That's why Houston's always an interesting pick. There's so many routes that they can take.
Oh, they could take that. Isn't that one tackle still available?
Yep. And I'll go ahead and Yeah, Bernhardt out of Central Michigan, still
if they
available
get
here.
him at right hill and he fell,
So yeah, Brees Hall off the board for the Jets. Happened in the second round. Let's see. Mike says potential. I go Watson all day. So Mike agrees with me there. Mike says Jets drafting their entire team thanks to the Panthers. Let's see. James says first running back of the draft. And so that is correct. The first running back of the draft. Mike says Hall goes down easy. So yeah, Mike prefers Kenneth Walker III. Let's see. Mike says because they're the Jets, Hall is a receiver type running back. Let's see. Boston Sports says, come on, Patriots, move up. You got a lot of draft capital now. And so, Bill's not going to do that. Oh, look at that. So Houston took Jalen Pitcher out of Baylor. And so he's more of that safety. They have him listed here as a corner, but more of that safety right there. So Houston took him. And so
he's more of a safety slot type.
Yeah, so I know Alexis wanted for her Eagles to take him, and so that was her highest rated safety on the board there. But a good pick there for Houston. They had many needs that they needed there, so a good pick there for Houston.
They're locking down that secondary, though.
Look at that. It says Pro Football Focus. The users on Pro Football Focus had Houston taking Malik Willis, and so the disrespect that Davis Mills gets. I mean, he did good enough to get warranted at least another opportunity at the job. Too many holes to fill to do that if you're Houston. But now the Giants on the clock, old man. I think that maybe this is where the Giants double dip. If they don't take Nakobe Dean there and they don't go and take the kid from Penn State at edge, I think they take that tackle from Central Michigan and really revamp that offensive line. Can you imagine that? They already took Evan Neal inside, and you get that tackle as well. Whew, yeah, that would be something. Or what if they went off strip and they actually took Kenneth Walker III? What if they went off strip and actually got him?
Or they could take Booth because they're trying to trade him.
There are some options. Oh, wait a minute. I think I didn't read that one. Let's see. James says, wow, there's so many good guys that just fall to my beloved Browns. And so, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys that's falling. The Browns pick are right now currently 44. I know when the Colts go, they've got to be thinking wide receiver, most likely is what I'm thinking when they're on the board. Seattle, they've got two options. One of those has got to be quarterback, you have to think. Now, Chicago, if Chicago is on the board, there's no way they don't take that tackle from Central Michigan if he's on the board. There is no way they don't select that kid if he's on the clock there for Chicago. Otherwise, I'm coming down there myself. I know receivers of interest, but right now you go offensive line first if you are Chicago.
Oh, yeah, if he's there, you have to. You got to protect Justin.
But we'll see
if Travis Jones falls to the Browns, they got to grab him.
Oh, yeah. Now, there's a chance Atlanta might take him first.
They could go also wide receiver.
They could take Malik Willis. But we're going to find out how Seattle values him. With those two picks there, will Seattle take Malik Willis or will they go ahead and draft Desmond Ridder? Mike says, who up? Yeah, right now, Mike, the New York Giants are up right now. So we're just waiting to see who the Giants are going to select here with their pick. With the 38th pick. Again, Houston took Jalen Petrie there, so out of Baylor. Oh, look at that. Look at that. So Atlanta traded up. Huh? Atlanta traded up. So Atlanta's on the clock. So Malik Willis. Will it be Malik Willis? If so, I have.
Or it could be that tackle.
It could be. It could be.
Falcons, because they screw in and try to get that O-line worked out before they take next year.
I'm looking forward to seeing what did Atlanta trade up for. Is this where Malik Willis comes off the board? What if they just do like they did at the wide receiver spot and they just take the other quarterback, Desmond Ryder? Oh, they went
Ooh,
edge. They went edge to get themselves an edge there. They went and got Arnold out of Penn State. How do you feel about that, old man?
I like it. I like it.
And so,
You
yeah,
get
that's
a
a
man who
great
finally
player.
can go after. You finally got a man who can go after Tom Brady.
Oh, yeah, 6'2", 250 pounds. Transferred from Temple to Penn State. I mean, you look at the grades the Pro Football Focus gave him. Says he has good hand usage. They don't love his explosiveness, his strength, balance, spin. They're really just not too high on a lot of his things. But some of the pros they have for him is active and powerful hands. They say very good at stopping tackles from getting in his frame. Consistently brings a pass rush plan, adept at approaching angles and setting up tackles. Number of ways to repertoire to win the edge, and so his shades of Charles Harris is what they're saying. So an all around edge. Okay.
Come on, Chicago, don't be stupid about it. Protect our
Yes,
man,
this
Justin
should not
Fields.
take long at all here, Chicago. I mean, he's basically falling to you here, Chicago. And let's see, Mike says the Marvin Neal's still on the board. So yeah, Mike, he is still on the board. And so, matter of fact, we looked at him earlier, and he was pretty deep on Pro Football Focus's board. Of course, that doesn't mean anything, but we'll see. I mean, Chicago has to go offensive tackle here. They just have to. They have to.
If they don't, if I'm Sutton, I'm telling them I want out. You don't get that poor man killed.
With the Bears on the clock, though, it should not take very long. You should already have an idea of who you want here.
Which also wouldn't surprise me if they went edge with them training Khalil Mack.
I think that offensive line, that offense was just so to the point where if you're going to help your first round pick from last year out, you have to do it. You have to do something offensively, and you got to address that offensive line first, as opposed to the receiver position here. You got to get something there to keep Justin Fields upright. You can't have what happened last year repeat. You just can't have that happen. But how about the fact that all these teams keep trading up, and we keep thinking, oh, it's for Malik, it's for Malik. It's not for Malik. It's really not for Malik. Maybe these GMs just aren't sold on him. Let's see. Mike says, sorry, what was the last pick? So you got the last pick, the Atlanta Falcons. They ended up drafting the defensive end, the edge rusher from Penn State, Arnold. I can't say his last name there, but yeah, they took the defensive end there from Penn State. And so James says the Bears. And so we're waiting to see what the Bears are going to do. I think it's going to be offensive tackle, if not tackle, maybe even guard. With Daniel Parham still being up there, maybe that direction. But one of the two, you got to address that offensive line there if you're the Chicago Bears. It's too strong of a need to ignore. Let's see. Mike says the Bills moved up to get a linebacker. And look at that, guys. Look at that. So Chicago went ahead and took a cornerback, guys. They took Kyler Gordon. And so, I mean, Kyler Gordon, good pick there in the second round. However, that offensive line, though, you had a chance to improve that offensive line and help the offense out. So I hope Chicago knows what they're doing. But they went cornerback with that pick. And I'm looking to see, well, let me just look and see when the Bears pick again. So they do not pick again until pick 71 at that point. So, but they're the experts. So, but now Seattle's on the clock and they've got back-to-back picks coming up. Let's see. Mike says need to move up. Sorry. Mike says cornerback, not your need. All right, old man. In case you missed it, old man, Kyler Gordon, cornerback taken by the Bears. Your thoughts there?
I like the player, but not for them. They needed offensive line bad. Like,
yeah.
You're gonna get that. You're gonna get Justin killed, and then you're all gonna blame him like the Bills are gonna blame him like they did with Trubisky.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that there's so many glaring holes on offense, you needed another receiver, you needed another offensive lineman, regardless position, you needed to address that badly. And you went ahead and went defense here, which I mean, I get it. In the normal draft, if your offense wasn't that bad, then yeah, Kyler Gordon certainly would love that pick there for them. But the fact is, your offensive line is that bad. So yeah, that was a surprise there. But hey, Chicago, I guess they say they're not planning on doing much next year.
If the Seahawks were smart, they would take that tackle.
They get back-to-back picks here. So back-to-back picks right now. So yeah, I agree. Take the tackle now, then you can take the quarterback. We still got Andrew Booth Jr. on the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So Seattle did not look. What's up with Andrew Booth Jr.? What are they seeing that we didn't see? But anyway.
I have no idea.
But yeah, I mean, everybody here that's watching in the comment section, do you think the Seahawks are going to draft a quarterback? And if so, which quarterback will they take? Will it be Malik Willis or Desmond Ridder or perhaps someone else?
I say if Booth is still there around Washington, or if some of these receivers start going, no one has to trade up. Either to get Booth or Mechie.
Let's see. Mike says Willis to Seahawks would be good if. And he says if. I put it this way. If you draft Malik Willis and you're the Seahawks this year, you're still going to have to stick out another quarterback out there, for this year, whether that be Geno Smith, whether that be Drew Lock, you're going to have to stick another quarterback out there and give him a year to get accumulated to the NFL speed with that pick. Meanwhile, Braden says that he is so happy right now that he doesn't have to make a receiver or a trade for Harry. And so, I mean, you still can use another one, Braden. You still can. Let's see. Mike says Booth should go soon. Should and Clemson partner. That's right. Mario Goodrich. Mario Goodrich, I mean. So, yeah, we're just waiting on the Seahawks pick to come in here. They've got back-to-back picks. And then once the Seahawks are off the board there, assuming no trades happen, Indianapolis will have a lot of receivers that they can choose from. So I can see them taking a guy like Sky Moore there, like I did in my mock draft for the Colts, had them taking Sky Moore with this pick. So I'll see if that ends up being the case or not.
Can you imagine if the Giants can get that left tackle or that tackle again?
Let's. I mean, it depends on what the Seahawks do here, but I mean, it's a possibility. It's a possibility if they go quarterback and they go cornerback, or they go quarterback and they go edge, or maybe edge and corner. That certainly is a possibility that they could have that. And again,
maybe the Colts will too. If he's there with the Colts, that might be a good idea.
And so, I mean, that'll give Matt Ryan some time.
Because they didn't like Fisher, the Colts. He's still a free agent.
Let's see. Braden says we'll probably draft one again tomorrow. Meanwhile, we're just glued to seeing what exactly are the Seahawks going to do here. Will this be where Malik Willis finally comes off the board?
They could be making phone calls right now, seeing someone straight up.
That is true. That is true. Because they sure are taking their time for a team with back-to-back picks. Meanwhile, I see that we're at 9 thumbs up here. So, yeah, let's definitely keep those thumbs up coming for sure. And also, if you're new, make sure you are subscribed to the channel as well. Let's see. Mike says Gordon 4.45. And so, meanwhile, for Kyler Gordon, Pro Football Focus gave Kyler Gordon an 89.6 Pro Football Focus coverage grade in 2021.
They wanted him to take Sky Moore.
Oh yeah, well that's the Pro Football Focus users. When I saw that they wanted for I understand that Malik Willis won for Atlanta, but they had for Houston. They wanted Houston to take Malik Willis. So
Disrespect to Mills, man.
exactly, I'm like, man, can we get any more disrespectful here?
In my opinion, he was the second best quarterback out of the draft.
Really?
Yep.
Who'd you have him above?
I had him above Justin Fields. He number 3. I would have Zach 4, Trevor 5th, and then Lance 6th. We haven't really seen what Lance done. But you have to also give it. Mills went to the Texans, who was dealing with Watson's situation.
Yeah.
And all the problems they're dealing with basically nobody, and did damage. And really showed that he can play.
I'll tell you what, though, if you're a team that's going to draft a rookie quarterback, it may not hurt to sign Tyrod Taylor first. And because everybody who's been drafted with this man in there, they come in there and at least end up winning a starting job and give you a decent year or two. But yeah, this Seahawks pick is taking quite some time.
That's why I'm thinking they might try to trade back at least one of their picks.
Maybe they're just having a deep conversation right now. Like maybe there's a split between who they should take.
Did you see the video Patriots put out about the draft room when they made a phone call and called them?
I didn't see the video.
It looked so dead in there. It looks like Kraft didn't even want to be there. It looked like the draft guy didn't even want to be there, like the guy who helps do the draft. He looked like he's like, really?
Let's see. Mike says need cornerback, need O-line, and some say receiver.
You think if they go wide receiver, that means DK's gone?
If they went wide receiver, then they are planning for the departure of DK Metcalf if they took that route there. And that would make it an all-out rebuild for sure.
Hey, if they hit on a couple of these drafts, they could be right back in it next year.
That is right. But, I mean, hey, they're in a tough division now. They're in a tough division. The only reason why this division – I mean, last year when we were coming into the season, we were saying that division was going to be, arguably the strongest division in the NFL. And so the only reason why we're not really saying it this year is because, well, the Seahawks, they gave away Russell Wilson. And so we will see what they do here. Is this where they get his replacement?
If I'm the Seahawks, I'm taking that tackle. And then if I can't trade back, I'm taking Desmond.
Let's see. Mike says Seahawks are an exhausted franchise. Let's see. Mike says Panther fans seeing all the new Jets be like.
Hey, you gotta give the Jets credit, dude. They got off Darnold for it a lot.
Oh yeah. They gotta give them credit. When the Eagles got rid of Carson Wentz, gotta give them credit. Also, the first pick is in. The pick is in here for the Seahawks. They went edge, and they went the kid from Minnesota, Boye Mafe. So, all right. So, what are we thinking of this?
I didn't see this one coming, actually. I thought it was going to be Redmond or they might have gone O-Lineman.
But yeah, they went edge here. So 6'4", 261 pounds here. They say as explosive as 261 pounder as you'll ever see, twitched up as can be, popping in his hands, takes away punches with ease when he lands his moves, and rocked up frame, 261 pounds, and not a lot of fat on him. And so they say shades of Joseph Osei. Some of his cons, they say very late breakout, not an impact player with his redshirt senior season, tentative in a run game, and sees more ground than he should. Lag time separating off blocks. If he's not clean off on contact, he rarely making the play. So, but he's been seeing the field ever since his redshirt freshman year, but only on rundowns as a rush down player. Okay. So here we are into the 40s, and Malik still on the board. Let's see if the Seahawks, though, with this second pick, will they go quarterback here, or will they perhaps go tackle, go corner? I mean, who knows at this point? Teams are not listening to us. That's what we do know. Let's see. Mike says, guard Sean Ryan available. Mike says, I say who? Come on, Seattle. Like this second pick.
Hey, I like it, though. The less receiver go off the board, the better chance of us getting messy.
Are the better chance for Bill to have too many options and decide to go elsewhere?
I hope, if it came down to it, I hope Mr. Kraft, if Messi's on the board, will look at him and say, "No, Bill, we got to do it."
We'll find out. We're gonna find out. But still some picks there. I expect Indy to go wide receiver here. We'll see if that's the case. Baltimore's coming up. Washington.
Lions could go wide receiver again if they feel like to lock that up.
Kansas City. Maybe the Saints double dip. Who knows? So quite some
Can you imagine that tackle falling? I can't believe he's fallen that far.
Yeah. I can't believe Nakobe Dean's still on the board.
What?
Ooh.
I like the running back, but
ooh. Whoa, Seahawks.
Does that mean Carson's up for trade? The running back?
I'd imagine they probably would want to use both at this point, but that means his wow.
Don't get me wrong. Walker, in my opinion, is the best running back in the draft, but I didn't have him going to Seahawks. I had him maybe going to Buffalo now.
Because we talked about the possibility that maybe someone like a CJ Spiller or something like that, but Kenneth Walker III goes to Seattle. So top two running backs off the board.
You know what they're doing, right? He's hitting the reset button and going old school. He's going back to the days of beast mode.
Exactly.
Run and pound the ball, play defense.
Let's see. Meanwhile, this is where we are here in the comments. Braden says, good pick by the Seahawks. Mike says, my guy says that Mafe, outside linebacker, is in the 5th. So I had him higher than a 5th round grade there. Braden says, rumor the Panthers could trade for your sponsor, Baker Mayfield. And so if they want to, that's on them. Mike says, we're here that Braden. Braden says, or the Pats could select a player you never heard of. Patriots always they always do that from time to time. But yeah, Kenneth Walker III was the second pick here by the Seahawks. On back-to-back picks, Boye and Kenneth caught me by surprise there. Not gonna lie, caught me by surprise there. And so let's see. James says the Browns, and so that's why we're getting closer and closer to that pick. But right now, the Colts are on the board, so I know Mr. JB, he cannot wait to see who the Colts are going to take here. Mike says JB's guy to the Panthers, and so that's not JB's guy at all. Mike says who? And so Mike says, oh, Walker. Mike says Walker can't catch.
He's not there for the catch, though. He's there to be Beast Mode 2.0.
And so Braden says, Steve Smith said it. Mike, he doesn't want it to happen. Doesn't want it to happen. And so let's see. James says that was crazy bonehead pick of the day so far. And so yeah, guys, nobody's buying, your guy Malik Willis so far. And so how much further do we have to see this man slide before he gets
Can you
taken?
can you imagine if the Colts took him, let him sit for a year or two behind Matt Ryan?
Ooh, this is not what Matt Ryan envisioned when he came here with this pick.
No, but if you look at Matt Ryan and say, "Hey, you got the next 2 years to be the quarterback,"
I mean, that would be
and then
interesting. That would be interesting. Nobody expected him to be on the board at this point. Let's see. Mike says, great runner. James says, my face pretty good. Mike says, come on, Pat's not Raiders yet. Let's see. Mike says, Mr. JB, what Colts need? And so ultimately, the goal for the Colts is to help Matt Ryan out as much as possible. But again, I mean, everything I've been saying, teams have not been listening so far. But if you're Indianapolis, I find it hard to pass on a wide receiver at this point right now when you know that you can use someone outside of Pittman that you have right now to, especially who knows what's going to happen, with T.Y. Hilton and stuff like that. So you need to get you another wide receiver.
yeah, but would you take him over that tackle right now?
When do they pick again? That's what I need to see. When do they pick again? Because, I mean, tackle makes a lot of sense as well to keep Matt Ryan upright. It's certainly what you want to do. And so
I believe they have 2 picks either in the 3rd or the 4th because of the Wentz trade.
Yeah, looking at the lineman. I mean, it would make a lot of sense to go tackle here. I would not be mad if they went tackle. Of course, there's a lot of receivers to choose from on this board. But let's see.
Because you could possibly get Bell in the 4th round.
Ooh, what a steal that would be. I mean, just the thought of getting someone like Bell
and Pittman, and then say if anything, you bring back T.Y. for you. He could be in the slot. Campbell coming off as number 4. Take the tackle Hill. You got one of the best O-line, one of the best running back. You brought Gilmore in. Your defense is top match. And you're in kind of a weaker division than everybody else in the AFC. Your ticket would be automatically marked for playoffs.
Exactly, but these GMs, they're not listening to us as of late.
Yeah, like you let him fall. I say if he falls, which it ain't gonna happen, but if he fell to New England, I would take it.
Minnesota traded with the Colts here, so the Colts will not be making a pick right there. Minnesota got back up there. They saw something that they want here. So what do you think Minnesota traded up for? Is it finally to take Andrew Booth Jr. maybe?
Maybe. They could also take, like I keep saying it, but they could also take the tackle.
That would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense.
Or Dean.
I probably would favor tackle right now if I was Minnesota.
Yeah, I have no idea what any of these teams did. The players I say they go against.
Braden wanted the Colts to take Pickens, but that is no longer going to be the conversation now because Minnesota is on the clock. James says, gee, sure looks like these teams agree with me when I say this quarterback class sucks this year. And they're also agreeing with me that they're not sold on Malik Willis. And so Mike says he needs a year to develop. And here we go. So finally, it all makes sense again. Andrew Booth Jr. comes off the board there. I just happy the kid went ahead and got drafted at this point and all like that. So Minnesota took Andrew Booth Jr. there, cornerback out of Clemson that many people had as a first round, type of player. I'm surprised he made it this far in the draft there, and I'm still surprised Nakobe Dean is still on the board, guys. But yeah, Andrew Booth Jr. was the pick for Minnesota. They said we cannot watch this any longer. They had to trade up and get him. But you know who's been killing it so far in the draft? The Giants. So we'll see what the Giants do here.
Yo, I love that pick from the Vikings.
Let's see, Mike.
You got Pat.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got Pat Peterson who can help him, who's a great vet who can help him run the tricks in the playbook. You did good. And plus how weak Packers are with, they got a rookie receiver, but they ain't got Adams no more. Chicago really doesn't have any good receivers. You could actually take over the division.
And at least with Minnesota, we know what they came into this draft focusing on. They went out there. They got their safety from Georgia with the final pick last night. That was a good pick there. Then they took Andrew Booth Jr., who had a first-round pick grade on him. That's a great selection there for Minnesota. And so to come away with these two guys, and you got him in the second round too, and you've got a couple picks. Hey, you're not done. You got another second rounder at 59, and plus you got a third-round pick as well. So I like what they're doing. Right now, the Giants are on the clock.
I'm taking that tackle. I know they took Neal, but you fix that O-line. You fix that O-line. And then think about it. You fix that O-line, not only will it help out to see if Danny Dimes is your quarterback, but also how Saquon.
But I'm hoping they don't do that. I am hoping they don't do that. I mean, maybe they consider taking the Kobe Dean here. I mean, maybe. Because I want that tackle to fall to Chicago, even though they whiffed on it the first time. If they went tackle the first time, they could have went wide receiver this time. But they whiffed on it, so now you got to go tackle this time.
Oh, if I'm the Saints, I might try to move up. If New York don't take him, if I'm the Saints, I might try to move up to the Browns and take him. You do need a tackle bad.
Ooh, look at this. Look at this. The Giants took Wendell Robinson out of Kentucky with their pick. So not only did they go wide receiver here, but I think it's rich receiver they went, considering all the options on the board here.
That's a big reach.
Yeah.
That's more of a reach than what we did.
Let me catch up on some of the comments here. Let's see. Mike says, want no part of Coates. James says, look like my Browns have some good choices here. Defense and defensive tackle, wide receiver, all shall fall. Haha. And so James has been counting down for this.
Take Jones, Travis Jones.
Yes. Let's see. Mike says, offensive tackle, Daniel. Yes, right. Daniel Follett, he's up there as well. Let's see. Mike says, Singletary and Moss run the speed of turtles. Mike says, oh, Mr. JB, how about that? Boston Sports says, don't like waiting this long. We need to trade up. We know if Boston Sports was in the trade and it was in the draft room, he'd be like, this is too long for our pick coming up. We're moving up. Braden says the stupid Vikings traded up. I wonder what picks they used to get. I'm sorry, that they're getting right there. And so, yeah, they went out there and got themselves a corner. Braden says Vikings draft the receiver. He says no. Again, we got the Browns here on the clock, and they're going to be making their first pick of the NFL draft, assuming they don't trade out. As he might says, Stephen tackle. Yes, right. Matt is still there on the board. A lot of options, guys. A lot of options here. Not going to lie, a lot of options. Mike says finally. He says Booth good. Max says Patriots set for 54. So yeah, we've got some time there. All right, so let's see. James says he's hoping the Browns take Ojabo, but hey, there's a lot of guys here for the Browns. Pickens, Jones, Sky Moore. So I would go Sky Moore next. If you're going to go wide receiver, I would go there. If I was Cleveland, personally for me, Pickens is just one of those guys. I just have not been on the Pickens train. I guess it shows in my mocks and stuff like that. I just have not been in comparison to some of the other receivers. I just have not been as high, I should say. Mike says who, and so James says Ojabo. Let's see. Let's just move this up here.
Didn't the Ravens take an O-lineman? Didn't they take that center?
They took hold on, let me narrow this down and see for sure. Because I think that they did take the kid from Iowa, if I'm not mistaken. They did. So yeah, they went safety.
Can you imagine if they take that tackle? I understand they need receiver help, but can you imagine that will take care of your O-line? You're set.
Oh yeah. I can see that. I can see that happening. I could also see them taking Jones as well.
Maybe Pickett for the Ravens. Give them a big body receiver.
That I would like that for the Ravens if they took Pickens in that situation as well. Let's see. Hold on. Mike says My guy says Robinson, 5th round. I had a range for Robinson between 3rd to probably about 3rd or 4th.
I had him out late 3rd, early 4th.
Let's see, Mike says, is Alec Pierce still available? Yeah, he's still available. He is still available. Let's see, Brendan says the Giants doing giant things again, LOL. And so I guess they said they partied so hard from day one that they said, you know what, day 2, let's become a little bit more realistic here. Let's see. Mike says, is Gentleman still the GM? Oh man, is he still running things down there? Gentleman?
I believe so.
Okay,
I think he's the only one. I believe he's the only one left over from everything.
Okay.
I'm like 95% sure he's the last one out of the group. Which I don't understand.
Yeah.
You got rid of everybody, but you keep him. Maybe he's the problem.
But yeah, we're just waiting to see who the Cleveland Browns are going to take here. I mean, I would have to think wide receiver first, but if not that, then Travis Jones. Let's see, Mike says, Edom sitting with Allen as a pre-games. Let's see, Mike says, range is way to go in this draft.
Did you see Max Jones took out Cole Strange to dinner?
I did not know that. That's nice of him.
Yep.
That's nice of him.
He's taking them out today. He visited with Patriots at the stadium. Did his thing, and Max Jones taking him out to dinner. He's being an old school quarterback. I remember when I played high school, he was even like that. Our coaches told us and told the QB, take care of your old linemen. They take care of you. And if every game we won, he would take us out for lunch, like a sub or something. He would get us a size of pizza. And that I was playing in Alden when we were doing that.
That is great.
And that was the backup quarterback doing it. It wasn't the starter. The starter was rude, but the backup was doing it. He's like, without you guys, I'm nothing.
Oh, wow. The backup quarterback took that initiative.
I like that from Max on that, though. Being an old school quarterback. Take care of you guys first.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Oh, look at that. Houston is now on the clock here. So Houston traded with Cleveland. So I guess Cleveland's going to have to wait a little bit longer to make that pick, James. But Houston now on the clock after the trade with the Cleveland Browns. They gave the Giants a poor grade there. That's going to hurt a lot of people from giving the Giants that award there.
You sons of...
Are you... Wow. So Houston went receiver, but they went John Metchie III. I have to say this, old man. Maybe they saw our stream with Coach Dante, and maybe Coach Dante leaked that to them. But man,
I told everybody if New England wanted Messi, they would have to trade up.
Ah, man. So John Metchie.
What could have been?
So many. I mean, the fact that the Giants chose Robinson over all those receivers on the board there, that's laughable. But wow. But John Metchie to Houston. Wow. They traded up for him. But you know what? It makes a lot of sense there. You know, given their GM that they have there, it makes a lot of sense why they would try to take our guy.
Yeah.
Now, Baltimore on the clock here. Now, Baltimore is a team to, you know, like they could take Travis Jones here. They really could. Let's see, best available. I mean, Nakobe Dean. I mean, they could take that route too, I think. Nick Bonito United of Oklahoma. That's a route they could go. Still some great.
What that tells me is Bolden's more than likely a Patriot.
Oh yeah. Dang, what could have been?
I knew somebody was going to do it to us.
And yet, here we are at pick 45, and no sighting of where Mr. Malik Willis is going to end up at. Maybe after this pick, if Detroit sticks with that pick, maybe Detroit, maybe Washington, maybe the Saints at 49. I would like that from Malik Willis if the Saints took him at 49.
Oh boy. If I'm Patriots, I would not be going on Twitter right now.
Let's see. James says, kind of crazy. All those good guys and trade down. They just trying to keep us Brown fans in suspense. And so that's what it all comes down to, James. That's what it all comes down to. But I mean, heck, if you got teams out there drafting the way that some of these GMs are drafting, then you just get as many picks as you can, and you just come out here and steal the show at the beginning of day 3 of the draft, or either towards the next round and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of great players on the board. I mean, we're here at pick 45 right now, and you mean to tell me we still have Bernard out there out of Central Michigan? We still have Nakobe Dean right there. Still got Travis Jones right there to list a few that I thought would really already be off the board by now. And so, wow. I'll tell you what, though, everybody's working off a different board right there. At this point, there's no wrong answer. You like a guy, just say that's your guy at this point, because there's no board that anybody's going off of. This is just a free-for-all at this point.
I feel so sorry for Mac Jones.
And so, meanwhile, Braden says that pick hurts for you guys. I still hope that we can get a guy like David Bell, perhaps in round 3, given how things are going. That would be nice if that could happen. But it depends on who we end up drafting, honestly. That's what's going to determine this.
If Dean or Travis Owens falls to us, it will help a little bit.
Assuming coach decides to take him at that point.
But hey, I set myself up for it. I was telling everybody earlier, if more than likely Patriots have to trade up to get him.
But now with the Ravens on the clock here, I mean, what are the odds right now that maybe Malik Willis falls to the 3rd round? Do you think that's possible?
I don't see him getting past Washington.
I don't see him getting past the Saints right there. I think at that pick right there, that's a possibility. You have a strong conversation right there. Now, Washington should definitely take him, but this is Washington, so we'll see what they do. Then again, Detroit's been ultra aggressive. I think Detroit takes Nakobe Dean if he's on that board there, and if he's on the board, I think Detroit takes Nakobe Dean. And so, let's see what's good with you. You say Suns will make Mavs bend over and grab their ankles, and so yeah, them Phoenix Suns. How about them Phoenix Suns? But I appreciate you for coming through, man. Glad to have you here. Let's see. Braden says Lions could draft Willis, and so that's a possibility. I could see Detroit doing it, but they probably would go Nakobe Dean there. Take a for sure guy as opposed to a project there. I could see Washington doing it as well. Could see the Saints doing it. It's a lot of options. But David Ojabo, like how far is he going to slide? Who should the Ravens pick right now, old man? Who should they pick? Oh, never mind. We have our answer right here. So there we go. David Ojabo finally here comes off the board, and it is with the Baltimore Ravens here. So how do you feel about this pick here?
I like it. You need someone to replace Matthew Judon.
And so, let's see. They say that, he's played only 26 career snaps prior to last year, but he made his presence felt in a big way this season. He earned an 86.9 pass rushing grade on 300 pass rushing snaps. Given his physical tools, the Michigan product is still only scratching the surface on his potential. Some of the analysis, they like his balance, his explosiveness, his bend. They say some of the pros, super trady edge rusher, got length, explosiveness, and bends all over. He already knows how to adjust his pass rush plan on the fly. He doesn't just predetermined moves, and they say played football for less than 5 years. He grew up playing soccer in Scotland. So they say he has shades of Deion Jordan. And so they say some of the cons is that he's all speed rush, No semblance of power, bull rush to his game. He is a liability in the run game at the moment. Didn't even play rundowns against Georgia. They said they still see him thinking out there on the field. There is a lag time in his move sequencing. And so Baltimore ends up taking David Ojabo. So now we got Detroit here on the clock again. So Detroit stole the show and took a receiver yesterday when they traded back up into that draft there to get that second one. Obviously, Aiden Hutchinson was their first pick. So now do they go ahead and perhaps do they go linebacker, corner, safety? Let's just look at some of the best available players they have to work with. I mean, now's a good time for you. If you're sold on a Kobe Dean, you could take that route. You still got Brisker there at safety. How's the board looking right now at cornerback? Yeah, I think you stay away from that right now. Stay away from that at this point right there. So, yeah, some options that they have right now for Detroit. Let's see. James says, okay, my heart just broke. And so, yeah, that's the guy that you wanted right there. But, hey, the Browns could have got him, but they opted not to. Braden says, I was just going to say that I would like the Packers to draft him in the third round. And so, let's see. James says, Ojabo is the guy with the highest ceiling than everyone in the draft. That's a bold statement right there. Highest ceiling than everyone in the draft. Let's see. Boston Sports says not happy anymore. So Boston Sports says he's seeing just about enough. He is seeing just about enough. So not happy anymore with our Patriots. And so, yeah, they are nowhere to be seen here, but they'll be picking at 54. So we still have some time before they get up there. But right now, does Detroit go quarterback here? That is the question. They're still, I mean, how far will Nakobe Dean slide at this part? Malik Willis, if Detroit does not take him, up the pick is in actually for Detroit. So they went with Josh Pascal here. So they went edge. So Detroit decided to go edge rusher here. And right now, guys, it is pretty difficult to determine what these teams are trying to, who they're going to be aiming for, honestly. But there we go. We've got old man back here. But old man, Detroit just took Josh Pascal out of Kentucky. So they went edge. What are your thoughts with that pick there for Detroit?
What did they take?
I think we're having. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, they took Josh Pascal, the edge from Kentucky.
Nah, I don't like that pick. For Detroit, I thought they were going to go corner.
And so, I mean, given the guys who are on the board at corner, I mean, maybe go safety would have been a good route right there for him, possibly. But meanwhile, let me see what all Detroit has done so far. They've only had 2 picks, right?
These Bills fans already started talking smack to me.
You know they were going to do it. You know they were going to do it. You already know. Let's see. Boston Sports says all receivers I wanted all taken. Ojabo taken. What the heck? And so I still have hope. I know we lost Mechie and stuff like that. For me personally, I still believe in a couple of receivers that are on the board right now that I think would be some great options.
This should be a learning lesson to all Patriots fans. Do not fall in love with anybody in the draft because Bill Belichick don't care.
I mean, I still personally, of the guys available, I would love to have a Sky Moore. I would love to have Calvin Austin III, David Bell. I've been extremely high on David Bell, especially if we can get him in like round 3 or something like that. I would love that. But those are a couple guys that I'm still holding out hope for, guys. Still holding out hope. But speaking of hope, go ahead.
Who they got? I would say my top 3 was Dubs, Bell, or Ross.
Dubs, Bell, or Ross. But we still got, Bell up there. For now, anyways. But Washington on the clock. This has to be where Malik Willis goes, right? It has to be.
Could be. Or they could go lineman.
They could.
They need help on that line. Can you imagine if that tackle falls towards and Bill Belichick takes him? I wouldn't hate it.
I mean,
try to trade away Wanu. Try to get anything for him. A 4th, a 5th, something like that. Your left tackle and your left guard would be taken care of for at least 4 years.
Ooh, So Washington pulled one out of the hat on this one. So they went ahead and went D lineman here. They took your boy Mike. If you're still on, they took your boy. So they took Mathis out of Alabama on the defensive line, 6'4", 310 pounds, red shirt senior. And so, wow, what are your thoughts right here with the guy that was projected as they have here as a 4th round pick? I think I had him also as a late 3rd to around most likely 4th round. And so, what are your thoughts?
See, I'm not shocked by this because they did release that one DT, and they were having problems with I forgot his name, but they were having problems with the other two fighting on the sideline
I
for a couple
remember
games.
I remember that.
So I had them taking him in the 4th round.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
So they took I'm not surprised where they took him. If they wanted a DT, hey, it's looking good for me. I'll take Stones on that D line up in New England.
Let's see. Braden says I can see them drafting Ritter actually, and so let's see. Braden says another D lineman for Washington. Let's see. Boston Sports says now I learned to not hope for anyone in the draft from now on. Bad karma. I learned that many moons ago when it comes to the Patriots and their drafts for sure. But now we got Chicago on the clock, and so they went cornerback first time. Will they go offensive lineman finally here? Or will they possibly go wide receiver, or will they just go ahead and go a completely different direction, go rogue with it? But yeah, this will be interesting right here. And that means at 49, if the Saints really wanted to, if they believe in Malik Willis, our rider, they could go quarterback at 49 there, or just go ahead and work on the offensive line. But I'll see what Chicago does first. But man, I mean, what is the biggest surprise so far in the draft, guys? Let me know here in the comment section the biggest surprise so far in the draft. We are now 2nd round here at pick 48, waiting on the Chicago Bears to go. But a lot of things has happened here. I mean, in case you missed it all, Malik Willis still on the board right now, but he's not alone. There are quite a few big name players on the board here. And then let's see, I'll just pull up the big board real quick. And so Nakobe Dean has found himself still on the board. Travis Jones still up there. George Pickens still up there. You've got Malik Willis there. And so in terms of guys that I thought might be off the board there, Desmond Ryder, they're still on the board. Barnhart out there. So, wow, we're going to see what Chicago chooses to do here. But Washington, they went and took their guy who I thought would have been there at least for sure in the 3rd round. This tells me that Washington actually believes that Carson Wentz can be their guy. Let's see.
Yeah, my cousin's not happy right now. Yeah.
Oh, I imagine.
He's a Commander fan. He's like, he doesn't get why they would take him around too high.
Oh yeah. Like if I was Washington, like if you wanted to take him, you could have traded back, picked up more picks, and still got your guy. Because I'm pretty sure you're probably the only one that would have taken him that high. That given the fact that Travis Jones, why is my man Travis Jones getting overlooked right now? I don't get it.
Hey, I like it. Let him fall to us.
He's going to fall right past us the way that Bill's been drafting. So, I mean, to us, past us, through us, it just won't end up being on the board for us. But we'll see what Chicago does here. Let's see. Boston Sports says maybe we could take Dean if he's there, but I don't know anymore, man. And so there's a lot of questions, man. There's a lot of questions.
My best advice to any football fan: don't fall in love with nobody in the draft.
Yeah, it's just painful. It's painful. Let's see. Mike says last time only one quarterback taken so far with this late in the draft. When the year that EJ Manuel was the only 1st round pick that Buffalo took that year, how long did it take in the 2nd round before Geno Smith was taken? Because I feel like it would have had to have been that draft class.
I think it was around the a halfway point for second round.
Okay. So
I could be wrong, but I think it was around this time where he got took. See, now I'm actually shocked though. People are falling that I thought would be gone by now.
Yeah, that means someone's going to get a steal. Let's see. Mike says, headlines to me, how deep and disappointment, lack of consensus. And so I'll tell you what, everybody's sticking to their own board and they're saying, we're not listening to JB. And Chicago sticks with that trend. They stick with that trend. They take Jaquan Brisker. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I love these kids here that they're taking. I really do. Chicago said secondary. They said they're the Bears. All right. They're not going to go out there with a poor secondary. So they focused on that so far in today. They went out there. They took Gordon earlier, Kyler Gordon out of Washington. They took him earlier. And then they took Jaquan Brisker. And so, I mean, they're working on the secondary. But, I mean, offensive line. Like, you know, like that was a big need for the Bears as well. They need an offensive line. So
I'm shocked they didn't take that lineman right there.
Yeah, that's just
But they're working on that. They're working on that secondary.
Oh yeah, they're working on a secondary. But Justin Fields, good luck to you, buddy. Good luck to you. They're not trying to help your development at all. Whew. So let's see what the Saints are going to do. Will they go tackle? Will they go quarterback? Who knows what they're going to do? I mean, maybe they double dip at receiver. I don't know anymore, guys. This has just been all over the place. Braden says, I can't believe how far Dean has fallen. Boston Sports says, it's painful to also see other picks and see them fly off the board and your team is not aggressive. Bug problem right there. And so, yeah, like
see, I understand why Belichick's doing what he's doing. Like he's not trading up to take Messi. I'm upset about, but I can see why he's signing it. Fill as many spots as we can this year. See what they have. Go in the offseason next year and build.
All right, but we've got the Saints right now on the clock right now. So obviously just look at what the Saints have done so far in this draft. Obviously, getting Chris Olave. They traded up for Chris Olave there. Pro Football Focus wasn't in love with it. We thought they were going to trade up there for, who knows, maybe even the quarterback there. But they went ahead and they took their guy, Chris Olave. I'm happy for Chris Olave there. They got Trevor Penning there. That's why they did draft Trevor Penning there at tackle. So they went tackle. They went on receiver. So is quarterback where you go now? Is it now?
Maybe.
I mean, well, you know what? We got to look and see what else is currently on the board right now because these teams are not valuing this year's quarterback class. They see it as a waste. So, I mean, who here jumps out to you outside of quarterback in terms of someone that they may be considering at this spot? Because clearly teams are just not listening to our board.
Sky Moore.
And so, I mean, another receiver like a Sky Moore? Yeah.
Put him in the slot. Olave on the one side. Thomas on the other. More slot. Or even put Thomas in the slot and have your bonus on the outside.
That is true. But we will see.
Wait. Put him in the slot and let him dominate.
And then you've got the Chiefs coming up here after this. But, man, this has just been – wow. Let's see. Braden says, you got a lot of picks. Use some to freaking trade up sometime.
Who would you trade up for right now, Boston?
And so, yeah, but John Mechie off the board. That would have been something that made sense.
If I'm looking – yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I'm looking at the board right now, maybe Dean might be the only one, but I don't see them trading up.
Who did the Eagles take with their first round pick again?
Davis.
That's right, they took Davis. So maybe the Eagles is where Nakobe Dean ends up going potentially. But if he gets past the Eagles there, then he can probably just fall to us at this point. and then watch us just not take him.
Can you imagine if Pittsburgh gets that tackle?
Oh yeah, that would be
That would be the perfect. Not only did they get their quarterback of the future, but they got the tackle of the future.
exactly. Mike says, not sure what's so hard here. Go out, draft you a Josh Allen, and win some Super Bowls. The problem is, Mike, there's not a Josh Allen in this class.
And the other problem is Josh Allen ain't won no Super Bowl.
Ooh. You bring up a fair point there. I didn't even think of that. Let's see. Braden says, when did the Packers draft again? So let's see. The Packers' next pick will be in the third round. Pick 92 is the only remaining pick for today as of right now. Third round pick 92. All right, but what will the Saints do?
Can you imagine Malik fell into the third?
If he fell into the third, I mean, I understand it. I understand it completely because, like I said, he struck me as a project there. I have many questions that I do have, and there's just too much talent on the board right now. And so if your team that needs a quarterback, guess what? You're not going to be that good. Oh, my goodness.
They took Taylor.
What?
I didn't see that coming. I
wish Landry was on right now so I can ask him what's going on with this pick right here. They took Alontae Taylor. That was their pick.
I don't know about that one.
I mean, again, my problem with these kids is not the fact that that they're getting drafted with these teams. It's where you're drafting them in terms of a value sake. You can probably get these guys later on. I mean, look.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to hate on nobody, but you could have got him next round easily.
Yeah, I mean, look, this fifth round pick is what they have for this man right here. There's, like a fifth round pick, and we're out here taking guys in the second round that could fall, in my opinion, about that fourth round and stuff like that. Come on. They say, now here's a guy. So some of the pros, they say, well, he didn't play cornerback until he got to Tennessee. He was actually recruited as a wide receiver. And so they say he's got recovery, speed, and agility to range across the field on crossers and physical demeanor that you love and protected in the NFL. They say some of the cons is that physical tackler, but too often goes for the kill shot, force fumble, and slips off, struggles to sink his hips and the transition and loses some steam, and ball production on the low end for the position. Only 13 pass blocks in 4 years. And so, wow.
JB, I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be real upset if that tackle is fall to New England because that means we could have got Booth or we could have got Messi in the first and taken him in the second.
That's right.
So hopefully he doesn't fall. Hopefully someone takes him so it calms me down.
Pittsburgh's your only hope.
Me and Coach are going to have a nice talk about his team becoming my hate team now. Packers are out. I could deal with Wyatt being gone, but Messi, no. But there's two guys I still like. I like Ross and I like Bell.
Yeah, we'll see what route the Patriots go though, because they don't seem to be too high.
Who knows?
JB.
We might not even be taking a wide receiver this year.
That's a possibility. I would think day 3 at least. We would do that at least.
Go straight defense here.
I would like to think that we would at least take someone at that wide receiver spot there. Someone.
Oh, we have two picks coming up. Can you imagine if Bill Sack traded back though?
Knowing Bill, I could see one of those being traded back, at least one of those. Let's see. Braden says, I think the Chiefs draft Dean. All right, so Braden says he's got the Chiefs taking the Kobe Dean here. And so
wouldn't it surprise me?
What if the Chiefs
nothing would surprise me today.
Oh yeah, nothing at all. But considering the fact they went corner, they went edge, they're clearly working on that defense there. But I think right now is the time if you're Kansas City to go ahead and go wide receiver at this point and take Pickens. so you can leave Sky Moore on the board for someone else. So, but yeah, that's what I got. Or maybe Jones.
If you're going off of what Bill did in the first round, I think he's going to take players that he can plug in right away. So I don't see him taking and waiting. That's why I don't think he would trade up to take Messi, because Messi's going to need some time to get healthy. That's the only reason why I could see he did trade up.
So the Pats did trade up.
You son of a... Now...
What are we looking at since we traded up, man? What are we looking at? Wow.
I want to see what they gave up, though.
Yeah, that's what worries me, because we only had a couple more picks till we was up. So, Bill, what are we doing, Bill? What are we doing, Bill? Let's see. Braden says, boom, roasted. Boston Sports says, I am not saying who I want to trade up for. You know it has been bad luck when I say it. Well, Pat's traded up here, so maybe you'll get your wish to come through since you didn't mention it, Boston Sports. I can only imagine the route that we're going to take. I'm hoping it's Nakobe Dean.
If Messi was still available, I would say it'd be Messi, but there's no way he trade up for a receiver now.
The suspense right now. Knowing what Bill did to us last time. The suspense right now.
Wait a minute. That can't be right. Their boy must be slow, because there's no way we didn't give up the 54th pick.
Yeah, they're probably just waiting to see the details of that pick. See, they just updated it. So let's see. After the update. All right, so you don't know if they updated that, but let's see what we're gonna go with this time, old man. Let's see. Braden says Pats get Dean. Let's see. Boston Sports says, what the heck? Now it's not Karma Bill is listening. Wow. Let's see. Braden says, our person we never heard of before. Let's see. Boston Sports says, it's about time, Bill. The pick is in. We went wide receiver, old man. Tyquan Thornton.
What the?
Tyquan Thornton.
I hate Bill sometimes. I'm telling you.
This is the pick we went with. Of all the receivers on the board, we went with Tyquan Thornton. I feel like Bill has tried this a couple of times with receivers of similar stature to Tyquan Thornton. I'm hoping that that's wrong, but I have seen Bill miss many times with drafting guys like this. This is who Bill wanted to draft. You could have waited to what we already had. Why trade up to get a guy who was going to be there at our pick and maybe even after our pick? Why would you do that?
Dude, I'm sick.
For real. Like, look, like they didn't even put nothing for him. They didn't think he was going to be drafted this early, probably.
Dude,
I'm on the board.
I'm more upset with Kraft, dude. He's sitting here letting this happen. I don't care if Belichick is mad, dude. Put your foot down. I would have taken Dean.
That would have been preferred. That would have been highly preferred. Boston Sports says, seriously, man, come on. Braden says, you guys didn't ring the bell, JB, and so
I would have taken Bell over this kid.
Oh, nope. Yeah. I would not have been mad at all. But Tyquan Thornton, I mean, really? That's what we want to do? Like, really?
You got Dean, you got Pickett.
I'd prefer Calvin Austin III. I prefer Sky Moore. I prefer even Tolbert. I prefer Bell. I had a lot of preferences before we got to Thornton. Oh, man. Bill. This is his last draft. Now watch the Eagles come and take Nakobe Dean.
Mm-hmm. And you gave up assets. I don't understand that. You could have stayed pat and got him. There was no.
Ooh. Philly took Cam. Are they working off a different draft board than what we have? Have we been given a fake draft board this whole time? I mean, Cam Jurgens here. Wow. Okay.
Why would they take? They just signed Kelsey to a deal. Why would?
Well, look at that. Nothing on him. So I guess 6'3", 303 pounds there. He is a 71.4 overall grade in 2021 according to Pro Football Focus. Says he needs to be more consistent. Wow. I don't know what to say. Like I don't know what to say. Some of these picks right here, like especially at this point, the last couple of picks here, the Saints left me with a question mark. The Patriots left me with a question mark followed up by an exclamation mark. Eagles center, 2 question marks right now. Like I don't get it. Mike says, is there an auto draft? Boston Sports says, okay, Bill, your time to make decisions need to come to an end. Let's see, Mike says, Bill Belichick thinks he can grab and he can't coach anyone, can he? Bill does not believe. I'm pretty sure Bill's the kind of coach that doesn't believe in analytics or nothing like that. He's so old school now that it's hurting him. He's behind the game now. Billy boy, why would you do that to us? Why would you do that to us? I feel like a lot of these guys, they're missing here on day 2 right now. They're missing. We've got Pittsburgh on the clock here. I mean, Malik Willis, I mean, he got to sit still. He might end up in the 3rd round here. The most unpredictable draft in a while. Boston Sports says he has enough. He is done. So he says he is done. Now, if you're Pittsburgh, you got to go tackle. You got
that's crazy. Matt Wilson.
Pickens.
Are you kidding me? And we did
wide receiver. I mean, I know that they like to draft receivers, so I'm not surprised they took one. Matter of fact, I was thinking after they went tackle, maybe they'll go wide receiver next because they like to stock up on that and develop guys. However, you got to protect your quarterbacks. Did we not see how Big Ben looked last year? And you just drafted a rookie quarterback. Do you not want to draft a lineman first? Mike says, Bill Belichick says he only views tape if it's on VHS only. Let's see. Boston Sports says, how tall is the wide receiver we got? All right, let me check that out real quick. I think he's like 6'2". Yeah, he's 6'2", 180 pounds. So I need to figure out his 40 time. That's what I need to figure out. But yeah, so 6'2". Well, yeah. So the fact that they went receiver, the Steelers went with George Pickens here. So my man Sky Moore, he's just falling. That's why Indianapolis traded back there because they can go tackle now. They can go receiver. Heck, if they want to go corner, we'll see what route they go. Let's see. Braden says Thornton is really fast. I imagine so because he comes coming over from Baylor. I know they like to run over there.
His 40 time was 4.28. It was the fastest at the combine.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you tell me that right there. No, I'm not. I don't feel so bad now.
That's what I was looking up. I was looking up his stats real quick. Yeah, he had the fastest combine. They saying he's more likely to be a late third rounder. So.
Okay. I tell you what, though, that's going to help. If nothing else, it's going to help me out on Madden because I'm sick and tired of not being able to go deep on Madden because we ain't got nobody that can run downfield and catch. And this Nagler's going to drop that stuff. So
what this tells me is he's Nelson Aguilar's replacement.
What I'd love to see.
He's going to be the speedster.
Let's see. Boston Sports says 6'2". Come on, man. You need to kill Harry's size, even though we got Parker in a trade. Mike says bright side got to be better than Harry. I've seen some that have actually been a little worse that Bill has taken.
I'm still trying to figure out what we traded to go off, though. Because I still think we could have got him if we stayed put.
No doubt. So Indianapolis pick was in. They went receiver as well, and they took Alec Pierce out of Cincinnati. So they took my advice, going wide receiver, but they didn't take Sky Moore. Why is Sky Moore getting overlooked here by just about each and every team right now? If I'm Kansas City, come on, you got to take Sky Moore here.
So I've been waiting so far. I said wide receivers going off the board quick. And I was worried about if we wanted Messi, we had to trade up, and we trade up, but I don't know why we. It all depends on what we gave up to move up. If we only gave him up like a later round pick, I'd be fine with it.
Let's see. Boston Sports says, then who is Harry's replacement since we still have not freaking traded him yet? And so I don't know why we're still holding on to him, honestly, because this man is just there. But yeah, so that's the Indianapolis Colts selection right there. Do you think the Patriots could double dip at wide receiver in this draft?
I thought we would in the third round. Not gonna lie, I thought by looking at the board before we trade up, I thought if Dean fell to us, we would have taken him and double dipped in the third. But
we'll see how that goes. But
we need defense. I don't see if we still have the 2 third rounders. I think Belichick has to go defense.
And so the great Alec Pierce, and so 6'3", 211 pounds there. They say he can stack cornerbacks with ease and did so to the tune of 13 deep receptions last year. They say insane acceleration for a man his size. First few steps in space, covers so much ground. Very quick to stack corners on the outside. Ideal traits to do so in the NFL as well. Can really go up and get it. A lot of high point passes, a lot of high point catches on tape. So, yeah. So congratulations, Indianapolis. Now we got the Chiefs up here. And so, matter of fact, looking at the best available, let's see. So you still got Travis Jones here. I could see Travis Jones potentially being an option here. Obviously, and Kobe Dean's still up there. There's just so many players that are still up there that are being overlooked because teams are just drafting all around these guys. I don't know. What did I miss? What board are they going off of? But wow. Let's see. Boston Sports says, be back, man. Need to calm down before I blow it. So I understand that. Boston Sports understand that for sure. Wow. After we did so well last year's draft, too. So well.
Okay. So it's not that bad. We only gave up the 54 and 158.
Okay. There it is.
I think that's the Dolphins pick, though. that we got for trading for Parker.
So Kansas City selected Sky Moore. And so 5'10", 195 pounds. And so, yeah, so what do you like about him? They like his route running. They love the explosiveness. You wanted him?
I wanted New England to grab him.
I mean, you look what they say for shades of Julian Edelman, essentially. So a guy like that, wow, couldn't touch him in a phone booth kind of agility. So 0 issues getting off the line of scrimmage, even against Michigan and Pittsburgh. Say he may be short, but not small. Dude is rocked up at 195 pounds.
That's a great place for him to fall to. You got Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great pick right there for them. So Kansas City still gets a receiver here. Okay. Oh, look at that. Cardinals pick is in, and they went tight end. Now, we know Cardinals love some tight ends now. They traded for one last year from Philly, and so now they've got themselves a tight end. Another one.
I'm actually shocked about. I thought they would have gone no line out.
At this point, nothing surprises me anymore, old man. They're just taking my old draft philosophy I used to have, where you just draft either the best player on the board and stuff like that, or someone that's going to be a key piece, like, you know, years from now. Don't even pay attention to needs. Just go out there and draft guys that you feel can just contribute to the team, and we'll work from there. Build free agents around them. But yeah, Trey McBride, first tight end in the draft, goes off the board to Arizona. And so let's see. Braden says, there goes old man's boy. Mike says, congrats, Mr. JB. And Carmichael says, let's go, JB. And so, all right. So Dallas is back on the clock here. So we'll see what Dallas does. But what route do you think they may be going here? Do they take Travis Jones here? Or Nakobe Dean has to be the pick? Nakobe Dean has to be the pick if I'm Dallas.
Pairing him up with Parsons.
I would go Nakobe Dean if I was Dallas right now. It's right there. It fell into your lap. I would go Nakobe Dean right now if I was the Dallas Cowboys. But then again, nobody's been listening to me so far today. Nobody's been listening to me. And then after that, we've got Buffalo coming up next. On second thought, go ahead, Dallas, and take Travis Jones here before Buffalo gets up there and takes him. Let's see. Mike says, can't coach speed. Let's see. Carmichael says, I like the Pickens pick for the Steelers. So you got your quarterback, you got your receiver. And so I imagine next time the Steelers go up there, they got to go lineman. Yes, see, Mike says, I listen to you, JB. I appreciate that, Mike. I appreciate that. Mike says he listens to us. I appreciate that. These NFL teams, they're going rogue with it here. There is no draft board for them. And with Dallas on the clock, let us see. Best available. I mean, I go Nakobe Dean here if I'm them. That's just me. I would go Nakobe Dean if I was Dallas. Carmichael says that he loves this draft already. He has no issue with what's going on for his Pittsburgh Steelers here. He's in love with it. But yeah, for the Cowboys, though, let's see what direction they go. Travis Jones or Nakobe Dean. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, maybe they focus just on the offensive line as well again, and they take Daniel Parham, maybe him. But again, we're still right now currently in the second round. But yeah, the Cowboys, I mean, it's probably going to be, if it's not Nakobe Dean, it'll probably be a lineman, whether it's offensive or defensive lineman, it'll probably be a lineman. I mean, but hey, there's an off chance they could go wide receiver and take Calvin Austin the third. That's a possibility as well. I almost forgot about that. Dallas could go wide receiver and take Calvin Austin the third. They could very well do that. Mike says, let's go Buffalo and let's go Ode. All right, so we've got the old man back.
Yeah, I did more research. I don't like the pick we did. He's fast, but he got small hands, JB. And from what I'm reading, he's like a fast and a kill Harry.
Don't say that. Don't please don't say
that. I'm letting you know ahead of time.
Don't say that. Let me at least believe in the kid for a minute. Don't say that.
He got speed though. From what I'm reading, he's the fastest guy in the draft, or at least top 3 fastest person in the draft. So we said going off of speed, I like the pick.
Last time Bill took a receiver based upon speed, who comes to mind when you think of a receiver that Bill drafted off of speed in the past? For me, I think of Bethel Johnson. And I can only remember Bethel Johnson making one catch.
I'm about to say, he's like the only one, I believe.
Yeah, that didn't work out well at all.
Most of the time he went. Right here's a rumor. I don't know how true it is, but it was rumored if Messi was there, they would take in Messi. They just didn't feel like trading up so that many spots to get a receiver.
But yet they trade up after the fact.
They traded what, 3 spots afterwards?
Basically.
Hey, I took Billy the head coach, but it might be time to pull him as a draft person.
Let's see. Carmichael says, I hope that we get some help with the offense, like in the third. And so the offense line in the third, that would make a lot of sense. Mike says, what's his 40? It was what, a 4.2, a 4.28 for a Thornton?
Yep, 4.28.
Meanwhile, we're waiting on the Cowboys pick. Let's see. Braden says, Thornton going to burn the Bills' corners. And so, Thornton, I hope you're right. Let's see. Mike says, 4.28. I did not know a person can run that fast. And so, oh, yeah.
I'm just hoping.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just hoping he doesn't turn out like John Ross. Nothing but.
Ooh, don't say that either, old man. I'm not liking the comparisons we're throwing out for this man. Please don't come out to be a John Ross.
Hey, B, you gotta set yourself up. I'm tired of getting overhyped for we people. This is why next year I'm not falling in love with nobody, because all my people are getting taken. There's one dude left that I need him to take, and knowing Belichick, he won't take him. And that's Dan Bolton.
Yeah, Bill's not doing it.
No. You think Cowboys go receiver here?
I thought about it. I'm really thinking about it. But given the amount of receivers, who are left on the board, if I'm them, I would go ahead and take Nakobe Dean right now. But it's either going to be Dean or it would be Calvin Austin third. And of course, they don't listen to me. They go edge. Sam Williams out of Mississippi.
Oh, don't tell me our worst nightmare is going to happen, ain't it? Man.
Wow. So they say that Williams boasts elite speed for the edge position with a number of different moves in his toolbox already. He took a massive leap in 2021 to earn a 90.2 pass rush grade. And so All right, so that is the pick that they went with there for Dallas. They took Sam Williams there in the second round there, which means Buffalo is now on the clock. So, old man, what are you thinking for the Bills?
I think they're gonna crush all Patriots fans and take Dean.
They take Deans or Jones. I'm hurt either way.
Oh snap!
Oh,
Bucks
they
traded.
traded. They traded
Thank
with the
you, Bucks.
Buccaneers.
Thank you.
Oh,
You
okay.
saved me, Tom. Tom Brady saved us one more time.
I doubt Tom had anything to do with that one there, but the Buccaneers organization certainly. Mike wanted David Bell. All right, but now with Tampa on the clock here, Travis Jones now? It
They
makes too
got
much
her.
sense. It makes too much sense. But then again, they won't listen to me. And they do, well, they probably move back to Buffalo for that one. They put Buffalo back a couple spots.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gotta be Travis Jones, right? It's gotta be. Mike says, no, so mad. Braden says they're taking Dean. So Braden thinks they'll be taking Dean. How would you like that for them? N'Kobe Dean.
It could happen. It depends on if they're going to switch back to a 4-3 or 3-4. Because I could see Dean playing in one of the cover linebackers, like the left side.
Right.
But I don't know, though. I think Belichick is just throwing dice at this time, though.
Yeah, in my mind, if you're Tampa Bay, you're already going to pick at 60. So to move up, it has to be a player that either the Falcons or the Vikings may have potentially taken. And Falcons probably could have taken that route of a guy like, Travis Jones or something like that. So maybe that's their guy. Or maybe it's a guard that they prefer. Who knows?
And I'm going to say it now. We don't know what these players are going to turn into, so who knows? But
you're right.
I still don't get why we traded up, though. We could have easily got him or...
Ooh, wait, what? Wait, hold on. Is that your boy there from Central Michigan? The tackle right there?
They did it.
They did it.
They make it so Brady is taking care of. They ain't playing no games.
Yeah, if you ever wondered if the NFL was rigged,
They got it.
This makes you wonder.
That old line.
Wait a minute. That wasn't the one that we were looking at, though.
What did they take?
They took the other tackle, Luke Gordique, or whatever his name is. Pro Football Focus had him ranked 62nd, while the guy who we were looking at, Bernard, I mean, wow. I guess we're really working off of two different boards here. I didn't even know there was a second tackle there from Central Michigan on the board. Good news if you're Central Michigan, though. Good recruiting stances, I guess. Bretton says, when do the Pats pick next?
We got 2/3 coming up.
Yeah, 2/3 coming up, 85 and 94. And so assuming Bill doesn't trade out of it.
You know what? That trade kind of does make sense now because if it was only for a 5th rounder and Belichick hates drafting in the 5th round.
Does he?
Mm-hmm. He hasn't. The last time I remember him drafting in the 5th round, maybe 7 years ago.
Oh, wow, that long?
Yeah, he rarely drafts in the 5th round. I think he might only pick maybe 5 or 6 times in the 5th round.
Mike says at least you get a pick.
Yeah, but Dean can still be there. He can get past Falcons. He can get past to the Bills again.
Imagine that, making it to the 3rd round.
The Falcons traded up. Oh no, they didn't. Never mind.
No, they was already up there. This is just showing that the pick is in for the Bucks. Is this where Malik Willis goes? If it doesn't go right now, then barring a trade, he may just not be drafted in the second round. Which means NFL teams, at least they agree with me on, Malik Williams being Malik Willis being a project indeed. So they said Luke's a former tight end that ate 7,000 calories per day to add enough weight to play tackle at Central Michigan. 7,000 calories a day. Mike says, I like Bill Belichick later picks. Remember, just not early. Well, at least we'll get to see that tomorrow. His later picks probably work out because, honestly, he probably evaluates all these guys the same, honestly. And he does a lot of work on some of the guys later in the draft as opposed to the ones at the top. So when we're picking early in the draft, he's eyeing the guys that should be later in the draft because that's what he did his research on. All right, so the Falcons, they took linebacker Troy Anderson, the linebacker / former quarterback / former running back, is going to be heading to Atlanta. All right, so Troy Anderson, 6'4", 243 pounds here. They say Anderson is a converted running back and quarterback who, in his lone full season at linebacker, racked up 67 stops. There's no telling what he could develop into with more reps at the position. And that's all they're basically going to give us there. But yeah, that's the pick. Out of Montana State. Braden says his favorite team is now on the clock now, JB. And so those Vikings, what would the Vikings do? What will the Vikings do here? I mean, it would not hurt to go offensive lineman here if you're Minnesota. That would not hurt. I mean, looking at the best available, I honestly thought waking up today, Nakobe Dean, Travis Jones, Malik Willis would have gone early, and Bernhard here. I thought those four guys would have been gone super early. Now there's a possibility these guys can fall to the third round. That's the NFL draft for you. Meanwhile, the Vikings, they did go offensive line, so they took my advice with that one. However, they took Ed Ingram. You know what? Just draft the guy that you believe in. I mean, look, Pro Football Focus gave him a fourth round grade here, but clearly Pro Football Focus has been off on a lot of these guys in terms of just their projection. I've been off as well, but ultimately that's what he was. He's 6'3", 307 pounds, a senior. He was a starter for LSU as a true freshman back in 2017. This past year was easily his best year as a pass protector, taking home an 82.6 grade in that regards from Pro Football Focus. Hometown is in Texas. All right, so they do have analysis on him. They say where he wins is, in a pop of contact. Ingram wins by ending pass rushing reps before they start. His first punch can deaden the most adept of rushers. He's got tailor-made guard traits. What his role, the guards, he's a guard that's preferably in a power counter heavy scheme, and he's at his best when pulling around the edge. And so some of the pros, well-proportioned guard that can get in and out. People mover, packs a punch in the run game despite below average weight for a guard. Let me add old man back here. And then starting experience at both guard positions with 2,682 career snaps to his name. So, yeah, that's the pick there for the Minnesota Vikings. They chose the guard out of LSU, Ed Ingram. Buffalo is now on the clock. Let's see. Braden says, hey, they drafted a guy. I don't know who he is.
I actually like that pick for the Vikings.
And so, yeah, we're talking about a guy that's, what, a 4-year starter down there at LSU. And so,
I did
at
a
this
little bit
point,
more.
yeah, go ahead.
I did a little bit more research on our guy. I kind of like to pick a little bit more
What'd you
because
come up with?
I text my buddy who's a big fan where he went to school. He said, bro, you don't understand. He's like, think about it. You guys like to run those screen passes real quick and everything. He's gonna be great, and I trust him because he was right about Blackman for a little bit because he even said Blackman when they drafted with the Sag Warriors and how he had a good season. He's like, he reminds me of him, so you're gonna have a good receiver.
Well, I'm hoping that this pans out. Mike says, go Bills. He says, guard not in magazine. And so, if you look at every single pick lately, they say Pro Football Focus users, Malik Willis. Pro Football Focus, Malik Willis. Then they finally went a different direction here. But for the most part, it's been Malik Willis after almost every project that users are picking. They want this man off the board already. I'm starting to think more and more in round 3 that maybe the Giants are the team that perhaps takes him. What if Malik doesn't get drafted in round 3? What if he falls to the 4th round?
How this draft's going, anything's possible. I wouldn't be shocked no more.
Wait a minute here. Another trade. So Buffalo refuses to draft today. They're going to trade with Cincinnati?
Who do Cincy need? Or didn't they draft they drafted Hill, didn't they?
That's their only pick so far? Just Daxton Hill? Okay.
They
So
could go
that's
Dean.
their pick.
They could go Dean Hill.
They could go Dean. Is there a lineman that's potentially available that they may have some interest in? I mean, obviously there, but in the interior, it could be Dylan Parham here. They may take him possibly. I think
They could go my guy. See, what I was thinking with Patriots, we should have went Watt first round, trade up to get Metzi, and then traded back up to get him because I think he would be a great player. He could play on all the spots on the line. But I don't think Bengals go online because they just bought in Cairns and they bought in Collins. I'm thinking defense.
at this point, I'm just in reaction mode at this point. No telling what these teams are thinking at this point. Let's see, Mike says Bills move out. Says all players think we are too good. But you got the Bengals on the clock. Then after the Bengals, you got the 49ers coming up.
The 49ers got to go wide receiver. You would think.
Help Trey Lance out in year one as the full-time starter. They went cornerback. They took your boy. They went cornerback and they took your boy out, man. Cam Taylor-Britt out of Nebraska.
See, I kind of like that pick, though, to tell you the truth. Honest, Hill's a safety / corner. Now you're bringing another corner, trying to get that secondary up. That's not bad.
Let's see. Pro Football Focus says 5'11", 196 pounds. Taylor-Britt is one of the most physical corners in the draft class and possesses top-notch range as well. He could be viewed as a safety for certain teams.
That's the only problem with him, though. One of his problems, he's too aggressive sometimes. Like, he'll get flagged for the most stupidest reasons.
That's why Cincinnati took him. Cincinnati loves guys like that in the secondary. They do. So now we got San Fran here on the clock. Again, just a couple picks left in the second round before we start the third round.
Something's wrong. I don't understand why Dean is falling so quick.
Yeah, it makes no sense to me why he's dropped this far. Mike says Bills to 63.
See, that might be the move for Buffalo, though. Get as many picks as they can.
I mean, if you're San Francisco, you're looking at this board. You know, you're pretty happy there. There's a good amount of receivers still.
Since everybody's telling Belichick to go defense, you think he'll go wide receiver again?
Just to piss us off, yes.
Maybe go get Bell in the third round?
He wouldn't get Bell. It'd make too much sense. He wouldn't do that.
Hey, my
Bill likes to take the unconventional route. Meanwhile, San Francisco, they took Drake Jackson there, so they went edge here.
Hey, that's not a bad move. Him coming off the edge with Bosa on that line.
And now we're back to Kansas City.
I bet you my brother's loving this, and my nephew is. Casey's doing work.
I mean, just look at that. You know, Trent McDuffie fell to them. That's great. You got George Karlaftis there at 30. That's good. Sky Moore, got him in a second. I don't know what other teams were thinking, but hey, Sky Moore, we'll take him. And then they're up there again. Let's see what they do this time. Mike says that the way to win is get the most sixth-round pick, guys. So Mike says the sixth round is where it's at.
Well, the thing Buffalo is going to have a problem with in a couple of years, all that money that they hand out right now is going to come by them, and they're going to have to let people go.
But yeah, after the Chiefs, we got the Bills, and then the Broncos. And so unless there's a trade happening, guys, Malik Willis to the third round.
Someone had to post a video of him smoking from a bong or something. I don't know how he fell this far.
They must have watched my streams during the college football season when I kept saying, I'm just not sold. I'm just not sold. But someone's going to get him. Someone's going to have to take him in round 3.
A little bit more information about our guy, JB Zach T from Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
He's a real. I trust him a lot. Like Zach Cox, I mean, he knows his stuff about New England. He says he gives the trade an A. He said the pick is a B. He says think about it. Max Jones likes to deep in those short passes. If he has spaces to move, he could take off real quick. So, plus we've been looking for speed too.
That's true. These next couple of picks will be important in the third round for the Patriots because so far we went all so far in this one.
My two hopes for the third round is we get Dalen Belton and Esmond. Since I said that, now watch, Bill ain't gonna go grab him.
You already know that. You already know that. If a guy's too liked or talked about too much before the draft, Bill's not gonna do it.
See, I actually think like I said, I think if the Texans didn't take Metzi, I think Bill was gonna trade would have taken him. Oh well, can't live in the past. We got a guard and we got a fast receiver. Hey, I just thought about it. If he starts picking up and being good, we could trade Nelson.
Oh yeah, if he starts picking up, then that's a conversation we're gonna have. But Kansas City on the clock. Mike says go Bills. I mean, who knows? Maybe Buffalo trades again. Maybe they trade back again. Who knows? Okay, yeah, that was San Fran's pick. But yeah, just 3 picks left in the second round. I mean, the fact is, guys, right now, currently as it stands, we've had the same number of tight ends selected as we have quarterbacks that's been selected so far in this draft. And that's just one apiece. So we'll see what round 3 brings. But that's pretty interesting. The fact is, we've had more running backs taken than quarterbacks. All right, so the pick is in. And Kansas City selected safety Brian Cook out of Cincinnati. And so that's a good pick right there. I know that they picked up, Justin Reed coming over from Houston and everything there. But he's 6'1", 206 pounds. Came out as a senior. They say Cook is one of the most assignment-sure safeties and won't miss many tackles. He whiffed only 7 times on 100 attempts back in 2021. That's a guy that knows how to tackle. All right, there we go. But yeah, old man, so the Chiefs have made their pick, and they took safety Brian Cook from Cincinnati.
I like that move. You had to replace. I know you bought Reed in from the Texans, but you also need another safety. You got to admit, KC's doing work. KC's taking care of their defense, and they got a wide receiver.
Oh, yeah.
If we're going from right now, I say KC won the draft.
So overall, you've got Kansas City win the whole thing.
As of right now.
They're putting a lot of picks up there, that's for sure. And they're hitting on their picks. They are hitting on their picks. There's not one bad pick. I can't say the Giants no more because I don't agree with the last pick that they had. And so Jets haven't had any picks yet here. So today. So
They took Bryce Hall.
that's right. They did take Bryce Hall. So I guess I'll give the edge there to the Chiefs since I'm not a Jets fan at all. So
A lot of people are not liking the pick Belichick took for us.
I can only imagine. So it's because coming into the draft as a Patriot fan, you're already in a bad mood because of free agency. Bill just sat back and didn't do anything really to improve the team in free agency and let a lot of guys walk. They got paid. J.C. Jackson, he left, he got paid. And then you traded away, Shaq Mason for a 5th-round pick to Tampa Bay, just gave them a starter like that. And then we're like, okay, so you clearly didn't do too much in free agency. Now here comes the draft, and then you do what you did. So, look at that. Look at that. Buffalo went running back, and they took James Cook.
That's scary.
And so I like the pick. I know that Pro Football Focus had a 5th round. I feel like everybody I put up, Pro Football Focus has 5th round, 6th round. But James Cook, I like this addition right there for Buffalo. And so he's 5'11", 200 pounds, senior. Yeah.
That's a scary pick for them.
He's got speed. He's got the agility and burst. They need to give him a man more than that for the power. Y'all acting like he's not in the weight room at all.
They disrespect him on the power.
They compare him to Naheem Hines. Really?
From the Colts?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. No.
And so they say, great hands, though. Great hands, 9 out of 10. Lightning rod.
If I had to compare him to a running back, I would do Mostert.
Okay, Mostert.
Not as fast, but he's Mostert to me.
Definitely a very natural receiver indeed. They say only 1 drop on 68 career catchable passes. So,
hey, giving Josh Allen another weapon.
So Buffalo did get their running back, and so let's see. Mike says James Cook. That's right, James Cook, one of the many running backs that they had down there at Georgia that they utilized. But I was very fond of James Cook, very fond of him. Braden says Thornton is going to sauce up. And so, yeah. Braden says, good pick for your Bills, Mike. And so there you go. So Buffalo got their running back, James Cook, the 3rd running back off the board. I did not think he'd be the 3rd running back off the board. Let's see. Mike says,
oh, that was quick.
And so Broncos not playing around. They knew their guy. They knew their assignment. They went edge and took Nick Bonito out of Oklahoma. But really quickly, Mike says, who did you compare James Cook to? And so that was Raheem Mostert, right?
Yeah, he's with the Dolphins now. He's not as fast as him, but he can cut on a dime. A lot of people are comparing him to his brother. He's not as good as his brother, but you could say he's a poor man Cook.
There you go.
But he's like the white. Buffalo got a white, like how we have James White. That's what he's going to turn out to. He's going to be that safety blanket. We toss it 5 yards. He's going to be open. He can turn. He can maybe get extra 2 yards. I don't like it for New England.
But the Broncos, going with Nick Bonito there off the edge. Good pick for them.
It was crazy. No quarterback.
So that's right. We completed the second round. So now the Jaguars will be picking here to start off the 3rd round. But yeah, what stood out the most to you, old man, when it came to the 2nd round?
That I knew that wasn't going to happen.
Oh, just in terms of what surprised you in the 2nd round.
Texans trading up to take John Mechie. I thought it'd be New England.
I mean, the fact that we made it through the entire 2nd round, guys, And the top of our board still remain the same. We still have Bernhard up there. Still got Nakobe Dean up there. Travis Jones still up there. Malik Willis still up there. Those guys in particular, the fact they're up there still, surprising. I can understand some of the receivers, like I guess Tober, just considering the amount of receivers that you have to choose from in this class. I can understand them falling to the third. But wow.
I still can't believe Dean and Travis didn't get picked there, though.
Speaking of Dean, I mean, Dean or Jones, there's a possibility the Jaguars could take one of them right now.
The Jaguars do need help on that D line with the DT. But they could go Dean, adding him to Walker and John and Allen. That's a lot of speed.
But right
at
now,
that
I mean,
linebacker core.
right now we don't even have it's not like we're guessing the position, and then once we guess the position, we're all on agreement with the the guy that they draft, because they're going off a completely different board than what we're thinking. Some of the top guys available. These teams are going off their own independent boards, and so we'll have to see who they value the most. If we look at the best available D linemen, I mean, if they're not in love with Jones, like a couple teams have been, they could go Winfrey. And so let's see. Mike says, "Beanie, do a deal, get up for, do a deal, get up for Dean." My man thought he might have been a first-round pick, and now here we are in round 3. Not only did you get disrespected one round, you got disrespected 2 times. Well, 2 rounds. Same with Malik Willis.
You gotta think Belichick goes defense now.
Oh yeah, you would have to think so. At least with one of those picks in the 3rd round.
Oh, JB is rumored Patriots. They are saying now that there is a chance that New England moves on for Nelson to free up cap space.
After that pick, it would make sense.
Because as of right now, we don't have no cap space to sign anybody.
Ooh, Jacksonville went center. Luke Fortner. At 6'4", 307 pounds there. And they say Fortner is a burly center with experience starting at 3 interior positions. He's one of the most consistent centers in FBS in 2021, posting the 85 overall grade. Let's see, Carmichael says, the weather where I live is going crazy, JB. And so, oh yeah, that definitely make sure you stay safe, man. Stay safe. But yeah, the Jaguars went lineman. What are your thoughts on that, old man?
I like it. You know me. I like when you pick old linemen. You can call me a homer any you want, but gotta protect that quarterback.
Trevor Lawrence likes it as well, I'm sure.
Just a little bit more information about our guys, JB. The 2 guys we took has been visited by New England at least more than 3 times.
So they did their homework, which means if we can start looking at other guys they visited at least 3 times, then maybe we'll know who to aim for. But we got the Vikings back up here on the clock.
See, I'm thinking Patriots fans is hating the pick more is because Dean was available and everybody thought we was getting Metsi.
I mean, if I was in charge, That's what would have happened. That's what would have happened. They would have had to show me into the future that Dean would still be here in the third round, and then I'd be like, okay, and then show me, like we could have traded out of the first. We could have did that. Let's see. Carmichael says, I can't watch the draft because of the weather. It's far from me, but the Weather Channel is taking over the draft. And so, well, luckily you have us here, Carmichael, and we'll walk you through it.
Yo, the disrespect.
Hey, wow. So Minnesota went linebacker, but it wasn't Nakobe Dean. It was Brian Asuma out of Oklahoma. And so they say he's an undersized, linebacker, 6'1", 228 pounds, possesses sideline to sideline range. His processing skills took massive steps forward in 2021, jumping his grade from a 57.1 in 2020 to 76.3 in 2021. They love his change of direction and his speed. He's got okay to good awareness and physicality traits, not the best frame at all. And they say his role is a weak side linebacker. What can he improve? His eyes, and where he wins is covering the ground. Pros serious range, tracking down running backs on wide runs was easy money for him. They say a violent tackler, attacks the ball carriers with no fear, and was far more under control in 2021. He is so fluid, changing directions in space. Some of the cons, he's built like a safety, has to play around blocks at his size, and overly reactive by eye candy, fakes, motions, and all that stuff by the opposing offenses. So that is the linebacker the Vikings chose. So, man, can you dig up anything as to why Nakobe Dean is just getting looked over so much?
I can try. I'll go look up. See, I'll text my buddy who's a fan of this. See if he got more information.
Let's see. Carmichael says, when is Kobe going to get drafted? I have no idea. But if he keeps dropping like this, maybe the Pats do get him towards the end of the third round. Who knows? But the Giants, they selected their pick, and they went guard again. This time they took Joshua Ezadu out of North Carolina. Let's see what Pro Football Focus says. They said that he split time between left tackle and left guard for the Tar Heels, but his profile is better as a guard in the NFL. He earned a 77.8 overall grade in 2021, and that's all they have on him. Again, he's 6'5", 308 pounds there out of North Carolina, drafted by the Giants. Same team that took Evan Neal, I should add. So they definitely wanted to make sure that they upgraded that guard position. That was a high priority for the Giants. Now Cleveland is on the clock. I'm gonna have to reword this question, guys, but will Malik Willis get drafted at all today? Let's see. Carmichael says, what pick is it? Yeah, so we're at the 68th pick. So we're in the third round here. Pick 68 for the Cleveland Browns, currently on the clock. I'm surprised the team with the Giants would not have taken Nakobe Dean, though. Something has to be up.
The only reason why my buddy thinks Dean is fallen is because of his size, and he does. It's rumored that he has a little bit of off the field problems.
Interesting.
He said the rumors could be this way. Text me. He's like, it's rumored that he might Not know if it's true or not, but it might be. It's rumored that he might have a little bit outside problems with alcohol / family drama and size.
Wow.
He says again, does not know if it's true or not. So
Okay. Well, one thing we do know though is that the Cleveland Browns have made their selection, and they went cornerback out of Mississippi State. They took Martin Emerson. Now that's a guy that you've been doing a lot of research on this guy, especially. So I'll let you talk about this kid real quick.
I like this young man. He's gonna need time. I could see why Browns took him. They're gonna need at least let him look around for a year, figure out the playbook. But he can play both sides of the field, like both left and right. He's very patient when it comes to the route. He won't try. The only problem is he's a project. He's not gonna be a starter one day. He's gonna need at least a year to figure out stuff, and he needs to work on his tackling, and he needs to work on his hand by grabbing. He grabs too much.
And part of the reason why he might be grabbing, according to Pro Football Focus, might be that speed right there. I don't know what he ran in a 40, but if they give him a 3 out of 10, he can't be fast. But 6'2", definitely has the size there, 201 pounds. He only allowed one catch of 25 plus yards last season.
Yeah, and he's not the interception type of guy either. He's not gonna pick him off for nothing. He's more of a type that guy who likes to swat.
Titans are on the clock. In
So
a draft where you go ahead.
I could see why the Browns did that because of Greg. His contract's coming up, and I could be wrong, but I don't think the Browns are high on him, paying him a lot.
We'll certainly see how that plays out for Cleveland, but Cleveland has selected cornerback Martin Emerson, which leaves Tennessee now on the clock.
The Seahawks might take Malik.
The way this draft is going, who knows?
If that tackle falls to Chicago one more time and they don't take him, I would personally find a ride to Chicago and smack those GM for Justin. Because you passed up on him, what, 3 times you could, by trading back and stuff? You got to take him. Oh, and more information on Dean why he might be sliding. My buddy says the main reason he's sliding is because of his size. He has the speed and everything, but people are afraid that he won't be able to get through the O-line quick enough.
Well, we will see. Whatever team drafts him, though, you know he's going to be fired up and looking to prove everybody wrong.
Why? I'll take Dean.
Meanwhile, Carmichael says, I hope there is a good offensive lineman at 84 for the Steelers. I mean, looking at the board right now.
Oh. Well, he's gonna have the biggest on his shoulder. He's gonna come after people to prove him wrong.
You're right about that. I mean, Dylan Parham, he's a guy I've been pretty high on. Justin Schaefer, the way this draft is going out, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets drafted before this rounds out, just based upon how things have been going so far. There's also Munford.
There's a couple guys. There's Zach Tom.
Yep. And again, this is the interior here. Now we go to the offensive tackles, as he mentioned, Zach Tom there. And then Abraham Lucas. There's some people that's really high on him. I don't know why Burham's getting overlooked to this degree either. But I mean, there's some options. There's some options there for when the Steelers get on the board later on. But speaking of options there, one guy who's no longer available from The Ohio State University. That's right. They're going to take Nicholas Petit-Frere there with the 69th pick for the Tennessee Titans. So go ahead and put that up. And so they say that he looked like a first rounder against the bottom feeders on his schedule and undraftable against top talent. 14 of his 26 allowed pressures came against Penn State's Arnold from Penn State, and then from Michigan, Aiden Hutchinson and David Ajabo in 2021. So they were responsible for more than half of his sacks. And so what they say, 4th round pick was the projection that Pro Football Focus had. They're probably just slapping that on everybody at this point. Said that he was exposed on tape too frequently to convert high in the draft, but he still has starting caliber physical traits. And so gotta love the frame, flexibility, explosiveness is okay, strength okay, balance okay. Says get out of his stance easily for a 315-pound lineman. Will tackle. Ideal tackle frame with the thick and powerful lower half and experience starting at both tackle positions. That's what you're getting from the Ohio State product there. Jacksonville is back on the clock. Let's see. Mike says, hashtag, what did Dean do to you? This is where I say, comment in the chat section, what did Dean do to you? Mike says, Willis watch. And so, yeah. I don't know. It makes me feel a little bit better because for me, I early draft process, I was like Kenny Pickett, QB1. And so, but man, I did not think that Malik Willis would go this far without being drafted. I thought someone would just fall for the hype and take him already. But Seattle is coming up at 72. So maybe it's them. Maybe it's Atlanta. Maybe the Colts take a quarterback of the future. Who knows? But right now, Jacksonville is on the clock. And you look at the best available again, and I'll just show all of them here. Meanwhile, I'll add Oatman back here. But yeah, looking at this board, I don't think they're going off this board here, but there's still some good quality players on this board. Braden says, I can't believe Dean hasn't been picked yet. And so, I mean, I'm surprised. I'm shocked. I really am. I mean, I guess this is why I'm not an NFL GM here. I thought he would have been a first rounder, probably towards that late round about where the Patriots were picking from. I thought Dallas had a chance to potentially take him in the second round there, but here he is in the third round. Again, they have access to information that we don't, so we'll see later on after the draft if we find out some stuff as to why he slid however far he's going to slide. It makes no sense. And then Malik Willis, like the fact that only one quarterback has been taken through the first 2 rounds. So Jacksonville went linebacker, but they went Chad Muma out of Wyoming. And so, I mean, this is about the round that I had him getting drafted at. So I like this pick here for the Jaguars, getting a guy Chad Muma there. And so 6'3", 240 pounds. They say Muma was one of the most productive defenders in all of college football in 2021, generating 68 total defensive stops, 3 picks, 21 pressures for the Cowboys at 6'3", 242 pounds. He's legit NFL size and athleticism. In addition to that, they also say that he's, an all-around linebacker, can improve on his physicality, especially at 242 pounds, so he can improve upon that, but he wins with his instincts. Combination of plus instincts, plus size, plus athleticism is where he wins. That's a good starting point for an NFL linebacker. Tackling machine with a nose to the ball, high-cut galloping linebacker in the open field, can cover ground in a hurry, and exceptional at staying square to the line of scrimmage and not overrunning plays. They love his frame there, love his speed, awareness, change of direction could be a little bit better, but still not too bad. And same physicality, can improve upon those things. But overall, like this pick here for the Jaguars. Mike says he's also a Chad Muma fan there. So, yeah, great pick there for the Jaguars. But the fact that we're seeing linebackers come off the board and it's not Kobe Dean, something's going on that we don't know about, guys. There is something going on that we just have not been informed about Nakobe Dean as to why he's not being picked. Now we got the Chicago Bears back on a board here. I wonder if this is where the Bears go offensive lineman. Braden says his second favorite team is on the clock. So what will the Bears do here? Will they go wide receiver maybe? I feel like the board I'm looking at right now is so useless, guys, because they're clearly not going to take Travis Jones. They're clearly not looking at Nakobe Dean. Burnham's just up there just to be up there. So I feel like the board's just completely wrong at this point. Look at that. Chicago, they did go wide receiver. However, they went Velus Jones Jr. Wow. How do you guys feel about that pick right there for Chicago Bears? Given the wide receivers that are on the board. Now go ahead and show that real quick before we talk about him. Look at some of the wide receivers that were still currently on the board. I mean, Jalen Tolbert, no idea why he's still on the board at this point, given the receivers taken, at this point. Calvin Austin III. We got some options. Like the fact they drafted a receiver, but did they select the right receiver? That's the question. Let's see. Brayton says they should select Raymond. And so, I mean, many people thought that would be the case, but now let's see. Velus Jones Jr. Do they have an analysis for him? Nope, not at all. Probably didn't expect him to get taken this early, but he's 6 feet, 205 pounds, a senior. And so, but you believe in who you believe in. Mike says, thanks for nothing, stupid draft guides. I mean, Pro Football Focus has not been right in terms of just the user picks in a while. All right, we got Old Man back here. And so, Old Man, not sure if you saw this, but Chicago just took Velus Jones Jr. at wide receiver. How do you feel about that? Maybe we have some audio issues.
Makes that pick look like a steal. Add him going into a maybe fourth.
Yeah, that's being nice right there. I thought he was going to go in the fifth. At earliest, like probably late fourth. But hey, Seahawks, they went tackle. They went Abram Lucas. So again, they punt on the whole idea of Malik Willis. And so, wow. Wow, guys, wow. That's all I can say is wow. And so Abram Lucas says, let's see, he's 6'6", 315 pounds. They said Lucas still needs some refinement in pass protection, but he saw it all with his pass-heavy Cougars in his career. He played 2,195 pass blocking snaps across 4 years at Washington State. And so you look at what they love about him, his position traits. They're not too high on his balance, our strength, our explosiveness, our flexibility, and okay with his frame. They say shades of Bobby Massey. Now, there's a name I have not heard in a minute. They like the fact that he's battle tested, ideal frame, and light on his feet. However, some things they don't like, they say wide hands and pass protection leave pads open, little experience in the run game, and what he did wasn't particularly translatable. And then power frame, but doesn't play a particularly powerful game. And knowing what Seattle wants to do, run the ball, I wonder how that's going to traverse over for them particularly. But that's what they did. Let's see. Mike says Isaiah Spiller, Brian Robinson, Tyler Batty, running backs are running backs are still available. They are still available. But I'd like to say that I'm pretty sure the Colts won't be one of those teams right now to take them, as they are on the clock and they'll be picking at 73. They pick again at 77. Again, if they don't trade those picks, they'll be having 2 picks coming up. So we'll see what they choose to go with this time. Meanwhile, let me see. All right, so I see that we're right now at 14 thumbs up here. So let's see if we can get another thumbs up here. And, ooh, Indianapolis chose to go tight end, guys. So what do you think about that? Indianapolis went tight end. They went Jelani Woods out of Virginia at 6'7", 269 pounds. Indianapolis loves them some tight ends. Matter of fact, they've already had quite a few tight ends, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if they lost anybody at tight end, but they went tight end again. What are you guys thinking here about this pick? Jelani Woods to Indianapolis. And so, wow. They say that, he's one heck of an athletic specimen at 6'7", 260 pounds. Still developing as a receiver after spending the first 4 years of his college career as a blocking tight end at Oklahoma State before breaking out at Virginia. And so you add that, and, yeah, they give us no analysis here. Let's see, statistically speaking, though, that Pro Football Focus grade of 77.1 right there, overall grade this past season, much higher than his previous years where he had like 62, 55. So you've seen improvement each year, I'll say that, but he took a big step forward this past season for them. And so it was enough for Indianapolis to go ahead and take him in round 3. Wow. Talk about unpredictable draft. Let's see, Mike says best available receivers, please. All right, Mike, let's go ahead and take a look at that. That's not a bad idea at all. So, yeah, best available wide receivers that we have. My man, Jalen Tolbert out of South Alabama. He's still on the board right there. Calvin Austin III, at this point, I honestly thought he'd probably be gone by now, to be real. I thought he would be gone, but he's still there in the 3rd round, so somebody's going to be able to pick him up in round 3. Danny Gray, I like him as well. Rubio Dubs like him also. There's still some good talents. Now, my man, David Bell. I mean, if Bill's going to end up taking a receiver, one of those 3rd-round picks, I really hope he takes David Bell as well. If we're going to go all out, let's go all out here. But I love David Bell a lot, and I think he's definitely very underrated. And so let's see. Alexis, what's good with you? What's good with you? And you say, hey, what you think of my Eagles selecting Cam Jurgens pick? And so Cam Jurgens there at that center position, I mean, and I'll go ahead and pull it up right there and show the scouting report as well. Not just my words there, but Pro Football Focus as well. But, all right, so Pro Football Focus gave it a below average grade right there. I thought Jurgens would be available in round 3, but given how this draft is going, if you like a guy, you like him. But I'd say he's got a very good ceiling. Pro Football Focus says the most explosive center prospect in the class. Jurgens has tools that suggest a limitless ceiling, but his tape, a 71.4 overall grade in 2021, according to Pro Football Focus, suggests he needs to be more consistent. But that being said, though, hey, he comes in with some potentials. He like his tools and stuff like that. If he can reach that potential, this could be a great pick for the Eagles if he does reach his potential there. So probably could have got him later on because you took him in round 2. Would have loved it more as a 3rd-round pick as opposed to a 2nd-round pick. But that being said, hey, I'm not going to argue this one. I'm not going to argue it. It could work out to be great. Meanwhile, go to the latest pick here. And the Atlanta Falcons have selected a quarterback, guys. So a second quarterback has finally been taken. But it's Desmond Ridder, guys. It's Desmond Ridder, and I am, for one, happy about that. And so good for Atlanta. You get a guy that I was pretty high on. I wanted him to go to the Seahawks, but Atlanta took him. He was just there. So great job for Atlanta. You got the second best quarterback in this draft. Oh, man, what are your thoughts on this? Perhaps Old Man has some audio there, but you guys in the comment section, you guys let me know, how do you feel about the fact that the second quarterback off the board was Desmond Ridder? How do you guys
Yo,
feel
I
about
love
that?
this.
I'm very happy right now. I'm very happy right now.
What keep doing it?
Yeah, I am very happy right now with this pick right here for Atlanta. And so, because Malik Willis, he's got the potential. But as we know, the draft, most of these quarterbacks don't reach their potential. All right, so here's what they say about Desmond Ridder. 6'3", 211 pounds there. He's a 4-year starter for the Bearcats offense, making one of the most experienced passers in the class. He improved every year until last year being that 90.7 grade in 2021 that he got. The bottom line is they had him as a first or a second round pick. They say Ridder's the most NFL-ready quarterback in the class and still has areas for growth. In the class full of developmental quarterbacks, he has the work ethic to bet on. Matter of fact, you look right there, it says only 2 turnover-worthy plays over the final 7 career games that he played. 12 rushing touchdowns, including a 91-yarder versus SMU in 2020. Now, what do they like about him most? They like his pocket presence most. And so they say shades of Josh Johnson. Not sure if I love that comparison right there, to be honest. But, good pocket presence, pretty good mobility as well. Decision-making is good. Arm strength could be better. Accuracy needs improvement. But he has great leadership, great work ethic. He's improved his weakness, they say, each and every year. And so quick processor, best in the class at doing that. They say already plays at the NFL speed mentally. That's a lot of good stuff right there for a kid like that. Obviously, you want to improve that accuracy right there. And the arm strength, it is what it is at this point. But he is a quick passer. That's what he is, a quick passer. And so for Atlanta, that means getting the ball out quickly. And they say, where does he win? Processing with speed. And so we'll look at some stats as well. Pro Football Focus back in 2019 gave him 72.2. In 2020, 76.3. And then this past season, a 90.7, where he just put it all together, guys. Had 30 touchdowns to 8 interceptions, over 3,000 yards passing, and a 65% completion percentage. That is what we have for Desmond Ridder there. That's why I like this pick here for the Atlanta Falcons. Of these quarterbacks here, you take Desmond. I like a lot. Very good pick right there. I know a lot of people love Malik Willis and stuff like that, and they like the hype. But what he is, Desmond Ridder, I like that pick there for the Atlanta Falcons there, and I think it is a steal right there. Let me add Old Man back here. So we've got Old Man back. But yeah, Desmond Ridder, an Atlanta Falcon. I know a lot of Falcon fans here, so I got to mess with them about this. But we've got the Houston Texans on the clock, so we'll see what they do.
I actually like the Falcons picking him.
Oh, yeah, I like it as well. I wanted the Seahawks to do it, but the Seahawks, they're acting like Drew Lock's going to be gold right now, so they avoided him like the plague. So I can't be mad with that. But man, who's gonna take your boy Malik Willis now? Let's see. Houston took Christian Harris. So
I do like the coach drafting a tight 10.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Christian Harris here, Houston linebacker out of Alabama. So I had Christian Harris as a second round pick, is what I had for that one. And let's see. Carmichael says, what pick is it? And so that's the set. Well, we just had the 75th pick with Christian Harris for Houston. So that means Baltimore's on the clock, and they have the 76th pick coming up here. But Christian Harris, I mean, 6'1", 226 pounds, came out as a junior. Harris is one of the most physical linebackers in the class and relishes the ability to hit anyone on the other side of the ball. His struggles came in coverage, where he allowed nearly 1,000 yards over the past 2 seasons. And so they love his change of direction. His frame, great. Physicality, great. Speed, good to okay-ish. But his awareness certainly can improve upon that. And that's what they have for Christian Harris. Now, Baltimore is going to be on the clock. What do you have Baltimore doing here, old man? Let's just see. Best available. I mean, you look at these receivers right here. If you're Baltimore, there's a lot of receivers right now. I believe, though, if the Texans did not take Christian Harris, I could have definitely seen Baltimore take Christian Harris there. And many of my mocks, I had him in the second round going to Baltimore. So the fact he was here in round 3 would have been great. But I know there's a lot of good linebackers here. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Mike says Leo Chenal available. And so, yes, he is still available. And I would imagine he'd be the next linebacker to come off the board, because I don't know what's going on with Nakobe Dean. They're just acting like he's not there. So I'm going to do the same thing now. But actually, Baltimore, their pick is actually in. And so Baltimore selected defensive lineman Travis Jones out of Connecticut. So, oh, man, they took your boy, Travis Jones, for Baltimore. That is a steal right there for the Ravens at this point of the draft. Meanwhile, Indianapolis will be on the clock. Again, old man right now experiencing some technical difficulties on his end. But yeah, so Travis Jones, I know that was someone that old man really wanted the Patriots to take. And so, but yeah, 6'4", 325 pounds there, junior. They say Jones was the lone bright spot on Cincinnati's roster this season. Ouch, that's pretty harsh right there. But at 6'5", 333 pounds, he's a monstrous space-eating nose tackle, but he can be a little more than that. He racked up 25 pressures and 21 run stops on the season and played well in the Senior Bowl. They had a 3rd-round grade on him, so this is right around the spot where some people had him going. Me personally, I also saw him as a 3rd-rounder. However, I thought he'd be taken in the 2nd round because I thought some teams would try to take him, early on. But he fell to the 3rd. Love his strength. They gave him 9 out of 10, so they love his strength. And he has good hand usage as well. Now, his bend could be better. They don't like his explosiveness or his balance at all. They say shades of Grover Stewart. Strong hands, long arms, quick to lock out, and the ideal anchor for the nose. Carries strength throughout his frame. Some of the cons that they have: no athletic element in his game. Hard for him to stay low throughout the entire pass rush reps, and not much a playmaker or finisher in the run game. That is who the Baltimore Ravens have selected. Indianapolis is now on the clock. I mean, you look at some of these guys on the board right now. I mean, I would imagine that a lot of these guys will be gone. But the fact is, some of these guys will still probably be on the board come round 4. But yeah, something's going on with Nakobe Dean that we just don't know. And so let's see. All right, so now at the quarterback position, at this point of the draft, I think if you're the next team to take a quarterback, I think now is the time where you take Malik Willis there. Because if I'm in for GM, that's probably, I mean, I like his potential far more than anyone else on his board here. So, I mean, I'd have Matt Carroll second at this point. But yeah, Malik would have to be the next quarterback to get taken now at this point. And so the Colts, they went with the tackle Bernhard right there. So I know old man would be thrilled for that pick for Indianapolis. Let's see. Mike says best edge left. And so let's look real quick. All right. So off the edge there. Ooh, Kingsley out of South Carolina. And then you've also got the Marvin Lild here. They listed him as an edge right there. But if we're talking true edge and stuff like that, you've got Kingsley, you've got Cameron Thomas. Let's not forget about Alex Wright down there as well. There's quite a few people here. Welcome back, old man.
Let's try that. Does it work?
Sounds like it's working here. All right, so
today's not my day. Oh, it's all right.
It's working here.
These Bills fans are putting extra time in.
But yeah, I mean, look at what Indianapolis and what Baltimore do. I know you wasn't here for the last two, but tell us your thoughts on the Ravens taking Travis Jones and the Colts taking that tackle from Central Michigan, Bernhardt, right there, finally coming off the board.
I'm actually shocked both of them made it to round 3.
Yeah, I was surprised.
But I think they both where they need to be. I've been telling Colts to draft them. They finally took them. The Ravens, I was rumored that they wanted Davis. But they got a couple good players.
Meanwhile, for Indianapolis here, so Bernhardt, he's
I'm kind of getting upset with Texas, though. They keep taking players that are supposed to go with Patriots.
Well, Bill certainly isn't trying to take them. But yeah, I mean, on Pro Football Focus's board, they had him 18th.
Oh, no, go ahead.
2 years ago, they said that Raymond was playing tight end. Now he's legitimate shot to be a first-round pick is what they had coming into it. He earned the second highest grade of any offensive lineman this past season, allowing 10 pressures. He came in as a 2-star recruit. And so it's crazy that they say all this, but he fell to the 3rd round. They love his balance. They are in love with his flexibility as well. They love his explosiveness. Good size, not great, but good size. And his frame, it could leave some room to be desired. But anyways, they had this man being taken yesterday, and here we go just now being taken.
I think he's in the right spot, though.
Oh, yeah, Indianapolis, this is going to work out great for them.
And I did see that they took a tight end, too.
Yeah, they took a tight end.
Which makes sense because Zach Doyle did retire. The guy that they took him kind of reminds me of Jimmy Graham. The big body basketball player who can dunk. He can go up and grab it.
Okay, so the Colts have been pretty busy here today. They went receiver, tight end, tackle, everything they can to help Matt Ryan out to succeed his first year in Indianapolis.
Gee, I feel bad for Desmond, though. He went to Atlanta.
Oh, your boy just got taken by the Browns here. So Alex Wright out of UAB just got taken by Cleveland.
Man, They got to steal in the third round. You got your dude.
Yes, see, Braden says Travis Jones finally off the board. And so, yeah, it's about time. It's about time for him and then Bernhard as well. It's about time for those two guys right there. Now it's going to be, Malik Willis and Kobe Dean. Who's going to finally take those guys? Meanwhile, Chargers will be on the clock. Let's see. Braden says all old man boys are getting drafted. Yeah, they're getting drafted a little later than they thought, but they're getting drafted. Let's see. Alex Wright. They have 6'5", 271 pounds there. They say Wright is a big physical edge who is only just starting to tap into his NFL ready frame. He earned a 91.1 pass rush grade in 2021. And so that's all they have for him. And so meanwhile, Mike says Willis watch. And so, yeah, I mean, hey, check on my man right now, Malik Willis. He's not doing okay right now, guys. He's not okay. If you have this man on Twitter, IG, reach out to Malik Willis and let him know it's okay. It's going to be okay. Someone will draft them, right? I mean, but hey, the Chargers, their pick is in, and they took the safety out of Baylor. They took JT Woods with their pick.
Helping out that secondary.
They gave him a 4th round grade, 6'2", 195 pounds. They say Woods is a true deep safety with the kind of ball skills to secure every opportunity he gets. He'll fit any scheme that takes safeties out of run fits. They say track speed in the back end, plus ball skills, 9 career picks without a single drop interception on tape. Plus ball skills, capped off his career on a high note with 3 picks in his final 2 games. Shades of Andre Hall. Saw 150 snaps even as a true freshman back in 2018 before taking over as a starter mid-season in 2019. He took his lumps his very first season with a ridiculous 13 missed tackles on only 47 attempts. Wow, that is ridiculous. He looked like a different player, though, once Dave Arata brought his defense to Rayco in 2020, picked off 3 passes in 9 games, and the ball production kept rolling in. Woods took it to another level with 6 picks and 3 pass breakups his big senior season. So that's what they like. What don't they like? Well, he's rounded angles to ball carries on everywhere on tape. Don't want him anywhere near the box. Physically is lacking. The want to isn't quite there as a tackler. And they say career miss rate of 20.1 career miss rate. And so, but we got another pick in. So the Broncos, they said, let's not play around with this. The Broncos said, we got to get a tight end, so let's go ahead and get a tight end. 2 tight ends have already came off the board already. So at this point, Denver's like, we have to go ahead and get our tight end. And so we talked about this earlier, old man. How many tight ends did we say would get drafted today? I think we said like maybe 3.
Having too much problems.
We hear you there, old man. Meanwhile, at 6'4", 243 pounds, they're redshirt junior, 22 years old. They say that Dulcich is a former walk-on. So a former walk-on who's one of the best all-around athletes for a tight end in the draft. He's an ascending player who has matured by leaps and bounds physically since he got to UCLA. Mike says, who is it? So, yeah, Mike, it was a tight end here. Greg Dulcich. So 6'4", 243 pounds out of UCLA. They say that some of the pros for him is that he's a natural receiving ability, which is going to come in really good for Russell Wilson and that offense down there for the Broncos to take him. Understands how to set up defenders, very natural receiver, terrific at avoiding contact, uses feet and hands in unison to do so, enough speed to challenge every level of the defense. Some of the cons, though, still thin. Wide hands get him rocked back too often as a run blocker. And they say hitch and spot routes need defining. Again, that was for the Denver Broncos with their pick. So now we got the Giants on the clock here at 81. Picking up some speed here and just looking through the rest of these third rounders as they stand right now. So still a good amount of picks to go, but we're getting closer. Oh, let me add old man back.
Let's try
All right,
this
old
one more
man.
time. I don't know why I'm having it.
Yeah, it's just been rough over there for old man today.
I say if he falls, we have to take him.
We got to figure out why he's falling this far. There's no reason why he's falling this far.
I'm saying if he falls to us, we gotta take him with the first pick. And I know we haven't taken a corner yet, so either corner or my boy Dan Bolton. I was trying to say about Desmond. I like him and everything, but I don't like him going to Atlanta because I don't think I'd rather him going to the Seahawks where they couple pieces away from being a good team. Atlanta's like couple years.
Oh, yeah. And let's see. But since then, I mean, Chargers, they took JT Woods. Obviously, the Browns, you was there for the Alex Wood one. Then the Broncos going tight end, taking Greg from UCLA.
Yeah,
And
we
now
said two to three tight ends will get drafted today.
That's right. That's right. Giants went corner, but they took Cardell Float. I have no idea what board these guys are choosing from,
Ooh,
but hey, that means
I
my man
actually like
Marcus
that
Float's
pick
still
for
up
them.
there. And so they say Float was a surprise to come out early as a skinny slot corner in LSU's defense. He plays above his weight class, though, and earned an 84.8 coverage grade in 2021.
If you're looking for a true slot corner, he is. In my opinion, he's a top 3 slot corner in the draft.
You look at his 2019 grade. Yeah, go ahead.
Just don't put him outside because he'll get burned. Bad. Like, don't try him outside.
You look at 2019, he had a 71.7 grade. In 2020, it dipped down to a 59.4. And then in 2021, he recovered and gave his best performance of 81.3.
The reason he dipped is because they tried to play him a little bit more on the outside. And he, like I said, he's mainly a slot corner.
And so that's the guy who the Giants went with there. And now the Falcons are back on the clock. Let's see. Mike says, old analysis top notch went on. Let's see. Braden says, who's the corner old man really liked and he thought was underrated? And so
Alsman, he got taken though.
who took him again?
The Browns.
That's right. Cleveland took him. So I'm just
But like I said, he needed to go to a team where he could sit and learn for a year and work on some stuff.
Oh yeah. Martin Emerson, 1 interception out of 130 targets. So as you mentioned,
he's not a pick guy. He's more of a swap guy. That's why I wanted him with New England. Because if you look at our DBs, yeah, some of them they man to man, they will catch it, like they'll intercept it. But most of our picks come off of swaps.
True. Now Atlanta back here on the clock and looking at best available from all players. We'll just ignore the first 3 up there for now. But there's Leo Chanel, It could go Kingsley, but here we go. The pick
They
is
could go.
in.
They could go. Jalen and get another wide receiver again.
They went edge and they took D'Angelo Malone out of Western Kentucky. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at the edge. They still had Kingsley up there at edge, and so
I would have took Kingsley.
But let's see what Pro Football Focus has to say about them. All right, so let's see. He's 6'4", 243 pounds here. They say Malone is a one-trick sub-package rusher. I'll say it again. A one-trick sub-package rusher who can bring some juice to any NFL team's pass rush. He racked up 180 pressures in his career at Western Kentucky. Let's see the grades. So his best grade came a couple years ago, back in 2019. Gave him an 85.6, but then he dipped to 74.8. Last year, he finished with a 79.7. So we will see how that plays. But let's see. Analysis-wise, they've got nothing for the kid. So, all right, but that's the edge that Atlanta went with. So, yeah. Braden says Grizzlies are up 52-49 at halftime. And speaking of up, right now the Eagles are on the clock right now. Could this be where Nakobe Dean goes?
Could be.
Either him or Leo Chanel. I could see Leo being a pick for them.
I could see Kingsley. Kingsley
as well. I could see that.
Who would have thought, though, 2 quarterbacks went and Malik's still there?
Well,
it's going to turn out 2 ways.
It
could turn out with whoever drafts him, he's going to ball out and set the NFL on fire, or he can be a biggest bust.
That is true. That is true. Let's see. Mike says Malone walks on stilts. It says what that means. Walks on stilts. And so let's see. Braden says good transition. JB, appreciate that. Braden appreciates a good transition. But yeah, D'Angelo Malone was the guy who Atlanta chose to go with, and they gave that one a good pick. You know, a massively experienced player with 5 years of college production under his belt. They say Malone can rush the passer and bring power to the table despite being undersized. He was impressive at the Senior Bowl, and he added some bulk. During the pre-draft process, he had 180 total pressures across 5 years in college, never grading below 78.4 overall. So, well, when you look at it that way, it's, consistent. Let's see. Braden said that go ahead.
They have as Malik Willis underneath the Falcons after they just took a quarterback.
Let's not forget. Now, this is not the pro football people themselves that's doing this. This is the users that's that's on the website voting. They're voting.
Oh, so okay.
That's watching in.
I'm about to say they just took.
So yeah, I caught on to that very quickly when I kept seeing Malik Willis go for Houston. I was like, Pro Football Focus knows better than that. But no, these are just the people that's just chiming in, voting. This is what they wanted Atlanta to do.
And look who went to the Eagles. Oof.
You know what? I'm just happy for the kid at this point. Happy he went off the board there. Nakobe Dean finally off the board for the Philadelphia Eagles here. And so whatever the issue is they have with this young man, he has an opportunity. Only he can control this himself, but he has the opportunity to go out there and show them it was a mistake not to select him. They're getting a great guy. I love this pick here for Philadelphia. It makes too much sense. This should have happened a long time ago, but yeah, that is where we are right now. But really quickly, Braden said he had him going 6 to the Panthers. If the Panthers selected a quarterback, I said it before that I had Carolina taking Kenny Pickett, a guy that was going to be ready to play immediately, not someone that you have to wait a year or two for. Mike says, you enjoying the draft show, JB? It sounds great. And so Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Absolutely. Let's see. Braden says about the Eagles. We're going to select them in the first round. I thought that was a possibility as well. And then I thought when they had another chance in the second round that they would not miss there. But hey, they did take them. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you got him here. So it's a steal. Might be the steal of the draft when we look back at it. Nakobe Dean selected here by the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, let's see. They say Dean's range of the linebacker position is unparalleled in this draft class. He's not only straight line fast, but he also processes and reacts with elite quickness. At 5'11", 230 pounds there. Let's look at the analysis. They love his change of direction. They gave it a 10 out of 10. It doesn't get better than 10 out of 10. They say his speed, 9 out of 10. Awareness, 9 out of 10. Physicality, 8 out of 10. Frame, they don't love it. They say shades of Devin Bush. If you're telling me I can draft a Devin Bush, I would gladly take a Devin Bush in a heartbeat.
Especially in the third round?
Woo, especially third round. Yes. Yes. They say his role, weak side linebacker. I'm pretty sure the next pick has probably happened already. Let me get through this. They say Dean plays like a mad dog, can play through blocks even at his size. He sees the game at a high level. Some of the cons, limited sphere of influence. He's barely 6 feet and limited length. He was protected in run defense by the best defensive line in the country. Well, you know what? That same team that he's joining, the Eagles, they took Jordan Davis. So he'll have that Jordan Davis in front of him, not to mention the others that the Eagles have. So I like this a lot for Nakobe Dean. But the Steelers, they took your boy, old man. They took your boy, Marvin Leal. They took him.
Hey, that's not a bad pick on their point, though. You got a guy who can be right next to TJ. You got TJ at one side. He's going to take the double team. He could have a breakout year. He could be like rookie of the year.
And so there you go. At 6'3", 283 pounds there, the junior, they come out. They say Lil was a top 10 player on a preseason draft board. So going back to preseason top 10, but obviously a lot of things have changed since then. We'll look at the analysis here. And so they say, you got some explosiveness to him, a little bit can be left to be desired in terms of his balance. He can improve that strength. But they say shades of more explosive Jihad Ward. And so they say terrific, good off for a 290-pounder, test tackles depth even at that size, very natural mover for a man of his size, clearly an all-around athlete, number of pass rushing moves at his disposal, mixes in a mean spin. So he is off the board here. And let's see.
I kind of look at him like a Dwight Freeney type.
Ooh. And so that would be interesting. Let's see. Alexis says Nakobe Dean. She's hyped about that pick for the Eagles. And so it's a steal. And so absolutely. I mean, I've been harping Nakobe Dean since the first round. I wanted my team to take him, but hey, I mean, the Eagles, that's a steal right there. He reunites with Jordan Davis. So all of a sudden, Philadelphia trying to make that defense turn into what Georgia already was. Speaking of my team, Patriots, they're on the clock right now. Mike said defensive tackle. That's right. Perrin Winfrey's still there. He's still available. Hold on. I think I skipped a couple comments here. I think I skipped James' comments. Let's see. James says, I don't think the Eagles should be glad about that Dean pick. If they pass on him, there's a reason. And so, I mean, we see it all the time. It happens, every once in a while. There's a linebacker that happens. And so, So we'll get to that in a second there. But Mike says safety, Nick Cross left. And so, yeah, Nick Cross is still on the board there. But Marcus Jones, oh, man, we will start with you. How do you feel about Marcus Jones?
I actually like this pick for us. Finally, we have a corner. He can work on a little bit of stuff, but with Belichick, I have faith Belichick can replace Casey pretty good.
I am happy
He's
with
big
this
body,
pick.
too. He's not the biggest, and people are going to say, oh, he's only 5'8". I'm telling you now, though, I'm really happy about this pick.
Yeah,
Plus, he can be good on special team.
And so, oh yeah. Old man beat me to the punch there. I was about to say, I'm happy with taking him at the corner, but I'm excited for what he's going to bring to like the kick return game. They say not only is Jones is not only the best kick punt returner in the draft, but also playmaking, all around corner. He picked off 5 passes and broke up 12 others in 2021. Again, 5'8", little shorter than I would like, but you know what? He plays big, 174 pounds there. And so let's look at the analysis. They love his change of direction, 9 out of 10. Love his speed, 8 out of 10. Awareness, 7 out of 10. Physicality, 7 out of 10. His frame, that's the only thing you don't like there, but they say shades of Darius Phillips. They say he's got hips like butter, so clean in transition. Relishes the chance to get involved as a tackler in a run game. So, hard-nosed dude, the best returner in college football over the past few years. I like it. So clearly Bill wanted to get explosive. He probably said that's what we were missing, a lot of explosiveness. That's what he went for.
And a good thing about him too is with him being so good and be able to cut real quick with his routes. What does Diggs beat us most of the time with? Not his speed. Diggs beat us with his route running. We need a guy who can cut quick with him. This is my favorite pick so far of the draft.
Oh, especially for the Patriots. Absolutely. No doubt about that. So Marcus Jones, the guy that I used in a lot of my mock drafts that I kept aiming for, ends up a Patriot. Happy about that. Finally, I can smile after a Patriot selection, guys.
Oh, yeah. Big smiles over here, JB.
Let's see. Mike says Dean and Reddick. Mike says Arizona take value quarterback backup. And so I feel like, given the fact that you still got Malik Willis on that board right there, I don't think that Arizona would take that route, because you're sending a message to Kyler Murray if you bring in Malik Willis that contract's not going to get done. So
with them picking up his first options, I think they stay. Murray's staying there. They just traded for Brown. Him and Brown are boys. They trying to do.
And so finally, Malik Willis goes off the board. I asked the question in the first round. Didn't think it was going to happen then. But Malik Willis has been drafted by the Tennessee Titans. So let the rumbles begin.
Who said that yesterday? Didn't somebody from yesterday in the group said that Tennessee would be a sleeper?
I think someone did mention that yesterday. I think they did mention that. But wow, Malik Willis is going to Tennessee. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy, guys. That is crazy.
If I'm Tannehill, I'm upset, kind of.
Kind of. Oh, definitely. Look at the receivers that are still remaining. Absolutely. Let's see. Mike says Jones needs coaching help, it says. And so, oh, yeah, and he'll get that. He will get that for sure.
Is he talking about our guy we drafted?
Yeah, he's talking about. I assumed you meant.
Marcus Jones he went to say what you want about Belichick. He went to the best spot to learn, because Belichick, that's the one key spot he's good at, is making sure corners are good. Exactly. Now let the rumbles begin though with Tennessee. How long before Tannehill's out? Oh
yeah, the writing is on the wall. So Malik Willis. So let's go ahead and take a look at Malik Willis and what they said about good old Malik. They say Willis is an electric playmaker. However, the Liberty quarterback is still far too much of a roller coaster from game to game. He did, however, have the second highest big-time throw rate we've ever charted at 11%. And so he's from Roswell, Georgia. They say Willis is a pure project due to all the tools in the world to work with. Developing him behind an established mobile quarterback would be ideal. Let's see. They say here's where he wins, his tools. Willis wins with playmaking, schoolyard ball. His creativity on the move as both a thrower and runner is special. He can provide instant offense at any level of football. I mean, you see a pick like this from Malik Willis, the first thought I thought about for the Titans was back when they had Steve Aaron McNair. And so I think about an early version of Steve Aaron McNair. If this goes right and stuff like that, you can have something similar to what you had back then if it goes right. Now, they say shades of Cordell Stewart and stuff like that. So I guess I can see that as well, given the speed and playmaking stuff. I can see that as well. They say, what can he improve upon? His pocket presence. They say Willis' pocket presence is still an issue. Slight pressure causes him to fully break out of play structure. Playing quicker and more on schedule have to be a point of emphasis for him. What do they love about him? His mobility. They gave it a 10 out of 10. They love his arm strength, 9 out of 10. They hate his accuracy, 3 out of 10. Pocket presence, 3 out of 10. Decision-making, 4 out of 10. And so they say arguably the strongest arm in the draft, can get velocity from any body position, adds massive value as a runner, draftable running back if he switched. He had 146 broken tackles. Footwork improved a ton from 2020 to 2021. He's shown that he can take coaching, so he can take some coaching. Some of the cons, they say that his base is woefully inconsistent, has made strides, but it still shows up too often. His eyes telegraph his throws regularly, will stare daggers through his targets. Level of competition was poor. He had some ugly outings against Power 5 defenses. And so, but yeah, 2020, 85.7, 2021, 91.6. And so that's what they have here from my man, Malik Willis. Yeah, that game against Ole Miss, I was not too high on that one.
It might be the best spot for him to go, actually. Give him a year underneath Tannehill. Let him learn the playback. Let him learn a little bit more.
Absolutely. Let's see what the comments say. But then again, Arizona, they took edge. They went Cameron Thomas off the edge.
We play Sanders Owens.
And so let's see. Braden says, your Pats drafted another guy. I don't know who he is. And so I did my research on Marcus Jones. I know who Marcus Jones was in this one. Let's see. Mike says, a Tannehill, who was terrible first 8 years, plays ball. Willis could shadow him a few years and then be really good. Or boot out Tannehill. Let's see. Braden says, sounds like Baker Mayfield is going to the Panthers. And so, yeah, I mean, the 3 quarterbacks that was draftable, they're gone now. So if you are Carolina, yeah, I'm not, unless I guess Matt Carroll, if you believe in him and he's on the board in the 4th round, then maybe. But outside of that, nah. Oh, so Dallas went wide receiver, guys, and they took Jalen Tolbert at wide receiver. So they did not go the route of taking Calvin Austin III.
That's actually a good pick right there, too. I'm shocked he fell that far. Out of all the receivers that I took in, I thought he might have been one of the top 2 in the 2nd round.
Oh, yeah. Given all the mocks that I did, he definitely was going to be one of the top 2. I'd say top 2 available once you got to that 2nd round. But Pro Football Focus said he was a 3rd rounder. He ended up getting taken in the 3rd round, 6'1", 194 pounds. There, came out as a junior. They say Tolbert is one of the best big play threats in college football. Has 16 deep receptions, ranked 5th in all of college football in 2021. And so the analysis in terms of speed, they give him a 7. Ball skills, they give him an 8. Physicality, a 6. Route running, a 4. He's definitely got to improve upon that. Elusiveness, they give him a 5. So they say pros is not only has elite in top speed, but can also get there quickly for a 6'3" receiver, long limbed with a penchant for high pointing footballs, and flexible lower half for a tall receiver, capable of running the full route tree. And so some of the cons is that he'll be 23 years old on draft day, but still built like a stick, consistently false steps with his front foot out of the stance, and hasn't faced a Power 5 opponent since 2019. Shades of John Hightower. Again, Dallas.
Hey, if they get more than 8 games of him trying, they got something better than Cooper.
Right? If he shows up on the road, he's already surpassed him. All right, so Buffalo is on the clock right now. So, Mike, what do you want to see your Bills do this time?
Hey, JB, before I tell you this, how you feel about Robbie Anderson?
Robbie Anderson, I don't put all the blame on him last year because he showed me without Sam Darnold, when he had Teddy Bridgewater, a competent receiver, that he did pretty good.
You think he'd be a good wide receiver? Like, say if somebody compared him to him, you'd be all right with that?
If somebody compared him to him, I'd be okay with that. Okay with that.
Well, right now, that's what he's most compared to. Is the guy we took is Robbie Anderson, a faster version of him.
Okay. Well, as long as it's the Robbie from 2 years ago and not last year, then I'm okay with that. But yeah, let's see. Buffalo on the clock right now. Okay, so at pick 89. All right, so let's see. Mike says he wants a linebacker. Braden says he wanted Tolbert on the Packers. Mike says move out Robbie and Darnold. Let's see. Braden says Robbie Anderson was good with Sam Darnold. And so are we talking last year or back when they were with the Jets? And there you go, Mike. Your Bills took a linebacker, but they took Terrell Bernard. And so
Man, my dude's getting slept on.
big time. Big time. Let's see, Mike says, and Christian McCaffrey. So let's take a look at Terrell Bernard here. 6'1", 224 pounds, senior. They said Bernard may be undersized at 220 pounds, but his play style can make up for it. He already held up between the tackles for Baylor in 2021 with 53 stops. No analysis for him. So the Pro Football Focus grades over the years. In 2019, 69.9. In 2020, 70.9. And in 2021, 74.8. So still small improvements and stuff like that. But ultimately, last year was his best year. So we'll see if he continues to improve.
Yeah, but they needed to replace Melo or whatever. They did cut one of the linebackers in offseason.
Yeah, so.
Here comes the trader. All of them. I ain't even talking about Sass McDaniels. I'm glad he's gone, but the traders are left with them.
The Raiders are on the clock here. But let's
They
see.
ain't
Best
called the
available.
Raiders, they called the traders.
I'm surprised they passed on Leo Chenal, though, with that pick, though. That's the route I would have thought there. But I guess Terrell fits what they want to envision.
Who do you think's the best player still available right now?
Best available player right now on my board, I would have to go with, given how this board is right now, let me look and see who's that wide receiver. Yeah, let's stay away from that. All right, so yeah, going off of best available players there, I mean, I would have to say, if not Kingsley, then probably Leo Chenal right there. That's probably where I'm
I was going to say Kingsley's my favorite right now.
But we'll see what direction the Raiders end up going here.
And you see what I'm saying, though? Just looking at the whole line that's available, we could have got Zach Tom.
Mm-hmm.
And we could have got like somebody else in the first.
Let's see. Braden says with the Jets. Oh yeah, with the Jets definitely. Let's see. Braden says the Raiders have the best receiver in the NFL. No bias there, but you're right. You're right. Let's see. Mike says AJ Klein out. Let's see. Braden says the Packers are almost back on the clock. That's right. They got a couple more picks there. We got the Raiders, then the Buccaneers. And they're not the only ones that's almost back on the clock here. The Patriots will be a couple picks after, barring any trades.
You think the Raiders go O-line now?
If I'm the Raiders, I would definitely go offensive line for sure. For sure. That's the best way to help.
It wouldn't surprise me if they go safety neither, because they didn't pick up those safeties fit or Jones, the running back. They didn't pick up his fit neither.
They could go Nick Cross. They could go that route. And let's see. Mike says we have outside linebacker Matt Molino. Need replace middle linebacker Tremaine Edmonds.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Edmonds is on his contract deal, I think.
So what will the Raiders do?
If I'm the Raiders, I'm either going O-line or I'm looking at safety.
Braden says he thinks the Packers draft another wide receiver. Oh, look at that. That's Josh McDaniels and company for you. That's the former Patriots state of mind right there. Dylan Parham right there out of Memphis. I love it right there for the Raiders. I love this in round 3.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Love it right there for the Raiders. Great pick.
That's the best pick right there. I had him on my board of one of the best linemen you could draft.
Oh yeah, Pro Football Focus gave him a third round grade. So right around this one right here, this is good. 6'3", 311 pounds. They say there's so much to like about Parham's tape, but his pre-draft process performance will be just as important to his overall draft position. Let's see what they like. They like his balance, explosiveness, and flexibility. Not in love with his frame or his strength there, but they say the dude can move. Heck of an athlete for an offensive lineman, special flexibility. The depth he gets in his stances is prime example. Feet never stop driving, very quick to reset and replace. And so some good things there for Dylan Parham.
Yep, don't forget he could play all on the. He could play both guard spots. He could play center a little bit, and he did have time playing right tackle. He wasn't the best at it, but he still could play it if need be.
Ooh, so Tampa's pick is in, and they went running back. They went Richard White out of Arizona State. That's the running back they chose. Meanwhile, the users had them going a different direction from Arizona State with Donovan West. So, but your thoughts on Richard White?
Brady loves his running backs.
That he does. All right, so they gave him a fourth round pick. They say White is a rare project at running back. If you can rein his running style a little bit, he can be a playmaker. And so they love his hands, 9 out of 10. Agility burst, good speed. Not the fastest in the row, 6 out of 10. Poor vision, poor power. And so if you can improve that vision, that would definitely help. But they say his role is going to be that third down running back, wide receiver convert. Plays in space is where he wins. And where can he improve? His discipline running. And so, but definitely he's going to be an asset on third downs for sure, which Tom will love that.
Oh yeah, Brady loves those type of running backs. He
Yes.
can dunk it out to you. Plus, boy, it was rumored that last year, Tom Brady was trying to get James White to go down there. Same with this year too.
Exactly. That is who he wanted because a guy like James White, we've seen it for so many years with Tom. A guy like that, he's gonna love that guy in the backfield. Gonna love him. Whether we're talking James White,
It's a
whether we're talking
safety
Kevin
blanket.
Faulk. Exactly. Packers are now on the clock.
I don't know about you though, JB. I'm actually hyped about our corner we draft.
Oh yeah. I'm excited because I'm tired of every time I know this is video game and not real, but still, even in real life for special teams, I want someone explosive back there returning some kicks and stuff like that. So I'm excited about what he's going to add to the corner room, but I'm really excited about what he's going to add for special teams as well. So,
And thinking
time.
about it more, it kind of does make sense why we did Belichick trade up to take that wide receiver, because it was rumored Belichick wanted Robbie Anderson to drafted him, and it was also rumored he was trying to get him in a trade last year and this year. Plus, in free agent, he was trying to sign him.
Okay.
So why not go get, if he compared to him, why not go get a younger, quicker version of him?
Exactly.
Who do they take?
So the pick is in. Sean Ryan, your boy. Your boy, old
No
man,
lineman.
Sean Ryan. Yes, tackle out of UCLA. And so let's see what they say about him. All right, so at 6'5", 321 pounds, they say that Ryan is a physical run blocker who currently plays tackle for UCLA. Well, that makes a lot of sense. But likely profiles best at guard in the NFL. He took a massive step forward in 2021 with his overall grade going from 73.9 to 83.7. And they say they had him projected as a third round pick, so right around where he should go. They said Ryan is still coming along technically and will have to kick into guard, but the improvement he's already made gives you hope. And so they say tremendous guard build, massive lower half, and insanely large hands. Unloads into contact, the kind of guy that can cave in his side of the line and massive year-on-year progressions. Could even see it week to week in 2021. And so,
If you notice a lot about these O linemen, a lot of them, like 90% of them, can play multiple positions.
yes, I have certainly took notice of that. Let's see. Mike says, I said Bills need cornerback, running back, and linebacker, and that's what they went after. And let's see. Mike says Brandon Beaniefield needs. And so that he did.
Looking at the board, JB, who would you like Patriots to take?
Looking at the board. I mean, if we can get a linebacker now, I mean, I'm just saying, if we can finally go ahead and get a linebacker, Leo Chanel, I mean, that'd be a good route to go. Or if we want to double dip a wide receiver, there's some options there. Calvin Austin the third, I like him. If we take Dubes there from Nevada, like there's David Bell would be tremendous. Like that would be tremendous. And I know Bill doesn't go off of this board, so if we can get David Bell right now and double dip like that, hey, that's
If
going to improve the draft grade.
My two dudes right now that I want is either Dan Bolton, of course, but I would take Brandon Smith also as a linebacker.
Oh, yeah. But now watch, he doesn't listen to either of us and take a completely different route.
See that the first pick, that's why I'm mostly upset about Bill, because if you look at the lineman who's available right now, yeah, you might not be able to tell that they could have been, but you got Zach Tom who's available, who could play left guard. But in Bill we trust.
Yeah, it's getting a little harder to trust nowadays. Let's see. Mike says, regardless of player have Pat's needs been met, what's left? And so, old man, I'll let you go ahead with that. I mean, we did take a receiver. That was certainly a need. We still we took a corner as well. That was another need.
We took a wide receiver and we took a corner that won't be starters right off the bat, but it gives us depth, and they will be starters next year. The more I think of it, yeah, I'm hating on the first round pick because we could have got someone easier. But me looking at it, he started 6 years. I think he only gave up maybe 1 or 5 sacks since he started playing in college. He's gonna be a day one starter. So Belichick's looking at it this way: I got my 1 day starter lineman. We good with Bill. I got my wide receiver who needs a little bit of work, but he's quick. I got the corner I like. I think if I gotta give Belichick a grade, I'll give him like a C right now. But he's filling holes that we need.
I'm gonna wait till this next pick before I give Bill a grade. I gotta see what he's thinking with this next pick.
That's what I'm saying. If he takes somebody, even if he takes Kingsley Hill, I'll be happy.
But before our pick, the 49ers are currently on the clock right now, and so we will see what direction San Fran chooses to go with their pick. And they went running back here. They went Tyrion Davis Price. What?
I don't get why they would take a running back here. They drafted one last year.
Well, they've got nothing on this guy other than he's 6 feet, 211 pounds, and they probably did not expect him to be drafted this high, to be honest. But his Pro Football Focus grade last year was a 78.5, and in 2020, 72.6, 2019, 72.8, so consistently in the 70s. Wow. But it is San Francisco, so it's going to be running back by committee.
Did they take a wide receiver yet?
Let's see. No, they went edge. They did not go wide receiver.
Maybe Debo's not going anywhere. Maybe this is trying to show Debo, hey, you're not going to be a runner no more.
Let's see. Mike says leave David Bell for his Bills, JB. Mike says you get David Bell a Spiller. I give Bill Belichick a B. And so I got to see what Bill does here. Let's see. Braden says good pick for his Packers.
I wouldn't take a running back. If I'm New England, I'm definitely not taking a running back. You can get Haskins in the
Well,
fifth
we're not
round.
taking
Oh, we
nobody because we
traded.
just traded with Carolina. So we're not taking anybody. And I know Boston sports right now is running through a wall multiple times right now.
Well, that kind of doesn't make sense though. Trading back with one of our picks, so we did give up a fifth to move up.
Yeah.
Depending on what we got, it could be a good trade. Do they even have a third round? The Panthers?
Panthers did not have a third round, no, because they were not going to pick to the fourth, but they jumped in here, round 3. They're on the clock. Do they take Matt Carroll here? There's a lot of linemen that
Carson's
they could
gone.
choose from.
If I'm going for QB, I'm going strong.
I wonder where was the Panthers' next pick supposed to be? I guess we'll have to research that. Oh, look, the pick is in. They went quarterback. I was right. Matt Carroll is the quarterback they went with. So no need for Baker Mayfield. We can stop the conversations here and there. Carolina has a quarterback in Matt Carroll. Whether you believe in the
I
kid or
can't
not.
wait for Monday. I can hear Skip Bayless now. What are they doing? Oh, Sanders Suggs gonna laugh him out. He might not even show up.
Oh, man, Matt Carroll. I knew that they were going to trade up for a quarterback there. Many people had Sam Howell. I don't get it. Sam Howell's not the guy I would have wanted there.
No.
They're mad because they still can't put Malik Willis there. If he was up there, they would still put his name. But yeah, Carolina got a quarterback, Matt Carroll.
Now he'll leave the big hole. Who's taking Baker if there is a room? Everybody's taking quarterback. Seahawks, maybe.
Maybe Baker's just come to sit this year out. Maybe. Let's see. Braden says we get some depth at O-line. Braden says you guys are always trading back. It's what we do. We love multiple
See,
picks.
I will defend Belichick in this. Trading back this year is the best move because there's so many good players that you can get. This actually might be the best time to trade back.
Let's see. Braden says, no, I wanted another season of at home with Baker Mayfield. Mike says, Matt Carroll any good? And so let's go ahead and go through some of the breakdown of Matt Carroll here. So Matt Carroll, where did you originally have Matt Carroll on your board in terms of the rookie quarterbacks in this year's class, old man?
If I remember from going off of yesterday, I remember I had him my 5th, but as right now, I would put him as 4th.
Yeah, I think for me he was 4th on my list there. I think he was 4th on my list there. And so Matt Carroll, 6'2", 212 pounds. They said he lost his top weapon from 2020, but didn't see his game slip to fall. He also protected the ball a lot better, recording only 10 turnover-worthy plays all season. They say that drafting Carroll should be seen as an investment, not a quick fix to a team's passing offense. Let's see. Now, in terms of arm strength, they give him an 8 out of 10. Accuracy, 7 out of 10. Pocket presence, 6 out of 10. Mobility, 7 out of 10. Decision-making, 6 out of 10. They say shades of Jim McMahon. And so, good old Jim McMahon. His role is the playbook opener. They say Carroll has serious tools that any offensive coordinator would love to try and mold. He also needs some serious molding, though. He's a project who needs to learn behind a veteran early in his career. What do you think of the odds of Matt Carroll working out? Old man. Oh, we just lost old man. I guess I'll answer that question. For me, Matt Carroll, Carolina taking him this reminds me of Carolina before they took Cam Newton. If we remember, the year before, they drafted Jimmy Clausen in the 2nd round, and that flamed out super quickly. And so Carolina with Matt Carroll, that's going to flame out just as quick, I think. Although I think Matt Carroll is better, but definitely better than that Jimmy Clausen player that they took, even though they took him in like round 2 or whatever. However, I don't think Matt Carroll's going to be the answer down here in Carolina. And so, I mean, you can fool yourself to believe in that, but I'm not sold on Matt Carroll, and I'm not sold on him, especially with the Carolina Panthers here. We'll just have to see how that works out, though. But I am not sold on Matt Carroll working out here for Carolina. That's my personal opinion there. I don't think Matt Carroll's going to work out for the Carolina Panthers. But old man is back.
Yeah, it messed up when I went to look. What we traded back for, we traded back for 137, and we got a third round pick next year.
Okay. I'll live with that. So Carolina
And
made that move for a quarterback here.
if I'm right, we should be getting a third round comp pick for Stacey Jackson.
Yeah, I was thinking that
And
too.
that is a smart move because we did give up a third to get a fifth and Parker.
That is true. Meanwhile, the Bengals, they took Zachary Carter, the edge from Florida.
Building up that defense.
And so Pro Football Focus gave him a 5th round grade. They say Carter has an NFL caliber body, but none of his traits particularly excite. That's worrisome when he's a bit of a tweener. And so, I mean, Pro Football Focus is giving out some low grades for a lot of these guys. They say strength 7 out of 10, explosiveness 4 out of 10, hand usage 5 out of 10, bend 4 out of 10, balance 5 out of 10. And so where he wins is his heavy hands. They say Carter wins with the shock he can create on contact. This is the same man who threw a 350-pound tackle Evan Neal to the ground in 2021. He can get off blocks at the NFL level. What's his role? He's more of a tweener, 3-tech. This is the tough part. Carter is a tweener. He's not going to impact the passer on the outside, and he will have issues with doubles inside. He'll have to gain a little mass and be a 3-tech in the NFL. Again, that was Zachary Carter for Cincinnati.
So if I'm not mistaken, we should have 2 or 3 picks in the 4th round tomorrow.
Let's see. They should have had it updated by now. Let's see. So, all right. So we should have 3 in the 4th round, 121, 127, 137. No 5th rounders. As you stated, Bill, it's not like 5th rounders. 6th round, we should have 3, and then 1 in the 7th.
Man, with us missing out on Messi, I'm like 95% sure that 7th rounder is going to be Bolden.
Well, we can only see what Bill's deciding to do once we get there. Knowing him, we might get to the 7th round, and he might end up trading for next year's 7th round.
It's also rumored that we might be taking a punt this year, too.
Let's see. Mike says, proactive message to Baker. Panthers say we have options. Steelers say it too.
It's a serious question, though. With these teams picking, drafting these quarterbacks, who's going to take on Baker for that much money?
I mean, as of right now, the only team that can potentially do it would be perhaps Seattle at this point. All arrows have to point towards them right now. They have the leverage.
And with Pittsburgh draft taking Pickett, they're not going to take Baker if he gets cut.
Yep, that's right.
My ideal might be the best looking good so far. Let them cut you, Baker. Take a seat there with the Bucks. Sit down and learn from Tom Brady. Maybe get that silence with them calling you a kid and everything off of you, and maybe someone will take a shot with you next year.
Agreed. But we have Indianapolis made a trade, so they traded up for someone. So that means with them being on the clock here, will it be wide receiver?
They haven't taken one yet, have they?
Earlier. I don't think they have. Oh, they did. They took Alec Pierce. Okay, so Alec Pierce from Cincinnati. They went tight end as well. Then they went tackle. So we'll see who it is they went up for this time. Maybe it's Kingsley if he hasn't been taken already. And so, yeah, maybe that's their pick at the edge, out of South Carolina. Maybe that's their pick. Let's see. Mike says Panthers not done with Baker, but want Cleveland to eat some money. And so, yeah, Mike.
Yeah, but with them,
you go ahead.
With them drafting a quarterback, I don't think they would take Baker.
Ooh, look at that. The Colts went and got safety Nick Cross. They traded up for him, the safety out of Maryland. And so, well, there goes all the safeties that I wanted to see in this year's draft. All right, they say Nick Cross. They say, unlike pretty much everyone else blazing 4.3s at the NFL Scouting Combine, Cross ran his 4.34 at a hefty 212 pounds. The former track star can straight up fly, and his range is a single high defense will be converted. And so they had second to third round picks. So, yeah, for Indianapolis to get him there, great pick right there for the Indianapolis Colts to get him in round 3. And so where he wins is his range. Cross is the rangiest safety in the class, they say. Some guys test well and you rarely see it. With Cross, it's pretty dang obvious. They say, what's his role? Deep safety. He can play in the box and has dived in the slot, but he will be borderline criminal to not take the advantage of his ability to patrol the deep part of the field. His ability to come up and fill the run from the depth is a bonus. Where he can improve is his discipline.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He kind of you know how the problem with Diggs from the Cowboys is he tries to go for interceptions and he 6 out of 10 times he gets beat because he's trying to get the ball. That's the same problem with him. He's trying to instead of not trying to get the ball, he's trying to hurt the play. He's trying to tackle him and everything. I bet you Mr. JP is happy right now though about his team.
Oh yeah. Mr. JB is taking pleasure in seeing Bill Belichick's draft picks. He took pleasure in the first round, seeing that Bill did not give us who we wanted. So he's taking pleasure in that. Ooh, Detroit, their pick. They took a safety. They went Kirby Joseph, the safety out of Illinois.
Dang. I want can you go with safeties real quick for me and see what they have? My guy.
There he is. Dane Belton's up there. It's not looking like
come on, Belichick. Why would you trade back? I don't like that.
Washington on the clock now.
They could take a QB hill.
Let's see. Mike says Patriots game pick 137 from the Panthers in next year's third. Let's see. Mike says, is Matt Carroll arm stronger than Darnold? His arm is and so yes, we'll give him that. We will give him that. Yes. Let's see. Mike says Colts are only challenge for Bills. And so we shall see, Mike. We shall see. But with Washington now on the clock. The only person that's happy right now at Washington's got to be Carson Wentz because they did not take any of those top tier quarterbacks that was up there.
With Washington's wide receiver core, how they speed search, Carson Strong would be excellent pick right here.
Well, let's see. Right. And so they went receiver, they went D-line. So we'll see what they go with next.
That's in my opinion. If you're looking for the future, knowing when's not the future, you take Carson Strong here. Who knows? They could trade for Baker.
I guess if they enjoy collecting other teams, issues, they already got Carson Wentz.
Oh, we're finally gonna see the Rams pick.
That's right. We're nearing the end of the third round. Let's see. Mike says that Darnold's mad. Mike says blame others. He blames them ghosts.
Well, you had to figure.
Washington. Ooh, they took Brian Robinson Jr. there. They went running back again. Considering the running back they already got.
I don't get that.
So Washington took a man projected as a fifth rounder. You know, Robinson, a 2-down thumper. I tell you what, though, fantasy football purposes, though, I'm staying clear away from Washington right now in that backfield for fantasy football purposes. They got me last year. Mm-mm.
What do you expect these people to do when your O line's not that good?
Exactly. I mean, where he wins is his physicality. He's bigger and stronger than you, and he knows it. He's a violent runner that serves him well in the NFL. His role will be short yardage running back. And where can he improve? Pass protection technique. They say Robinson at least has to work on his technique and pass protection if he wants this to be anything more than an early down back. He quite obviously has the size to do so. They compared him to Carlos Williams.
But really, that's the downside. He can't block for nothing. So,
Carson Wentz ain't gonna
they're
like
just
that.
trying to kill Wentz. They just want Wentz to get killed again.
But Cleveland is on the clock next. Let me see. How's that D line looking? They could take Winfrey. They could take him here in Cleveland. They could take him. Or they could take Kingsley, who's still somehow on that board right now.
Can you go back to D lineman real quick? Because I want to see if the one guy I was looking at is still available. And he is. Wolfe Jr., the third one down.
Yep, LSU.
I actually like him. If he's available in the 4th round, I actually like him. I wish Belichick pick him.
Oh, no. No, Cleveland. Why would you take my guy, David Bell?
You
There
sons.
are other options. No. I mean, tremendous pick. Tremendous pick here for Cleveland. David Bell. They got a steal. I believe in this kid so much. And like that. I have no doubt in my mind he's going to be a great receiver in this league. He's 6'1", 212 pounds. Came out as a junior. They say Bell is a physical and productive receiver with nearly 3,000 yards in his college career. His 4.65 40-yard dash will limit him at the NFL. However, they said Bell ticks a ton of boxes you want to see from the position, but he doesn't profile as a consistent downfield separator at the next level, henceforth why he fell to the 3rd round. But he's physical. They gave him an 8 out of 10. Elusive, 8 out of 10. Ball skills, 7 out of 10. Route running, they gave him a 5 out of 10. Speed, they gave him a 4 out of 10. They compared him to James Jones. And so they say he can line up anywhere. He can be out of place. That's a number 2 or high-end number 3 type of receiver. And so they say that he's a natural receiving ability. Game comes easy to him, processes and executes like a second nature. Thick lower half, cornerbacks just bounce off him after the catch. Everyone knew he was the only option at Purdue, and he still produced. That's what I'm saying. Man. David Bell, great pick there for Cleveland. Great pick. So now we got the Cardinals up there with pick number 100. Mike says he was supposed to be a Bill. I don't think so, Mike. I don't think so. But, man, that's tough.
My cousin's rubbing my face. He told me, ha. Oh.
Mike says, hashtag Darnold blames others. Mike says, hashtag Robbie Anderson blames Darnold. Again, the Cardinals right now on the clock, and they got the 100th pick of this year's draft. And they went edge. They took Myjah Sanders out of Cincinnati. All right, so he was projected to be a third-round pick, 6'3", 228 pounds there. Came out as a senior. They say that his rate fluctuated widely in the pre-draft process, and he sat on some pretty mediocre testing from the combine. He's a twitched-up pass rusher on tape, but he's inconsistent as well. They say that he lacks the dominance against less competition. It's tough to get over, especially considering he was a senior. And so they like his explosiveness, but everything else just is a work in progress. It seems like they say some of the best linear explosion in the class. NFL caliber gets off, ideal length for the edge, very lanky frame, and explosion to contact, puts everything he has into the first stride.
Who took him?
The Arizona Cardinals.
I would have taken Kingsley.
They're sleeping on him. Mike says, how many picks left in the third? Well,
5.
We've got 5 left because the Jets are up next, then the Dolphins, the Chiefs, Rams, 49ers.
Hey, JB, I got more information about Belichick picking.
Okay.
Since he has started picking for New England Patriots, he has picked more players in the 4th round than he has in any other round.
That's about where Bill likes to get him. Ooh, the Jets went tight end, and they took Jeremy Rucker. I thought he'd be there day 3 for sure. The fact that he's off the board and Leo Chenel's not, wow.
That's the giving weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, another Ohio State. Oh, they did us dirty. They took 2 of our boys.
They love to do it to us. 6'6", 250 pounds. They said that Rucker is arguably the best blocking tight end in the draft class and has uber reliable ball skills. He dropped only 2 passes on 56 catchable targets in his college career. They say he's a plug-and-play inline blocker, but is more of a placeholder than difference maker in the passing game. And so physicality, they give him a 9 out of 10. His blocking willingness, they give it a 10 out of 10. So he doesn't mind at all. Speed, they only gave him a 3 out of 10. Ball skills, 6 out of 10. Route running, 5 out of 10. They say shades of Blake Bell. Wow. So Jets went tight end.
I'm actually shocked. He didn't go up a little higher, though.
I mean, given the other 3 tight ends on the board that was ahead of him, I think this right here is about a good fit for him.
See, I think he will fit better with a couple of the teams because he's a run blocker. I'm actually shocked Raiders didn't take him because Josh loves run blocking tight ends.
True, but he loves linemen as well, and so he went lineman. I can't blame him there with the Dylan Parham one.
Oh no, you can't.
There. So let's see. Mike says thoughts on Bill Belichick trading back for an entire new third next year and later pick. I love the fact that we picked up another third next year. Although I know come next year we'll probably go ahead and end up trading back again. But still, on paper, I like it. So I'll say that. Let's see. Mike says, like I always say, Bill Belichick is good with later round guys. Not fan of his early picks usually. And so yeah, someone needs to just wake him up on day 3 and say, all right, you can handle the last day here, but the first 2 days, nah. Mike says more O-line player Bill Belichick could fix up. Mike says Shaq was 5th or 6th. What was Shaq when he was drafted? 5th or 6th?
He was the 5th. We traded him for Tampa, and then we traded the Tampa's 5th to the Houston Texans for the 6th and 7th this year.
All right, so the Dolphins currently right now on the clock.
And like I said, Belichick does not like picking in the 5th. He hates it. But then 1 round earlier, he picks most of them out the 4th, which makes not.
Bill just.
But I actually like trading back.
Yeah, Bill just wants a break during the draft. That's it. Round 5, he wants to just take it easy.
See, I can understand why Belichick traded for a next year pick. Is he's looking around, and in my mind, if I'm Belichick looking right now, I got my starting left guard. I got my wide receiver, hopefully of the future. My cornerback of the future. I need more. I need more picks for next year. Maybe trade up and get a legit wide receiver or something. Plus, there's still a couple guys that's on that board who would be a sneaky pick.
Ooh, the Dolphins took Channing Tindall. That seems like a Dolphin type pick right there.
Yeah, that's a Dolphins pick.
All right, so another linebacker from Georgia, Channing Tindall, and this time he went where we projected him to go in the third round there. 6'2", 230 pounds. They say a true sideline to sideline linebacker. He can chase down the fastest of running backs. However, he's still a work in progress in coverage and didn't tally a single interception or pass breakup in his college career. And so they love his speed, 9 out of 10. His awareness, they gave him 6 out of 10. Physicality, 7 out of 10. Frame, 5 out of 10. And change of direction, 5 out of 10. And so some of his pros, they say elite speed for a linebacker, not going to beat him to the sideline. He comes in with bad intentions as a tackler, runs through ball carriers, violent blitzer, takes on running backs with uncoachable ferocity. And so
he kind of reminds me of a Brandon Spikes, a guy who loves to go straight up and smack people.
Good old Brandon Spikes.
Man, Casey's on there again.
Yeah, I can't say they're putting in work. They're putting in work. They said they came in with a mission. They're not done. Mike says Isaiah Wynn. They said they're going to give up Tyreek. They're going to show us why they get what they're going to get in return for him. Let's see. Mike says David Andrews undrafted. Yeah, he definitely whiffed with the whole Isaiah Wynn one. Let's see. Mike says Justin Heron 6. Mike on 106, and so.
See, and that's the problem with us taking an O-lineman first. Look at the O-lineman that's still available. You telling me Zach Tom couldn't be a good left guard for you?
Still available here. And so is Sawyer, and so quite a few guys here, especially that top 4 that I'm looking at. Quite a few
But
guys.
again, like I said, I understand why Bill did what he did. Get my old lineman settled first. Give me a 5th-year option. Our boy's still there.
Yep. But we will see what Kansas City does. And just look
You
at
think
what
the Rams take a punter?
This pick.
They need a punter. They cut theirs.
I still wouldn't do it with this pick. But yeah, this is what they've done so far here. I mean, the Brian Cook one, that was great safety. I mean, all around, great picks here for the Chiefs. They've nailed it so far.
Oh yeah, right now, KC won this draft.
If I'm Kansas City, maybe I'm looking at that D lineman. You know, I think Winfrey's still up there, if I'm not mistaken. Kid out of Winfrey here, Oklahoma. Maybe that's where you go.
Did anybody take Kobe Bryant yet?
No.
Oh.
Matter of fact, because I don't remember seeing his name pop up they put him way down here. But yeah, he's still on the board.
Belichick, make it happen in the 4th, my man.
Now, you know Bill going to see him up there and going to trade back or draft someone else.
Like I said, us Patriots fans can look at it and be upset what Bill did. But in the bigger picture, you can still be mad, but you got to think about the bigger picture. O-line's taken care of now. We have a speedster that we needed and wide receiver. We have a corner.
Whoa, look at that. We just saw back-to-back picks go like that. The Chiefs, they took Leo Chenal, the linebacker from Wisconsin. A great value pick there for Kansas City. Wow, they're nailing it. They're nailing it. And as for the Rams, they went tackle. Logan Bruss out of Wisconsin. Wow.
Casey's came in at draft and like, yeah, defense is the problem. Not anymore.
And let's see. Mike wants to know who's our starters on the offensive line. Oh, man.
Right now, our right tackle, Trent Brown, right guard, Mike O'Neal, center, Dave Andrews, left guard is Cole Strange, left tackle is Winu.
That's our offensive line. Let's see. Braden says New Jersey Jets. Mike says Kansas City is wasting time. Bill's got a cornerback. I wouldn't say Kansas City's wasting time here. Kansas City, they're putting in some
I think
work.
Kansas City, if you look at it and you look at the problems, maybe not this year, but next year, Kansas City is the team to be in the AFC.
And then the Rams, they went tackle. And so Logan Bruss, got to look and see what they say about him. They say Bruss is yet another tackle guard convert in the class. Weifel with them. His plus hand usage and balance led him to an 82.5 overall grade at tackle in 2021. And so, all right, you look at the grades here. Nothing lower than 72.9. So you like that from a 3-year starter. And so last year, 82.5. And so San Francisco takes a receiver, and they go with Danny Gray. I actually had Danny Gray being selected by the 49ers. I think when we did our mock draft with Coach Dante, I think I had the 49ers select Danny Gray.
I believe so.
Let's see, Braden says, see you tomorrow. Peace out. Yeah, appreciate you for coming through, Braden. Absolutely. And so, yeah, I know tomorrow we'll be starting earlier, about 12 p.m. Eastern time there, but it'll be the rest of the draft, so we'll see how that plays out. Mike says JB and old, who Pat start? Okay, we did answer that one. Mike says Trent Brown, heaviest NFL player picked, 7th. Mike says the receiver 6. And he says your offensive line is interesting. Yeah, I say interesting. But
the only main problem is health with Trent Brown, and me personally, I don't like Wenu. I think he gets beat too much.
I agree. When Mac Jones takes him out for dinner, he say, "Hey, you got to order from the kids menu until you start blocking better." So, but hey, Danny Gray, 6 feet, 186 pounds there. Gray, they say, is the best budget vertical threat in the draft class. He put up a 4.33 second 40-yard dash at the combine and was underutilized on tape at SMU. That's all they got. So, now Tampa is what? Is that the end of it? Yeah, because that's the 4th round right there. So that's the end
Tampa
of the 3rd
round.
round. So that is it. So wow, a lot of interesting things happened here. Let's see. Mike says, "Can Marcus Jones keep up with Diggs?" Well, I like to think that Marcus Jones, that he can dig it. He can dig him. So we'll see how it plays out there. But give Bill some time to coach him up. But again, we'll resume this tomorrow, and Tampa Bay once again will be the first ones on the clock again in the 4th round. And yeah,
can you go if you could go down a little bit? I want to see when we pick.
Yeah,
Broncos got a couple. Broncos got back-to-back picks.
Yep. Washington's got 2 before we do. So did the Jets. Again, the Jets are always up there, man. Like how? Giants. This has just been the draft.
The Vikings again.
So let's see. Yep. So that is what we will have tomorrow, but we'll go ahead and end things here because we will have to get up early. But man, this has just been wow. Let's see. Mike says, really enjoyed the show, fellas. And so appreciate you for coming out again, Mike. Again, tomorrow, day 3 and all like that. That's usually where most of the YouTubers probably like, all right, they'll stop there, but not us. we're going to power through. Isn't that right, old man?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Gotta see if Belichick lets it get on again.
Let's see. James says, "Man, I get Jets draft, but the Chiefs draft has been amazing. I'm over here jealous of everything Kansas City's been able to do and all that. They knew the assignment. They did not stray away from it, and I can understand them not taking a receiver in the first and all like that because they did a tremendous job getting great players, and then they did get a receiver. Which receiver did they take? Was it Sky Moore or was it Pickens? I think it was
Sky Moore.
Sky Moore. And so yeah, they got a great receiver there, and so I mean, look at that Trent McDuffie." Look at that. George Karlaftis, 2 first-round picks. They're your second round today. Sky Moore. And then you took Brian Cook, safety out of Cincinnati. And then in the third round, you took Leo Chenal there, which was like the best player on the board at that time. I agree with those picks there. So I'm going to be looking to see what they do with the rest of this because they do have a lot of picks. Look at the amount of picks they have in the fourth round. I mean, the seventh round. They got 4 in the seventh. But, yeah, we'll be looking to see how that's going to play out. But looking at the best available guys, let me just go ahead and put this there. Somehow Kingsley has made it to the fourth round. Zach Term, he's there in the fourth round as well. Zach Term. I'm sorry, Carson Strong, he's up there if you need a quarterback. So is Ham Howell if you want to take that risk there. But there's quite a few guys there that I expect to come off the board early and often.
Calvin Austin
the third. Wow. He's still up there. Jadamar Davis. All these guys I'm expecting tomorrow. James Mitchell up there. And so your boy, Dane Belton.
Hopefully a New England Patriot tomorrow.
And your other boy, Brandon Smith, he's still up there.
All right, man. I'm gonna start playing. I'm gonna tweet out Belichick, please.
Yeah, so there's quite a few.
I'll never complain. If Bill finds a way to draft those 2 players, I'll never complain. If he drops all 3 of those, I'll never complain again. We could go 0-18 for the rest of my life. Whoa, I'll never complain.
Let's not do that. Let's not go that far now. Let's not go that far. Let's not go that far. But there's
I'm actually shocked he didn't get taken. The running back, Williams.
They got I figured Kyron Williams would be a day 3 choice, but Isaiah Spiller, I was a little bit higher on him than I had. Than that. But hey, that's what you need in the draft. You need sometimes for some teams to take some swings and miss and to make the board interesting here. So we'll see how things play out tomorrow. But again, the draft starts at 12 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and we'll be back again for day 3 of the JB Nation draft. I'll just say draft party. I mean, damn, Darian Kennard here. We got some options on that board, man. We got some options.
And seeing all those old linemen still up there. Yeah. Belichick, you better hope Cole is what he is.
Still got Winfrey up there on the D line. We got some pieces.
See, that's what I'm saying. There's a couple of good players that will fill holes for us if they're still available.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But yeah, guys, appreciate each and every person for coming out and joining us here for this mock. So that's right. Tomorrow we'll be back at it here. I'm thinking, old man, tomorrow we'll reconnect around, I'll say about 11 or 11:30 around that, that time frame. I'll send you the invite around that time frame and we'll get started then.
Okay. Hopefully I ain't got so much trouble net tomorrow.
Not for day 3. This is where Bill's got to come through. At some point, he's got the pick. So this is important. This is where we make our money for the Patriots, basically. So
right in butter, right here.
This is it. This is where we steal day 3. If we lost day 1, day 2, day 3 is where it's got to happen here for sure.
Hey, we started off bad, but we ended on a top note.
That's right. But yeah, just want to thank everybody again for staying with us here for day 2. And so tomorrow is the final day of the NFL draft. What surprises will be in store for us? And so obviously day 2 brought us a lot of surprises. We saw Malik Willis finally get drafted by the Tennessee Titans. I'm happy for him in that spot. Tennessee, I hadn't thought about that prior for him, but I'm happy for him to go to an organization like Tennessee Titans there, be able to sit behind Ryan Tannehill and hopefully learn. And, we'll see how that plays out for him. We saw my man, Ryder get taken by the Atlanta Falcons. So the Atlanta Falcons came away with their quarterback of the future as well. But a lot of teams went out there and they just trusted their board guys, and we'll see if these guys play out, but there's still plenty of talent to be had in day 3. So definitely worth tuning in for. If you're not happy with what your team does or you just want to see how this plays out for, there is still a lot of talent on this board, believe me, for day 3. So we'll see how it plays out, guys. But with that being said, though, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Not going to go ahead and end the stream, though. But thank you guys again for coming out and joining us. And tomorrow we'll be right back for day 3 of the draft, the entire day 3 of the NFL draft. So definitely make sure you guys don't miss that. But with that being said, thanks again for watching, guys, and see you guys next video.